Oh yeah, a sheet of ice is no guarantee that you're going to have a low temperature gradient. Not at all.
But it is a good place to start when making these type of measurements, because it's definitely going to be a lot better than doing it over water.
Well, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. If you take a look at for instance, the dip correction tables for sextants, most of the dip correction is earth curvature. Only about 10% of it for standard refraction is a change in the angle or change in the correction. Less than 10% is refraction.
I would say that Earth curvature is less than 10% though.
No, the Earth's curvature is 90% of it.
At what distance?
At any distance.
So
if you're talking about standard refraction.
Not at any distance, bro. Because that's a pretty weird statement to make, Blue.
So now Earth curvature causes refraction and not the.
No. I'm saying the bigger part of
and not the heat of the water. So you're changing the cause of it now. Sorry.
I'm not changing. Nobody's changing anything. Nobody's changing a damn thing. I made a statement.
I would say
you're making
over 2 miles. Over 2 miles. Then yeah, at that point, I think there's a definite. I'm not gonna say either way. I think 2 miles is the cutting point.
I don't think there is a number. It's going to vary depending on the conditions.
It definitely is a number, bro. Like, because Earth's curvature is squared, right? No, it's not really squared. You know what the formula of a sphere is, and I'm not even sure what I'm trying to say. So I'm just gonna shut up.
Well, I know what you're saying.
Saying that curvature causes the density gradient is different from a bunch of points that was made earlier, man.
I never said that.
It fully contradicts.
I never said that. I never said that, and I would very much appreciate it if you didn't misrepresent what I did say.
You didn't have to interrupt me right there. But
I will interrupt you when you're misrepresenting what I say. When you're misrepresenting again what I said, I will interrupt you. I didn't say that.
I didn't misunderstand what you said at all. That's why I'm responding.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I didn't say Earth curvature caused refraction. For God's sakes.
I think it also depends on whether you think about Earth's curvature being, that specific distance, which a lot of flat earthers like to put into account, which is 2 miles.
I'm gonna head to bed, guys. Have a good night.
Okay, someone left. But I'm just trying to say, like, sometimes it depends on where your limits are at, right? Like, sometimes refraction doesn't matter if you're talking about short distances. But when you talk about very long distances, and if you really want to account for curvature, you can't use 4 miles. 4 inches by mile, whatever the fuck that shit is that globers use, flat earthers use. I forgot it. What is it?
What are you talking about?
Don't
drop distance.
Flat earthers always have this one thing. It's like, the distance that you drop is.
You're talking about 8 inches
4
per mile
inches
squared.
by mile squared. Some shit like that. That only works for short distance. I mean, we don't.
No, that's wrong too.
Yeah, I mean,
8 inches per mile squared is remarkably accurate out to several hundred miles,
depending on your distance.
No, not depending on your distance. Earth curvature doesn't change.
Okay,
It
8
is.
inches per mile squared only works for certain distances. Because
No,
we don't work on a parabolic. We don't live on a parabola, right? We live on a globe.
That's why it's only
8
accurate
inches,
up
8
to
inches per mile squared
200
is a parabola. We don't live on a parabola, do we?
Hence why it's accurate up to 200 miles and not accurate up to 1,000 or 2,000 miles.
it's actually fairly accurate up to 1,000 miles.
It's a few feet, isn't it? Or
It's not a lot. It's not very far off.
1,000
It will
miles.
surprise you. Yeah, it will surprise you.
I'll tell you this, man. 1,000 miles, you're gonna be off by it.
All right. Well, do the math for me, and I'll believe you.
only a couple of
I was
feet.
trying to do it in my head, but I decided
Yeah.
not to. There's too much thinking, bro. Sometimes, like, you gotta limit your thinking.
Yeah, do it graphically. You can do it that way and measure it.
If I'm wrong,
We can calculate
how
it
much?
too.
Let's say we're talking about what do you say? The limit was 2,000 miles, right? For the
Well,
4 inches per mile.
don't worry about it's 8 inches per mile squared, and don't worry about how far because we're never going to be
Well,
talking
you
about
told
a
me
distance.
that works for 2,000 miles out.
I
And
said
I don't think it does, bro.
Branch. I said 200, not 2,000, and then I
Shit!
said it was pretty accurate at 200, but you can use it even at 1,000,
My bad, bro.
and you wouldn't be that far off.
Yeah, 200, okay. But again,
Way beyond any visual observation you'll ever make.
definitely,
It is perfectly accurate. Well beyond any visual observation.
you're right. Visually, you're right. But it's still,
And it will account for Earth's curvature itself is 90% of it on a standard day, on a normal average day. 90% of that effect.
I mean that
is the Earth curvature.
that
Refraction. If I
calculation.
could finish what I'm saying, Earth curvature is the primary factor. It's being modified at the rate of whatever the coefficient of refraction is. For instance, 7/6 R. But that only changes Earth curvature by about 10%.
Blue Marble. Here's the thing, right? I'm a stickler for accuracy, right? And when you say it's accurate based on temperature, I think that rubs me the wrong way because it's accurate for distances, not temperature.
When did I say?
I mean,
temperature,
the whole fucking, what was it, 4 inches by mile squared or whatever the fuck that was, that you claim is accurate. That's got nothing to do with temperature.
I didn't say it did. When did I say it had anything to do with temperature?
My bad, dude.
For 90%.
Hey, Blue Marble, a lot of people in this room already understand that I'm a little bit tipsy tonight, and I apologize if I'm getting on your tits. Do you mind? Do you mind talking to me today when I'm a little bit tipsy? Because if you can ask me to shut up, and I will shut up if you ask me to.
I was just trying to respond to what Gio asked me. That's all.
I mean, you could just say, "Hey, Branch, done talking to you. Shut the fuck up," and I'll be quiet.
Jim Jam was trying to say something. Go ahead.
It sounded like you were saying Earth curvature is normally the reason for a lot of what phenomena or something. I don't know what you said. You said,
yeah, I said if you look at for instance, look at the dip correction tables for a sextant, and you will find out that 90% of the dip correction is curvature of the Earth. Only about 10% is because of refraction. Only about 10% of that correction has anything to do with refraction. The rest of it is purely Earth curvature that never changes.
That's huge, though, isn't it? 10%.
How long is this?
You know what? 10%. I would say
You're
this,
talking,
Blue Marble.
Branch, you're talking over the top of Jim.
I would just say this, Blue Marble, though. 10% of diffraction. That's a lot. You'd have to go from like a medium of. I'm just trying 10% of.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
I totally get what you're saying, bro. I'm just trying to be a dick.
Well, be quiet then. Let me talk to Jim.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, like, you say through celestial navigation. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how long ago were those ways to treat what you see? How long have they been relevant?
A couple of 100 years now.
A couple hundred.
Yeah.
So they're basically trying to match up with what Al-Biruni's measurement of the Earth.
No, you really don't need to compare it to Al-Biruni.
No, but I mean, like, for it to fit with the Earth, apparent circumference.
Well, what you would fit, what you would try to compare it against is a celestial measurement that is not depending on the horizon. What you compare it against is something like a theodolite, okay, or a bubble sextant, where there is no dip correction involved. There with a theodolite, its reference, it's just gravity, period. It's got its own built-in local horizontal, or a bubble sextant does exactly the same thing. So you directly read that altitude angle from those with no correction whatsoever. Now compare that to a nautical sextant and take a reading with that using the physical horizon and apply the correction and see how that compares to a method that doesn't require any correction. That's how you judge how accurate that is. And again, you'll find out that when you do the math and sit down and look at how they came up with the dip corrections, that 90% of that correction is a result of Earth curvature. I'll give you an example. Let's see. I did some corrections, a spreadsheet the other day I was messing with, if I can find it. Here we go. If we go to let's say we have a really big ship, right? And we've got an observer that's at 150 feet above the surface of the water. If we corrected his elevation measurement strictly for curvature only, using 7/6R, the correction would be negative 13 minutes, 13 arc minutes. That's the correction strictly for Earth curvature. If you include refraction in it, that 13 arc minute correction becomes 11.9 arc minutes. So the change is 1.1 arc minutes out of 13. You see what I mean? The difference is there's only about a 10% contribution with respect to refraction, and that's using not standard refraction for whatever reason. And I guess it must have been because those observations are always taken over water. The standard atmosphere correction for refraction is 1.17 for a coefficient. In the case of the Nautical Almanac, those corrections appear to use a coefficient of 1.193. I don't know how they came up with that, but so it may not be making as much difference as you think it does, at least to the horizon.
Well, no, I was just thinking of it still seems a bit more of an assumption that they're, like I was saying, they're either going off Al-Biruni's measurement of what he claimed the circumference to be, or whoever apparently gave a measurement for the circumference of the Earth for you to get a radius to have a 7/6R in the first place, right?
Yeah, well, that was easy enough. We could come up with a decent radius value for. We've been able to do that for a few thousand years, just using simple methods like.
Sticks and shadows, yeah.
Well, yeah, Eratosthenes. That gives you, actually, it gives you remarkably close. I did it and got within 30 miles of the circumference.
Within 30 miles of what the agreed upon.
The agreed circumference, yeah.
Today.
Yeah.
So how do you know if you're within 30 miles if it's just something we agree upon today?
Well, we know what we agree upon, right? We know we agree at 24,901.
Within 30 miles of what we agree upon.
Yeah, right.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Not the actual circumference of the Earth, but what we think it is.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough.
But those measurements have been done a lot of different ways.
Right.
The Eratosthenes is a simple way that anybody, you or I, anybody can do it. It's quite an easy thing to do. Now, if you want to do it through triangulation of a meridian arc or something like that, you're talking about years of of work, literally.
Yeah, collation. Right.
Yeah. Those guys in the late 1700s, people like D'Alembert, measuring the Paris meridian all the way from Dunkirk down to Barcelona. That took those guys the better part of 10 years.
Yeah, bit of dedication.
But they did physical measurements too,
Right.
They had platinum measuring rods.
It was all based on an assumption firsthand, though. That's the problem. They were trying
those are just measurements.
An assumption already, It's not like they were trying to go, oh, this is what it is. We're just gonna collate what we see. They're actually going, oh, we have this idea that we want our observations to fit, and that's where it becomes a bit fishy.
Well, I don't see it that way, but they were physically measuring distances and accurately measuring latitudes.
I heard a couple guys went up to Canada and was measuring Bigfoot's footprint. Is that the same thing?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's fucking identical. Thank you for that valuable input.
So who is measuring what in your book?
I was talking about D'Alembert and the guys in 1790 measuring the meridian arc, Paris meridian.
1790?
The Paris meridian from Dunkirk to Barcelona.
So we can throw that out because it's like, 150 years old? We have current flat Earth.
What level of math did you study?
Today that anybody can do.
Let's see, 2020 minus 1790.
If you have to bring up something 150 years ago, Ah,
Well, I would
that's just
say,
different.
See, the question is, are you actually measuring the Earth, or actually are you just trying to map the path of the sun? Isn't that all that?
He's not measuring anything. He has stories. He can't confirm these measurements, can he? Can you, Blue Marble Science? Can you confirm
Can
these
I?
measurements?
Yes, we can confirm those measurements.
Can you show us how you can do that on live stream, please?
Right this very second.
Thank you.
On live stream.
And I wasn't taking over the conversation. Go on. Whoever's ever asking.
Yeah, well, you
something
just did. Thank you very much.
Hey, Blue Marble, I have one more question. Have you heard of Lahaina Moon? Because it has something to do with the Eratosthenes experiment and using sticks and shadows. If you don't know what it is, maybe you can Google it. It's Lahaina Moon, and it's an anomaly that happens in Hawaii.
I don't have any idea. Never heard of it. How do you spell it?
Well,
Can you say the phenomena again?
Lahaina Noon. LAHINA NOON.
Testing.
What it is it's a phenomena that takes place on I think January 21st, which I guess makes sense because of the tilt and the angle at which the sun hits Hawaii. But what it does is the sun is directly overhead, not making any shadows, and it makes things appear 2D basically because there's no shadows.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, that can happen, and does happen anywhere between the tropics. There will be one day of the year when you are at the subsolar point of the sun. Anywhere between the tropics. And Hawaii certainly within a few degrees of the equator, I believe. Slightly north of it, is that right?
That's funny because when I look at a map, well, I mean, the globe looks, when you look at a globe, I guess, Hawaii isn't exactly where it's supposed to be.
No, I don't think so. Hawaii's exactly where it's supposed to be. I don't know. I don't know where you think it should be, but
In correlation to the other continents, I think he means, like with the
Yeah.
Mercator, not Mercator, sorry, the is it the Mercator actually? I think it is the Mercator where we can clearly see that like Greenland is not nearly the same size as Africa and all of that,
oh, of course not. That's what's going to happen on
on a projection.
a flat projection. It has to happen on a flat projection. I'm Hawaii south of the Tropic of Cancer, and a good bit north of the equator, but it's still south of the tropic. So any place between the two tropics will have a day when you are at the subsolar point of the sun.
Blue Marble.
Yeah.
I was trying to ask you if you can confirm the meridian spherical test in 1790, and I have you linked a 7-minute video of a 3-mile lake test. A lake test. Is that right? That's your answer?
I didn't link anything.
Oh, okay. Jesse Gordon did it.
Yeah.
So you didn't. Well, just to be fair, I mean, if you can confirm anything they've done, I would pay attention. I just don't think it's possible.
Well, you're perfectly
They
free
haven't
to.
done. I mean, why don't you just say ancient Greeks? Because there's nothing you can do that can. I mean, if we can have sit down and have tea with one of those guys, at least that's like a mild proof that somebody was there that did this thing. Otherwise, these numbers are just. I mean,
Well,
fabricated.
okay, all right, then just dismiss them. Then I'm fine with that.
Well, can you confirm that they did what they said they did?
It's been confirmed to my satisfaction, but obviously not to yours.
Well,
So
no,
there's no
I don't.
point in going
I don't
forward.
think it's ever been attempted to be confirmed. How is it? How are these 1790 spherical tests confirmed today? How do you do that? What satisfaction did you accept?
With a theodolite,
Where, when, how?
anywhere you like, anytime you like.
They measured it over a continent, correct?
They measured it from Dunkirk to Barcelona.
And how many miles is that?
Oh, I think around 1,000 kilometers, something like that.
So you can or cannot confirm that 1,000-mile test, which you claim is Earth's spherical curvature.
I can confirm that I have read the reports, that I have done a lot of research on the work that was done by those guys in those days. That's what I can confirm.
So there was conspiracy. You can just kind of create a report that says what you want to say.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's all I'm doing. I'm just reporting a Godric. I'm just reporting a conspiracy. Okay, are you happy now, son?
Well, I'm asking you.
You have
no confirmation. You have no way to confirm this old 18th century report.
We could go back and measure it today if you like. If you've got about 10 years to spare, let's go do it. You and I. How about that?
Confirmed. Does it take 10 years?
Yeah, it took them 10 years.
If it's going to take 10 years,
there's a thing. There's a thing called geography.
No, the Earth is flat.
Sometimes some of us study that in school, and when you go south from Dunkirk down through France, you eventually end up in Spain. But there's a mountain range called the Pyrenees down there. These guys had to make measurements over the Pyrenees. That's rather difficult to do. Yeah, that takes some time.
By the way, why would they do this 10-year endeavor? Are they trying to debate flat earthers? Why would they even do that?
In 1790, are you fucking kidding me? In 1790, they had better sense. They knew the Earth wasn't flat. They weren't debating flat earthers.
So fill me in. Why would they do that? Do
you know anything about the French Revolution?
Very
Have you
little.
ever studied that? All right, you got to look into that. But in about 1790, the Academy of Science, French Academy of Science, decided that they were going to define something that they would call the meter. They wanted to get away from the old archaic system of measurement that used a thing called a toise, which is roughly 2 meters in length. It was defined as 6 French feet in length, which was quite an obnoxious figure. It didn't match up with the British English version of the foot. So they came up with this thing, and they said they want to have a definition of a specific length that they would call a meter, and they were going to define the meter as 1/10 millionth of the distance from the pole to the equator. And you can do that by measuring along a meridian arc.
What happened to the cubit, man? What happened to the cubit?
If you're measuring the North Pole to the equator, wouldn't that work the same on a flat Earth?
No.
It wouldn't be a millionth. And this is the same distance?
No, it won't work the same way on a flat Earth.
No, it won't work the same.
And you can't get a 1 degree per nautical mile change. An 1800. I'm sorry. Let me think what that would be. 180.
Well, you have a wonderful story about a toise and a meter. Is that the first time they used the meters? when they
That's
measured
when they.
the Earth?
That's when they defined what the length of a meter was.
And they used it to measure the Earth. Is that what they did?
No, they didn't use it to measure the Earth. They measured the Earth to determine the length of the meter.
And while they did that, they just
Not
happened
with
to
a
find
meter,
out the
obviously.
curvature.
What did they measure it with
Is that the story?
I'm sorry, say again.
I was asking why would they do this thing that you say they did? Just wondering. It was so difficult and lengthy. Just wondering why they would even do that.
To define the length of a meter. That's why they were doing it.
Well,
Has all
that's
kinds
a
of
wonderful story.
applications. Has all,
I appreciate the information about the French Revolution, but you can't confirm it today. You got stories, and what you have is an appeal to authority. Someone did something, you believe it, you read a report, so it must be true. But if you can't confirm it today, what do you got? Science is duplicatable, repeatable, observable,
and this is.
and falsifiable.
Absolutely. And you're perfectly free to go prove them wrong.
The degrees change on a flat plane. Have you considered that?
That's why it's not flat. You can't make it work on a flat plane.
Why does it not work on a flat plane?
You can't take celestial measurements on a flat plane and make the angles
Celestial
work.
measurements. And make what?
And make any of the latitudes work. The only one that'll work is 45 degrees.
Yeah, but don't you in the globe model have to state that the stars are an infinite number away, whereas in the globe model you do have definitive numbers for these distances, but yet when dealing with navigation, they're all infinite distance away. So how does that work?
Well,
You're not
they
going
may
by one, you're creating
you're
something
talking about
else.
light coming in parallel rays, light from celestial bodies, particularly stars, which are so far away that you may as well, if for all intent and purpose, the light rays are parallel. They're not quite parallel from the sun. They're not parallel. They're even less parallel coming from the moon. The closer you are to the object, the less parallel they become, right? But when you go outside our solar system to another star, like Polaris, yeah, the light comes in absolutely parallel. There's no way we would measure the difference. But if you say, okay, you're wrong, Blue, you dipshit, the stars can't be infinite distances away. Polaris has got to be at some altitude, some fixed position, right?
Yeah, I might say.
Then you tell me what that number is, because you can't use any number.
No, what I might say is, what about astronomical refraction? Huh? You're not accounted for that yet, have you?
Yeah, it makes a few arc minutes difference. That's all.
Or you know what, Blue? Now that you brought up Polaris and the stars, I noticed. It's just my own observation that saying like early morning, I'm looking up at the sky, and the stars turn a different color when the sun is close to rising. And then if there's a full moon, the color. But when the sun is close to rising, they change wouldn't that mean that it's the sun and moon are both local and not great distances?
Now, if you want to think so, go ahead.
Okay, I do. Thank you very much.
All right, good. I'm quite happy with whatever you think. It doesn't matter to me. See, I'm the agreeable globe Earth guy. I don't like arguing about it. If you want to think that the sun's 3,000 miles up there, I don't care. It's fine with me.
Well, isn't this how you guys get like blue shifts, red shifts, and Doppler effect
No, that's not how that.
by the color of stars? That
No,
could do this.
no, that's not what blue shifts and red shifts about.
Well, you look at the color of the star, right, to see what type of motion it's in.
Isn't
not
that
something you-
determine whether it's moving towards or away from you?
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
it's for, and you don't look at it with your naked eye to determine that. You got to do some spectroscopy if you want to see the shift.
Is there a similar
That's
version?
fun. That's fun because hold on real quick, man. I'll give you back the mic. It's just another thing about how these motions appear, but we measure these things as constant, right? But it's not always constant in their orbits, including the Earth, or even say Venus or Mars. We see them. We call it what, retrograde, right? When they change direction.
Well, they look like they change direction, but they don't really. But from our point of view, it appears that they do.
So, but they are staying at a constant rate, right? Because all these celestial bodies would have to be at a constant rate. Is that correct?
Well, to be absolutely accurate about it, no, they're not constant. No orbit is circular. All orbits are slightly elliptical. Some are much more elliptical than others. But elliptical orbits, the actual speed changes constantly.
I like that one. Changes constantly. That's awesome.
That's Kepler's laws.
Constant change.
Yeah, it's
Constant change. We got a new one from circa 2022 blue marble.
Well,
orbits are constantly changing.
the speed is not constant. The speed is changing. If you don't like the adjective constantly placed in front of it, don't use it. All I said was the speed is not constant. The orbit is elliptical and the speed is changing at every point.
Yet we feel no deceleration or acceleration.
Right. Which is perfect. We should.
Well, tell me that next time Earth is about to speed up, and that way I can hold on, because according to you, we are constantly changing speed as we hurl around the great sun, and I just want to be ready for it because it's going to be one hell of a ride.
That brings up a question. You know how they stack those rocks up 8 feet in the air, all perfectly balanced, where it's kind of looks like a Jenga project, and then take a picture of it.
Yeah.
Now, if you perfectly balance those rocks that way, and then the Earth would have speed up, wouldn't those rocks fall over blue marble?
Well, this is where they'll.
It's because gravity is holding it as a constant.
No.
Thanks to gravity, though.
No. This is what they'll tell you.
This is real question. If we were to speed up, and those rocks are stacked 8 feet high, perfectly,
But this is what they'll say. They'll say the change in speed is over 8 hours or so. It's like 2 miles an hour in 8 hours. So you'll never feel that. It will never do anything.
No. And let me stop you right there, Jim. I know a little bit about math, and I think that the change he's talking about is 2,000 or 3,000 miles faster. Am I right? And if 8 hours, it'd be more than 2 miles an hour. Am I right, Blue Marble? You got the math on that?
What are you talking about? 2,000.
I'm asking you what you're talking about. Talking about the Earth is speeding up. You know,
No,
if it's an elliptic orbit, right? So it speeds up around the corner. I get that idea, right? But then how fast are we talking? About 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles? How fast are we talking? And wouldn't that knock over those rocks that we stack up like the Jenga project? You know, just for art form. The Chinese do that, and the Japanese.
let me know when you're done.
I'm done.
I'm talking about the orbit of the Earth around the sun.
That's what I'm talking about. You just said we're speeding up. You just said that.
Yeah, the orbit of the Earth around the sun is elliptical.
So
and it goes from
August and it slows down in like March, right? I get that idea. Is that what you're saying?
Well, let's see. I don't keep all this shit in my head. We could look up the
Could cause cognitive dissonance. That's why.
Are we gonna Google? You don't know the math on that, and you're making a claim. You're gonna Google. I asked. You don't know the math on that. You're making the claim.
What do you mean? I don't know the math on that. I don't know the ellipsis.
You know how much it's speeding up?
No, I don't actually. It's somewhere around in the 91 million mile. The average distance from the sun is 93 million miles. That's the average. I don't know what the minimum and the maximum is. To be elliptical, it has to have a minimum distance and a maximum distance. Are you aware of that?
Have we got some sort of data that says like during the I don't know, like through January to March, the Earth is traveling at this speed, and then it slows down at March, and you know.
But Jim Jam is more than 2 miles an hour. Jim Jam, it's got to be, you know.
Right, but I want to hear if they're actual, you know, if they're trying to making a claim that it speeds up from January to March and it slows down from March to here, and you know, if we can
it's doing that over the course of a year.
It speeds up or slows down, we can then test it.
It's doing that over the course of a year.
Yeah, I do think we should be able to test it, and also consider the sun is moving outward, right, from the great attractor, and then the orbits of these planets are moving outward with the sun, correct? So that the sun, being a dense object, being a massive object, wouldn't that just pull the Earth right into it? Seeing that they're all moving out?
Why would it do that?
Or does gravity actually push it away? Is that what it's doing? Gravity pushes it away. Is that what's happening?
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's what's happening.
I just doesn't make sense to me. I'm just asking you. You can say dark matter. Okay, I heard different answers.
From the sun, right? So that means that every day.
Golden, log out and come back. Golden's robot is that right?
Yeah, we had that. That was terrible. Choppy.
Yeah, well, I think we should be able to detect it. You know, that's all I'm saying. And otherwise, we're just getting stories from NASA.
Okay, here we go. The Earth's speed in its orbit around the sun at aphelion is 18.2 miles per second, and at perihelion it's 18.82 miles per second.
And what points in the year are those two?
Periapsis is in January. And,
so 18.2 and 18.8. Let me see the difference. Hang on.
Pretty tough math there, bud.
Hey, Blue Marbles. Being that we use parallax to measure distances, could we measure the distance of the sun and see the change as day to day? Being that we're constantly changing speeds and distance to the sun, would that mean that the sun would be getting bigger and smaller?
It does get bigger and smaller slightly.
How does the sun get bigger?
Here we go. Another quote by Blue Marble. The sun gets bigger and smaller circa 20.
The apparent, all right, just a second before you misquote me again. Let me clear up what I said. The sun's apparent angular size does change throughout the year slightly. Very
Dude,
slightly.
we're on a roll today. Dude, you gotta take account of this. We're slapping these blowers silly, dude.
You're doing what? I didn't get all the insult. Go try it again. I want to be sure.
It wasn't insulting you. He was just making a comment.
I said we're slapping blowers silly.
You're slapping
them
Glovers
silly?
too. No, I think you're the one getting slapped silly here, son. Not me. 18.2 miles per second
Hey,
at
Grandpa.
Apahelion. Ed to 18.82. For those of you that are slightly math challenged, is a 0.62 mile per second change over 6 fucking months.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Check your math. You
Can
divide
you
one.
subtract? Can you subtract 18.2 from 18.82? Is it possible?
Hey, genius,
that you
it's
could-
not subtraction, it's division. It's a 1% difference.
I
And
gave you a difference of 0.62 miles per second over 6 months. Can you not do that simple math?
I was looking for the percentage.
Who's getting slapped silly now?
It's a
Here's
0.96% difference.
an issue because you're making it out
Divide
as if
one
it's
by the other one.
you're making it out as if it's constant an amount every second, but it's not. It's exponential.
Yeah, you guys can't figure out the difference in aphelion and perihelion, and you want me to start talking about Kepler's laws. Jesus God.
What I did is divide one of the speeds by the other one. I get a 0.967% difference, which is about a 1% difference. Are you objecting to that?
Yeah, I object to that. That makes no sense at all. How is 0.967 about 1%?
Okay, you said start with the math. You said 18.2, and the other one was 18.8, right?
18.82 and 18.2.
Divided by 18.82. I get 0.967, which is okay. I should maybe subtract that by 100. I get a 1% difference.
Subtract it from one and divide and multiply times 100, and you'll find out it's about 3-point-something%.
3% difference.
Jesus.
So it's a 3% difference? I was looking for percentage.
What are you going to do with percentage?
I'm gonna then I'm gonna do the miles per hour and see if you're bullshitting. That's what I'm gonna do.
I gave you the miles per hour.
No,
miles
you gave me
per second. Well, multiply times fucking Jesus. Multiply times 60.
What are we trying to work out?
To get miles per minute, and then multiply by 60 again and get miles per hour.
The change in speed that he claims, if you can possibly notice it or to feel or test it. That's what I figure out.
We're trying to figure out the difference of the slaps that we're handing out, if they can feel it or not.
Yeah, basically. That's a fair question.
Because it sounds like we're trying to work out like how much the Earth is speeding up per second, but during that speed up, it's going to be more each second, so it's not going to be the same amount each second. That's what.
Okay, I redid the math. I get a 3.29% difference. Are you okay with that, Blue Marble?
Now you got it right. Yes.
My mistake. Thank you. I got 3.2929. So let's just say 3.3. Can we say that?
Yeah.
So if you're going 66,000 miles an hour, okay, this is what I'm trying to do, times 0.033, I get 2,178 miles an hour faster on the turn of the elliptical orbit. Does that sound about right? 3%, 3.33.
Probably something like that. Yeah.
Okay. And what is it over 3 months? How long is the curve?
Well, it's 6 months.
6 months. Well,
Do you realize, you guys, like, this is ridiculous to even argue this.
I'm just checking the
There is
math. He believes in a 150-year-old survey.
I know, and we're
surveyor
doing the math on it, and just the idea that there's this change and we're not feeling it is fucking ridiculous. It's like, come on, guys. Like, hello.
He's
There
believing
is
in
no
a
change.
150-year-old
We're not
survey
feeling any change.
that these guys are dead. Okay?
Exactly. There's a change. We're not feeling it, but they're going to contend that it's negligible. Guaranteed. Watch. He was going to use that word in about T-minus 1 minute.
Yeah, that's kind of the global response. You know, it's moving, but you can't feel it. You can't tell. It's curving, but you can't see it. You know, this is kind of the global response. But I'm just trying to check. I just want to make sure I have my math right. If we can't feel it, we can't feel it. Okay. But if it's 2,100 miles an hour, 2,200 miles an hour difference, what's the not the G-force, but when you accelerate, what's the acceleration on that? Because I can tell when I accelerate.
That's what I was going to look at, but.
And by the way, it wouldn't be 6 months. Let me explain you why. Because 6 months is claiming like basically a sphere. Okay, if you have an ellipsoid, let's say it's an oval, right? The change in the shape is happening not 50% of the time, but just at the edges. Does that make sense? Matter of fact, the majority of the change will happen when you go around that bend. You know, so it's not a 6 month change, right? We want to. Okay, this might be better. Let's get the change in speed right when it goes around the bend, right? Because that's the biggest change, right? That's what I want to do. That just makes sense to me.
Okay.
If you want to put everything in a 6 month, of course you won't feel it in 6 months.
I'm all for it.
But we're not going 2,000 miles an hour different in 6 months. We're going to get that difference when you hit around that bend, you know?
Yeah, the most elongated part of the ellipsoid. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So you want to do it in 3 months, right?
Well, actually, less than that, because when you're in, let's say you said 6 months, you're in the center, you're in the starting place, and the 6 months, let's say you say North Pole, South Pole, you're in the North Pole in the beginning, in the start, and in 6 months you'll be in the South Pole, and another 6 months you'll be back where you started, a year, right? But the change in speed isn't happening where it's in the middle. It's happening on the edge of that bend. You see?
No. Why are you using the Earth? Just use the sun.
We can use the sun, you know, but I don't know what, you know, you'd be on the top or the bottom, but you just have to, you know, imagine it, I guess.
Okay, I got you. Well, here's the thing. We're trying to do math on something that isn't constant, like he already alluded to. Plus, so we got to figure in more arcs and parabolas instead of, say, a circle and pi. So we wouldn't be using pi for this. We'd be using the parabola formula, which is exponential. And
that's where I go thinking. And what I want to do, if people can understand this, call me crazy. I want to measure the difference in speed right when it goes around the bend, the biggest acceleration, okay, in the shortest amount of time, and see if we can feel that. That's what I want to measure, which is going to be at the very edge of the ellipsoid. And if it's accelerating, let's say we accelerate going in and then we slow down coming out, right? If it's accelerating, get it down to how much is it's accelerating, per day, and how much is accelerating per hour. That's what I have to find out. And if we can't really tell, then we can't really tell. But at least we can put it to rest. At least we did the math. And guess what? Blue Marble would learn something too. He learned the math of the actual acceleration, not per second, because that doesn't do nothing for us, but per hour, because we can measure that like in a car, or per day. It's going 66,000 miles today. It's going 65,000 miles tomorrow. You see, whatever it is.
I wish you luck with this. I do.
Yeah, we should have an Earth speedometer though. That would be pretty cool.
We, if it was a real science, we would have an Earth speed. We wouldn't have to be arguing about it. We wouldn't need a 150-year-old survey to know if the Earth is flat or round. We can just do it today easily. You wouldn't have to have a physics degree or a rocket science degree. They just teach you in school how to do it, because it should be simple, it should be easy, observable, demonstratable, repeatable, and falsifiable. I'll tell you what, Blue Marble, I appreciate you because you've done some of the work. You have the knowledge of the globe, so you should be able to, you should know, the arc seconds, all these star rotations and like the grid of the globe, and I appreciate that. So actually, I don't have all that knowledge that you have. I'm gonna learn myself and see if I can make some of it.
Well, as I said, I wish you well. Good luck along that journey.
Thank you.
It's not that difficult, really.
Hey, we also got a quote from Blue Marble. Hold on, Blue Marble. We also got a quote from Blue Marble saying, referring to the almanac. Well, I don't know how they get that number. Referring to the nautical almanac and its accounting for refraction.
Yeah, I did
right?
say that, didn't I? Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's great, right?
Well, I don't know why you think it's great, though. Can I ask you?
Well, let me make my point, and then you can criticize it.
Okay. Well, hold on a second.
These numbers for standard refraction, do they have dates associated to them?
Do they have dates?
The reason why I ask for dates, is certain days of the year, the temperatures in the water, as opposed to the air, would say in the Bering Straits, right? In the winter, the air would be a lot closer to the water temperature in the winter, right? Would you agree with that?
And I don't know. So that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Obviously, the biggest thing for refraction is the difference in air to water, right? Air temperature to water temperature.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
Okay, so say in the tropics, say if it's warm outside and the water's warm, would there be a bigger degree of refraction or less?
I would think less.
Okay, great. I'm glad you're on my tip. Now, as far as the difference in temperature, are these almanacs, are they, do they have dates associated with them?
Well,
because I'd like to know when they took these observations and accounted for the standard refraction, because according to all these observations, they change daily.
Of course they do.
According to the temperatures. Yeah, I know.
Not only daily, hourly, by the minute.
Well,
actually.
yeah. Why? Now let me ask this. Why the fuck are we wasting our time with these obstacles? Yeah, they basically are obstacle observations. We're over here playing with each other's private parts, thinking we're, you know, gonna accomplish something when there's so much variance and you can't get to a standard convention when there's such a big variance. Why don't we do something like, say, have something physical instead of something optical? Because we know these optics are always changing. Why don't we take 2 boats, 1 rope, stretch it out 3 miles, have, like they were talking about earlier, have scales to measure the tensor rate and see if there's a curve in the rope or not? Is that so difficult? Is there a shortage on twine that I'm not aware of?
Oh, there's nothing difficult about that.
Then you'd have to control the bloody water and make sure it's still, and I don't know.
Well,
You'd
no,
have to
there'd be a curve in the middle of the 2 boats, right? Wouldn't there be?
Right.
Yeah.
Better yet, why don't we attach to that rope, say, some sort of little device that can travel along that rope and measure its GPS coordinates, if you will. No pun intended. Why isn't that possible? Are these little experiments that are physical too hard to handle?
Oh, we've done a lot of those.
2 boats, 2 girls in 1 cup. I mean, 2 boats in 1 rope. You've done that?
No. No, we've used GPS though.
Yeah, but what's the problem with 2 boats in 1 rope? Is that like?
What are you going to do with the rope again? Pull it tight?
Well, it's gonna be a physical reference point, right?
Okay.
Because we seem to have trouble with the refraction rate and the variance thereof.
Okay.
But with a rope, say we can mechanize it or even, you know, measure it with tensor strength or, you know, attach these
trying to say tensile
devices.
strength?
Tensor, okay, tensor.
Tensile.
Yeah. Okay, tensile, if you want to be obtuse, that's fine.
No. I'm not trying to be obtuse. That's. In strength, yeah, when we talk about strength of something, we're talking about tensile, tensile strength.
Okay, tensile strength.
Okay. Now, what you want to do though is pull that rope until there's no sag in the rope, so the rope's perfectly straight. Correct?
Right.
Is that right?
Uh-huh.
Is that what you want to do? Okay.
Right.
All right. The only thing you got to do. Here, listen.
Hold on, dude. You didn't hear my whole little experiment here. I also wanted to attach, say, like a little drone or something else that would be acute to that rope, and go along that rope and measure its location, which would probably give us its elevation as well, right?
Okay, I'm with you.
So why haven't we done these little tests here? There should be millions of them, right?
2 problems. Well, a problem of one way or the other. In order to remove the sag from that rope, we either have to have a rope that has no mass at all, which isn't possible, or we have to have a rope that we can exert infinite tension on, because that's the only way you can get rid of the sag.
Why is that? Like, I don't know
No,
what you're saying.
So
it's
you're
a thing,
saying
it's a
something
thing
like a
called,
spider's web. You're saying something like a synthetic spider's web wouldn't be good enough for you, right? 'Cause you're
there is no material that
you're
you
you're
could
you're
ever
too
pull the
sassy
sag out of.
for. So you're saying that spider's web being stronger than steel wouldn't be able to hold up to
Nope.
the winches that would be pulling it taut?
Nope, there is no material that you could pull the sag out of. Gravity is always going to act on that rope or that string or that fiber, and it is physically impossible
Wouldn't
to
that be
pull
a
the sag out of it.
wouldn't that be a begging of the question fallacy right off the bat?
That's not begging the question. I'm just pointing out that if you want to do it, go ahead. You're going to show curvature by doing it. I'll be glad to let you run that test because you're going to prove the Earth is curved when you do it. Only
Well, yeah, there's
what you're going to
supposed to be a
do,
bulge in the
what you're
middle,
going
right?
to do, only
Hey
what you're
guys, I
going to do.
stepped away. Can you update me on what experiment this is about, please?
No, I got to step away for a second. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah,
Explain.
you gotta run away, dude. You better
Hey,
run
bud,
away.
I just need to go get a pack of cigarettes. Do you fucking mind? I'll be back in about 10 seconds.
All right, so God,
Let him
here we go.
smoke. So yeah, tell me this spiderweb experiment.
Not spider web. It's simple. 2 boats, 1 rope. You stretch it however far you want. 1 mile would be what, 8 inches. 2 miles isn't what is that? 32 inches.
Were you
But-
counting? I'm back.
32 inches on 2 miles. Yes.
Okay, let's just say 3 miles, 2 boats, 1 rope. Extend the rope and have reference points along the way, which would be what we're all asking for.
You're proper cutting up.
And we can measure reference points with, say, drones or something wrapped around the rope that would slide along it. Maybe some sort of magnetic device to be able to move, like kind of like a maglev or some sort of device that could travel along the rope and give reference points.
Well, what you could do is,
and then from there, huh?
Go on, sorry. I was just thinking what you could do is,
Unbelievable. It's just that Blue Marble needs a cigarette because he's fucking scared out of his ass that I brought this up.
Not scared of
This
anything,
right here would
buddy.
debunk, this would debunk the globe.
make sure that piece of rope is actually 2 miles long, right? And then when you stretch it out over a 2 mile length of land or water, as you're going to do, you have landmarks 2 miles apart, but you should be 16 inches short each side, right?
Well, yeah, right in the middle would be the 16-inch mark, or no, actually, gosh, how would you actually factor that? Well, yeah, 16 inches right in the middle. There'd be a 16-inch slope or grade, if you will. Would that be enough slope? Would you want to go a little further then?
I think if you pull the rope that long, and that taut, in the heliocentric model, even if you're pulling it as straight as possible, it's going to follow the curve of the Earth due to gravity.
But that's what I'm saying, though. If it's curving, it won't lay out perfectly 2 miles, because it will be perfectly 2 miles if it's straight. But if it's curved, then it won't be perfectly 2 miles.
Good luck pulling a string 200 feet without it sagging.
Well, isn't that
Much
what we
less
want to?
2 miles.
Hold on. it's not going to be all 2 miles, or it's not going to be all 2 or 3 miles. We're going to have reference points along the way.
Reference points.
Yeah, like let's just say quarter mile. Every quarter mile, okay. Yes, we're measuring, whatever, 1 inch, or it would be
Can you
2
have
inches.
those laser, like those really cheap laser measurements where they like measure, you can measure distance with the laser.
But no. Fuck light, dude. We're not going to use light, dude, because light bends. This is something physical.
Yeah, but I'm thinking
Fuck
more
light,
on the rope.
dude.
More on the rope, just measuring how high off the ground it is. So there shouldn't really be much refraction in however high above the water you want to have the rope.
No, what, dude? I'm not saying
Where's hot,
using
Michael?
lights. I'm saying take some sort of drone that would be able to have reference points and measure its location, which would give its height, its location, basically, right? And from there, we wouldn't have to use lights or anything, because we know they deviate and bend and refract. We would have something physical there saying, okay, I was here, whether we want to put a buoy or a whatever. Take your pick. If you want a drone, okay, then put drones at different reference points to give their location. And from there, we can use these measurements that are physical and not light, and that don't deviate and don't refract. You get what I'm going with this experiment?
Golden King, you have sort of an amazing idea, but I'm trying to figure out how that would work. Are you saying you're going to put the rope over land or water?
No, this would have to be over water.
It can't work on land?
Well, the land is topographical. I've never seen a level piece of land or a horizontal piece of land.
Salt flat.
But
salt
over
flat
water, it's supposed to curve kind of uniformly, or like according to the sphere.
Okay, so water would
land
bulge.
deviates.
Okay,
There's
so water would
so
bulge in the
deviation
center, and land wouldn't have to bulge like if the salt flat is flat. We know that, but water would have to bulge, and that's why it needs to be over water.
Well, yeah, we want to do this over water, man.
So are we measuring are we measuring the weight of the rope, or the curvature, or the straightness? What are we measuring?
Yeah. The tensile strength would help. That would also factor in. We could use that as measurements as well. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it's a good idea. There needs to be more things we need to cover, like how do we suspend that rope over the water exactly? On a boat, on a some kind of pole stuck into the ground.
Two boats, one rope, many buoys as reference points, and drones to measure their location with GPS signals. And from there, we can measure their height and their deviations from each other, and we can measure the curve this way. Physical, not optical.
How about you just have a gyroscope on a boat and just head towards the horizon and just keep going for 100 miles and see if that mechanical gyroscope flips upside down by the time you get there.
It's only going to change 1.5 degrees in 100 miles. Why would it flip upside down?
No, there's a bit of an exaggeration, obviously. But it's got to be a pretty flat piece of water as well. I think the reason why there's never been this physical experiment because it's just impossible.
No, that's what I'm asking for, is not a gyroscope, but actually having something physical there, like a rope with buoys, with drones to measure physical reference points, locations.
Let me make a suggestion. Let's do it over a freshwater lake. That way you don't have the ocean waves that would cut into the measurement.
I've heard the same test kicked around for years now.
A 2 hour, a 2 mile fresh lake.
You've never heard this test.
I have absolutely heard
it
this.
here first.
Oh, horseshit!
You're lying,
Brian.
You're
Go talk to
liar.
Brian Leakey, you lying motherfucker. He started this same horse shit a year ago.
No, he didn't.
Hell, yes, he did. Using fishing line, you dipshit.
Don't try and steal my thunder, Jack.
This has been talked about time and time again, and the physical impossibility is simply that you cannot pull the sag out of a line. I don't care what kind of line it is.
So what do you mean? Are you saying like if you pull it to the point where it breaks, just before that point, it's sagging?
It will still sag, absolutely, over any distance, any reasonable distance that you're talking about, even a quarter of a mile. You can never get that line to be straight. It will not be.
You can never bring it to that point.
It cannot possibly be. Yeah, you got to meet one of two conditions.
You're not listening.
Either the line has got to have no mass.
I'm telling you.
You are not listening to me. The line has to have no mass, or it has to be able to sustain infinite tension.
Do you know what buoys are?
I know
a buoy hold on. The buoys would act as a support system, moron. Please don't jump ahead of
moron.
yourself.
Then you're just following the curvature of the fucking earth, moron.
Well, great. Then it'd be measurable.
You're just following the curvature of the earth. Why do you need a rope? You've got the fucking buoys. Why do you need the buoys? You've got the fucking water. Good God. That's dumb. You're trying to establish a straight reference. You cannot do that with a rope or a line or a piece of fishing line or a wire or anything else over any distance at all. It will sag. Sorry, that's just laws of physics and the result of gravity.
That's begging the question. If there is an actual curve making these reference points deviate, and there would be evidence of the deviation.
Look,
until this test is done,
you don't understand. I'm trying to help you.
Hold on. Until
go ahead and pull your line.
It's going to be able to tell.
And it's going to make it look like the distance at the center is lower than the distance at either end. That doesn't help. That doesn't help you. That helps me. If you want to do it that way, dummy, go right ahead.
Relax. Let me say something. Would it help if we had a 10-foot buoy system where it would be able to? I'm sure we can pull a rope from 10 feet tight enough to where it would be horizontal, if you will. And if there is a curve, it would represent that.
Right.
Would
just
10
say,
feet
be, what's the difference from 2 miles?
Sagging, you're going to mistake the sag and the rope.
We're always trying to make these observations with optics, and I'm saying putting something physical there in its place.
What I'm trying to tell you is you're going to force it to look like the earth is curved by the fact that the damn line is going to have sag in it. You're screwing yourself. I'm trying to help you.
Are you telling me you can't create
would a 10-foot gap or would a 10-foot span, would that be distance enough? Would that be able would you be able to pull something?
Could you do it with a 10-foot piece of rope without any sag?
Of course you could.
Okay, great.
What kind of measurement are you going to make over 10 feet?
How you can do it at 2 foot,
no,
but you can't
10-foot span of 3 miles.
Wait a minute. Make your mind up. Is it 10 feet or is it 3 miles? What is the span of the rope?
The span is 3 miles, but in 10-foot sections, we pull the rope, so we don't have to say, "Hey, we can't pull this rope tight because it's 3 miles. It's inconceivable." Okay, well, we'll take it in 10-foot bites or 10-foot spans, and we'll still have a physical rope. We'll still
draw a
have these
picture of it.
buoys. Hey, fuck you! I'm not DMOC, dude. This is actual science that we're trying to conduct here.
This is not
These
science.
are thought experiments. Yeah.
Blue Marble, don't say it's dumb, okay? Why don't you try to steel man him and see if you can help him make his point? I think if it's a 3 mile, that's a great distance because there should be 72 inches of Earth's curvature. Do you agree with that on the surface? You agree with that, don't you?
Yeah. So that's drop, not curvature. The drop from a horizontal.
Okay, hold on. Stop right there.
3 miles out.
Fine. Explain to us drop and how we would measure that. I mean, how bad would it look over 3 miles?
But if a sphere, hold on. If a sphere curves in all directions at the same rate, then you would have the same drop from the middle to the each end, right?
Right. So you're talking about 1.5 miles, not 3 miles.
Right. I get what you're saying.
And over 1.5 miles, the drop is then only about 1.5 feet.
But you could still have it from one end to the other because it would still be double. Yeah. It would be the 3 miles from one end to the other.
There is no known substance on this earth that you could pull 3 miles and pull it straight.
But why does the distance matter? It would just matter on the material and the strength of what's holding it.
Man. Look.
Blue Marble. Let me respond to this for a second.
This problem, hold on, Godric. To fix this problem, I suggested we go in 10-foot spans. I'm sure we could even go in maybe 25-foot spans or even 100-foot spans. We can pull a rope horizontal, which would be a horizontal plane, perfect level, not level curve, but level horizontal. One rope, 100 feet span. Because he's saying you could never pull a rope 3 miles. Okay, I'll concede to that. But if you would go in different spans of, say, 100 feet, I even said 10 feet, but that might be a little close. That'd be a lot of buoys, and that'd be a lot of drones to measure their or to record their location. But let's just say every 100 foot, put a buoy, put a drone, and give its reference point. And we could make measurements and derive these measurements, and we would be able to see this curvature that you claim would be there.
No,
or the absence of such.
What you would do is waste a hell of a lot of time. All you need to do is one 100-foot section. They're all going to be the same. Each 100-foot section will look just like each other one.
Golden, I'm not trying to change your idea, but I have an idea. Okay. We'll get a freshwater lake, right? That's 2 miles. Okay. Now, that should be, 3 miles. You said 3 miles? That should be curving 72 inches. I don't know what Blue Marble's talking about. It's not curvature, but he can explain it later. So, what we would do, we would put poles, like wooden poles, stuck in the ground, and we would measure them above the sea level, above the water level. Let's say 2 feet above the water level. They all have to. We're gonna make like a red line, like a red piece of tape around that pole, exactly 2 feet above the water level. Okay. Now, do that over 3 miles. So the poles should be showing at every point 2 feet above the water level. Okay. When they're all flush. Okay. And what we should see a bulge in between the A and B, the beginning and the end of 72 inches, which is 3 feet, which is more than the distance of the measurement above the water. How am I?
That's incorrect, and I can explain why.
Okay, wait, doofus. Hang on, just hang on a second. Blue Marble, do you have a problem with my idea?
Yeah, you got all that math wrong.
Yeah, I was about to
Doing math.
explain
I
that
ain't
math
doing
too.
math. I just did
Every
a common sense observation.
Right. Do you want the explanation as to why you did the math wrong or not?
I didn't do any math. I'm just telling you we can measure the curve by putting poles above the water level. That's all I said.
Okay. Do you
You're
want the
talking about
explanation to what you did wrong or not?
Can I?
Let me have Blue Marble answer first, and then you can answer Doofus. Go ahead. And I appreciate your criticism.
Hey, real quick, Godric. This is my experiment, so let me just let me comment on one thing I'm observing. As we got these globe defenders coming in at bay, you know, they're attacking us, they're swarming us, and they're defending this. But why are you guys coming here to defend this? Are you guys like scared or something? You guys are psychotic.
You could take the criticisms of how the methodology is you're employing and how it's incorrect and how it won't determine anything, or you could continue to complain that we're actually trying to help you figure out why you're doing it wrong.
Actually, I don't mind the criticism from Blue Marble first, if you can tell me what I did wrong or why it's not going to work, and then you, Doofus. Go ahead.
First of all, you're talking about a 3-mile test. You're talking about trying to measure the curvature of the Earth over a distance of 3 miles. What you're looking for is not the drop over a 3-mile distance. That would be from the horizontal from one side to down to the other side of it. You're looking for the sagitta in the center. And that sagitta is not 3 miles, it's 1.5 miles either way. So you're not looking at a 6-foot drop, you're looking at more like 1.5 feet.
Yep, exactly.
Now, and again, the problem is we've already got you guys convinced, I think. You can't pull a rope, a line of any sort, any distance like that without it sagging. If you want to try that, be my guest. You're going to prove Earth curve just by the sag in the damn line.
Mm-hmm.
If you go down through there, putting buoys every so often, every 100 feet, you only need one set of buoys. That's it. Because each time you put a buoy in there, you reset the entire thing. What you've done is just followed the curvature of the Earth. Those 100-foot segments are all going to look like they're, perfectly flat.
Yeah,
That's why we do differential leveling. That's why we do things like that.
The rope is one object of itself, whereas all the buoys are different, and obviously the water's moving at different rates in different places. So,
Well, he was talking about using buoys to support the rope.
Right. Yeah,
Right,
and then the
but
motion of the water is going to be a problem.
right.
Hey,
That's just not a feasible test. What it will do is undoubtedly show
obfuscate all
curvature.
you can, just so this experiment isn't done to prove flat Earth. Go ahead.
I'll be glad to watch you guys do it, and you're going to prove the Earth is curved when you do that.
I see you obfuscating for your globe. I get it. I know why
I'm not
you do it.
obfuscating. I'm trying to help you, bud. I mean,
Defending your belief.
If you don't want help, go right ahead. Fall flat
Survival
on your
mode.
face.
I understand
I'll
why.
stand back and laugh while you do it.
Right. If you don't want the help, just keep sitting in here and telling each other that it's flat, obviously.
Now just trying to interject and detract and divert. That's all you do.
Now, giving you the reason why it won't be a valid test is not obfuscation. Obfuscation would be if we change the topic, if we talk about something other than what the test is. Since we're on topic, that's not what's going on here.
The smart thing I could do is agree with you totally. The smartest thing for me would be to say, that's a great idea. Why don't you boys do that? Pull that rope and measure that distance at the center. And I know that that's going to show curvature. In fact, it's going to show too much. I'm trying to help you. What I'm doing is hurting me, not you. that sag in the rope is going to look like the water got closer to the to that true straight line, which isn't truly straight because the rope is sagging. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Tell you what, forget I said anything. Great idea. Pull your fucking rope. Let's go for it.
You put a man on the moon. Anything is possible. What is that law? What do they say? If something can happen, will happen.
Well, the one thing we're not going to do is violate that fundamental law of physics that has to do with gravity and a rope or a line of any sort. That catenary sag is going to be there. I don't give a shit what you do or how smart you are. You're not going to get rid of it.
All right. Any sag calculation you do, in order to have 0 degrees change in angle over the course of that, you need an infinite amount of force, and you're not going to apply an infinite amount of force, obviously.
Or 0 mass for the line.
All right.
Meet one of those two conditions.
Wait, why do you need an infinite amount of force? What for?
Well, look at the formula for sag, calculating sag over a rope with a weight to it. In order to have 0 angle change over the length of that rope, you have to either apply an infinite amount of force or the rope has to weigh 0 mass. Or
Hey,
have 0 mass.
what if this mass is negligible? What if we take some sort of spider's web or something that is really strong, stronger than steel, or or then fuck it, let's take steel.
What about the 2 boats? The 2 boats are pulling the rope, so wouldn't the weight be relayed to the boats in the end?
The rope would still have weight.
Any material is going to have some mass to it per unit length.
But because the boats are pulling the rope, they literally end up rendering the rope weightless in a sense. You know what I
No,
mean?
they don't. You can't do that.
The rope will still have weight pointing downward.
Yeah. And that's the
All
problem.
you're doing is you're just pulling it.
Yeah, the tighter you pull it, the less sag you'll have in it, but it will break before you ever pull the sag out of it, especially over those distances. You can try it yourself. Go ask any construction guy if you can pull a string line, say 300 feet. Hell, you'll have a 1 foot sag in that damn string at about the point it breaks.
But you could have it pulled 10 foot 30 times.
He already said he'll do 25
Hey,
feet.
wouldn't that be calculable though? Wouldn't we be able to factor in the sag rate since you guys factor in the diffraction or refraction rate all the time?
Right. Anything with non-zero mass, as in it has mass, the amount of force required would be infinite to get 0 angle change over that length.
No, we could factor that out. With the math, you guys always fudge the numbers. Let us fudge the numbers with this, and we'll show a 0 degree grade, non-rotating flat Earth. Thank you very much, Air Force, NASA.
Sure.
Go for it.
1 second, Gold King. You won't have to
see if you can pull the sag out of something that long. Just do it.
You won't have to worry about the sag because your idea has buoys on top of the water. And you're going to run that rope or that fishing line over those buoys, let's say by some kind of an instrument that sticks above the buoy and run it over it, like let's say a ruler, something that will hold that line.
Godric, are you in a different conversation?
That could be in between each, let's say, in between each 20 feet or 10 feet. But that's negligible because you just go from the top of each buoy, right? And after 3 miles, you should have 72 inches curvature.
Yeah, hold on. Why don't we use like a railroad system where we have a track system?
It's up to you. We were going over water with it like a fishing line, which probably would work actually, if you put the buoys close together on a freshwater lake.
Right, but then you have to consider each case. You assume the Earth has no curvature. You say the water's flat, so the string just keeps going over the thing. Or the Earth is spherical, the water is curved, and the string just goes over the thing. In both cases, it will look identical with the
We're
string
not making
compared to
any
the buoy.
We're not making any assumptions. We're looking for 72 inches of curvature. Just like
No,
and
as
by
was
the way,
already explained in this conversation, you're looking for 18 inches of sagitta over a chord, not 72 inches, Godric.
Okay, so I just posted the global calculator, which is the basic one. Are you saying it doesn't curve 3 feet in 3 miles? Is that what you're saying? Explain yourself.
Godric, listen very carefully. And I know that you've heard this once already, but you reset already in the same conversation that we're having. Over the course of 3 miles, the point in the middle is going to have 1.5 miles worth of difference between the ends. You have to consider the amount over a chord, which is going to be a quarter of the drop over the same distance. 72 inches for 3 miles turns into 18 inches in the middle.
No, because you're only measuring a mile and a half. So no, we're measuring 3 miles from A to B.
Right, but you don't have a straight line from A to compare against. What you have is the line between A and B, which is a chord, and over that chord you're looking for the sagitta, not the drop at one end or the other. Godric.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong, but you're not making sense, at least to me. Either the Earth curve
Draw
at
out the
72
picture
inches
then.
or not. Just look at the post I made. Just look at if you want to criticize the
I
post
understand.
I made, which is 6 feet of curvature. Okay.
Yeah, I understand the tangential drop from point A to point B. However, that's not what you're going to end up trying to find. Geometrically, you can't do that over this run. You don't have a horizontal reference from A reaching all the way out to B. What you have is a line between A and B, which is a chord, and over that chord is the sagitta, which is 1/4 of the drop of the whole span.
No. Are you trying to include observer
What do you
height?
mean,
Is that what
no?
you're getting confused? Okay, so let's just back up for a second, okay?
Let me give you a suggestion.
6 feet is 6 feet, right? You're saying it's 3 feet.
Listen to me for a second. Take your
Yes.
Earth curve calculator. You've got the eye height set at 0. Don't set
That's
it
correct.
at 0. Set the eye height at 1.5 feet and set the target distance at 3 miles, and then see what the hidden height is on the other side.
Well, you know what? You're right.
You do
Let me
that.
set it for 2 feet because I said we're going to do it 2 feet above the water.
No, do it at 1.5. Do what I said. Eye height 1.5 feet, target distance 3 miles, and see what it says the hidden height is.
All right, hang on. Why do you say 1.5 feet though?
Just do it and tell me what the hidden height is.
Yeah, you're going to see something interesting at the end of it.
Okay, they're 1.5 feet.
Amazing.
1.5 feet of hidden height.
Cool.
Now that's
that
what we're
matches where you
telling
started,
you.
right?
That's what we've been trying to tell you. What I've been trying to tell you for an hour now.
So that actually, I think that's correct. If you're going to take a measurement, you can't be on the exact water. It has to be above, so you can see a difference. If you don't mind, let me move it down to 1 foot and see what I get. Because you can definitely do 1 foot above the water, right?
Right, but you're trying to find what the
I get 2.1 hidden feet. That's going to be very difficult to see.
You're trying to find the point where those two are equal, which we already gave you was 1.5 feet. The reason for that is because the line, the whole 3 miles, that's a chord, C-H-O-R-D. You might want to look up that term. That, a sagitta over that, is what you're actually trying to figure in this. And that's 18 inches, not 72 inches.
Well, I got it to be 25 inches right now at 1 foot observer, 1 foot over the 1 foot observer height.
You don't get to put the bulge anywhere you want to.
Yeah,
You can put it. You could actually put it to wherever you want to. It's just a different measurement, different observation. You can go higher, lower. You can go farther, right?
No, you want it to be in the middle. Because that's what you're doing is you're making a chord and you're trying to figure out what's going on in the middle.
No, you're not actually. You're looking at the distance, at what's happening at the end. The middle would only be half of the curvature, correct?
All right. So presume the Earth is spherical.
But you can
How
answer my
exactly
question.
would you have?
Wouldn't there be half the curvature in the middle? Or
No.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
geometrically that doesn't make any sense. So presume the Earth is spherical for just a second. If you're starting at A and you have your horizontal reference and you're running a line out to B, how in the world are you going to compare that horizontal reference from A all the way out at B?
By measuring like a pole that's, let's say, 1 foot above the water or 2 feet above the water, like that, easily. Makes sense to me. Why would that be a problem?
But you don't have anything out at B that represents the horizontal at A.
I don't know what you mean by don't have anything at B. B is the end, A is the beginning, right? You have a pole. You have poles throughout, right? So you can see that if it's bending or flat, that's all.
Right, but
I don't know what
are you
you're
comparing against? You're comparing against.
Does not work.
What are you comparing against? You're comparing against a chord. You're not comparing against a horizontal reference anymore.
Okay, and then what? Are you
then you should probably use the calculation for the sagitt over a chord instead of a tangential drop at one end.
I don't see why it wouldn't work. I mean, either it's going to curve or not. And the amount, you find the amount by the experiment will tell you the amount, or at least maybe a ballpark. You wouldn't know the exact amount, but if you had if the distant object at 3 miles was, let's say, let's just say you put the poles, like I said, into the water, floating 1 foot above the water level, right? And we can observe, let's say, for example, if we can, how far we can see those poles, for example. That'd be one way. I think you're coming to the conclusion and saying it wouldn't work, but I don't know what the conclusion is going to be. I want to be open-minded. I don't want to say it's flat or round. I want to just do the experiment and get the result.
Right, but that's the thing is if you rush into doing the experiment without knowing what you should expect, then how do you know what you end up with is what you should have expected?
Well, let's say if it's flat, right, we would expect to see most of those poles, right? If it's curved, those poles should disappear by the amount dictated by the globe, by the amount I put in there. If it's 1 foot at 3 miles, it should disappear 2.1 feet from A to B. Am I right?
Well, now you're going off of an optical observation, right? You're looking at from A down to B.
That's what the Earth Curve calculator says. It says if you put 1 foot above the water at 3 miles, we'll have 2.1 foot curve.
Okay, I'll try this one more time. So now you're looking from A to B along the line. Right?
Yes.
So when you're doing an optical observation, you then need to consider optics. Right now, the curvature calculator you have does not consider optics.
Are you claiming refraction? Is that what you're saying?
I don't have to claim refraction. Refraction is a thing that is known to exist.
Yeah, so, well, that's where we're going to disagree.
We're going to disagree that refraction exists? Do you have a camera?
We're going to disagree that that we can control the refraction to a minimum so it doesn't affect the observation. That's what I'm saying.
Control refraction to a minimum.
Get the temperature of the water and the air at a certain time of day. For example, if you do this at noon when it's hot and the sun's out, you won't see 3 miles actually. But if you did it, on a cool day where the temperatures are equal, you'd have minimal negligible refraction. You have what I call a perfect observation. Not that hard. So refraction would be basically negligible. You can say 0, but I know it's point or whatever, but we can say 0. And that's where I'm gonna disagree with you. I know you think that refraction happening, but it's really not, and you can't show it's happening. You can't prove it.
Oh, I could. I could actually do a live stream right now if I was live stream verified. I don't think I am. Or I could just show you some screenshots. This is a very fun thing you can do.
I'll watch it. I'm saying that if you control refraction with the what I call near perfect conditions, the light would not bend. Okay, it would just, you see what it is, and that's what it is. And I know that the globers have to insert refraction's always happening. That's why we have a 706R globe. And if you could understand that that's not a satisfying answer, because all you're doing is inserting a globe, begging the question. Now, if you can somehow show me that what we see is not what it is, and if we can get excellent conditions or near perfect conditions that is still refracting, I'll pay attention. I'll look. I've never seen that not be the case.
All right. Well, let me go ahead and post something for you. Oops, that's not
Thank you.
Discord. That's YouTube. Do.
So what they're doing, Jim Jam, and where did Golden King go? What they're saying is, they're saying that because of refraction, we're not seeing we're not going to see the curve because it's refracting over the globe. That's what they're saying. That's what they're trying to claim. So I don't know what to do about that. So it's curving, but you can't see it. It's curving, but it's going to appear flat. That's what you're saying.
All right. So Godric, here in the chat, what I've got posted is a nice graph. Right. Now, what I did was, while I was sitting, I started the graph. Then I walked upstairs, sat there for a second, then walked back downstairs again. Now you'll notice when I walked upstairs, the air pressure decreased quite precipitously, very measurably. And then I came back downstairs, the air pressure went back up again. And this is just a cheapo $280 cell phone.
How tall is your house?
But this is just one story that I went. I can go another story if you really want me to, but it really does exactly the same thing.
It's interesting. I have here 9.839 to 9.90. I'm sorry, 983.9 to 983.5 or 0.6. That's let me get the percentage difference. 9.9. Let me do the math real quick. 0.57 and 0.92. Hang on. 983.9 divided by 983.57.
These are pressures. You don't divide them.
You got a 0.00033 difference. Is that what was that what
you're supposed to you're supposed to subtract them? These are pressures, so you don't divide them.
No. You're looking for a percentage difference.
What do you mean no?
0.0033. Wouldn't that be negligible in 3 miles?
Okay, let's try this one more time. What do you mean no? Pressures
Subtraction doesn't do nothing. You want to
between each other in order to figure out what the difference is. Because difference in the English language typically denotes a subtraction math problem.
No, it doesn't. Listen, you want to know the difference between one and the other one.
Difference is a subtraction problem. Please refer to elementary school.
Your second level is the higher number, and your basement is the lower number, correct?
The lower floor is the higher pressure.
I'm sorry, I got it backwards. Okay, so the lower pressure is the lower floor.
No.
I'm sorry. The higher pressure is the lower floor.
Yeah.
And the higher floor is the lower pressure.
Yes.
Okay, so according to my math, the higher floor is 1.00033 difference. It's not even coming towards a percentage. It's far off.
Godric.
So that's negligible.
Godric, air pressures, you don't divide them. you subtract them. Because when you're trying to find a difference, when you hear the word difference in math, that means subtraction.
Well, let me subtract them. Let's see what I get. 983.6 and 983, is it 0.8? Let me see. What you got? 0.92.
You can do it in your head, man. It's 0.35.
0.3. I got 0.32, but okay. So now this is a 0.32 difference. So that means nothing, actually. Does it?
It does mean something. Obviously, I measured it, and the graph shows it.
You would need to know the
You can
difference
say that it
between
means
one and the
nothing,
other
but that's
one.
not true.
Let me help you. Okay, look. Let me take your numbers again. I'm gonna just so we're clear. 983.92 and 983.57. Okay, hang on a second.
It's a difference of 0.35.
Divided by.
No, not divided.
Okay,
Godric, you don't divide air pressures to find out the difference.
I get 0.0355% difference. Are you okay with that?
No, because you don't divide in order to find out the difference in pressure. Regardless, we have a difference
you would need to know
in
the
pressure
difference in
here.
pressure, and subtracting it doesn't give you the difference.
Yes,
It gives you a number.
subtracting something
You're
does
right,
give you a
number,
difference,
but it doesn't
Godric.
tell you what that number means. You can't know the difference between 9.8 and 9.7 until you divide them and you get a difference in percentage.
No, that's not how that works.
Tell the difference. That's a practical way to do it.
No, because if you're
subtracting it doesn't tell you where you are.
Okay, Godric, listen very carefully. In order to find out how much light should change direction within a gradient, you do the difference. You subtract the pressures. You then take the difference in height. You take those two differences, which are both individual subtraction problems, and then divide them. You're doing the division in the wrong place, Godric.
Even if I gave you a subtraction which doesn't prove anything, those numbers are negligible because then you have to move up 12 feet to go to a higher floor, and we're only measuring 2 feet off the water.
Right, and then there's a difference in elevation. You get a gradient. The difference in pressure over the difference in height gives you a gradient. That tells you which direction and by how much the light will change direction over through the course of traveling through that medium. Now, what's interesting is that here, at least in this house, the temperature has changed by even less than the amount that the pressure has changed. Obviously, from one floor to the next, the temperature is not very different. I have central air and the fan's always running. It's always circulating. So now, what I find then is that the density of the air decreased as I gained altitude. And hopefully you're aware, through a gradient, the light bends toward the more dense portion of that medium.
Are you done?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, you can ask me questions.
It's a fallacious example because you're moving 12 feet, and we only have 2 feet above the water at the most, so a foot and a half, whatever you guys want to do. So fallacious example.
Okay, I'll try and explain it another way. The difference in pressure over the difference in...
Let me ask you this. Just jump. Why don't you jump forward and tell me the end result that you think it should be for, what is it, 2 feet? What's the curvature? 2.1 feet? We said if we go a foot over the water at 3 miles, it's 2.1 feet of curvature, yes?
I know you want me to start at a different spot, but no, I'm going to keep going on the spot that I'm at. The difference in pressure over the difference in height gives you the lapse rate, the change for any given distance. So that lapse rate, if you apply it to 2 feet, you'll also get a difference in pressure as an end result. The lapse rate is
Oh, yeah.
what's telling you which direction the light will bend and by how much.
So you say negligible?
No, I'm not saying negligible. It's a non-zero value. There's definitely some downward refraction.
So it sounds like you've done the math on this. So what's the end result? What's your number you're getting?
I mean, in the general case, in the vastly common case, in most stable conditions, you'll be getting just due to refraction alone, what is it, 1.3 or 1.4 inches per mile squared? The object will appear higher than its actual position.
Right, which is what I was telling Jim Jam and Golden King who left. You're going to say it's refracting. It's making it look flat, but it's really curved, right? That's your claim.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is
Okay,
that it'll
somebody
be
say a different way.
deflected by roughly 1.4, 1.3 inches or whatever per square mile or per mile squared. If you're looking for curvature that's 8 inches per mile squared, you have to, because they're in the same direction, you have to subtract them. So you'll end up with what? 6.7 inches per mile squared visually is what you'll end up seeing.
Let me put it a different way. Okay, I get 2.1 feet of curvature over 3 miles at 1 foot observer height, which I think we can do that experiment. You don't have a problem with that? If we can do that, okay? Now, you're saying because of refraction, we'll have what result?
Right, as I was trying to get to, you're making an optical observation. So when you try to use the curvature calculator that you used, the one that does not consider optics, in order to try and determine what it is that you will see in the distance, you have to acknowledge the fact that because you're making an optical observation, you should consider optics and not use the curvature calculator that you've chosen to use.
So you have no answer.
I do. 6.7 inches per mile squared.
What is that at 3 miles? Can you do the math?
Well, it depends on your observer elevation, obviously.
Are you seriously doing this?
Yes.
We
What do you
already
mean?
established
What do you mean,
the
am I
observer
serious?
observation. We already established the height. It's 1 foot.
All right.
Do you have a number or not?
Let's go.
What's the curvature?
You have to consider when you're doing an optical observation, both curvature and refraction
You're just
simultaneously.
saying shit. Listen, I'm going along with you, but you're just really saying shit. You have not given me an answer. I told you have a face example because you're going upstairs, which is 12 or 15 feet. I don't know how high it is in your house, and we don't have that in our observation. We have 2 feet. Okay. Next, I said we're supposed to have 2.1 feet of curvature over 3 miles, not including refraction, because I believe we can eliminate refraction because we can get the perfect conditions to have a perfect observation, minimize refraction, so it's negligible. And you disagree. So what amount of curvature will we have? And you have nothing. All you have is, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. It's just nonsense, bro.
Okay.
I mean, if you claim math, you should know the math.
Yeah.
You know.
So I'll go ahead and explain it again. You have to include optics in order to make an optical observation. If your prediction does not include optics, then you're not doing it correctly, Godric.
Just give me the number we're supposed to see curving. Do you know that? You understand what I'm saying? I know you get this.
All right.
I don't explain it to me.
You're saying I'm wrong. You don't have the answer.
Right. 1.5 feet roughly on the distant object if you consider both curvature and refraction simultaneously.
Okay, so I'm saying it's going to be 2.1 feet curvature, and you're saying it's going to be 1.5 feet curvature. Is that correct?
Not curvature.
Oh, that's going to be 0.1, about 2 inches, about 1.5 inches. We're 7 inches off. Is that a fair rounded number?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay, see, that wasn't hard. All right, so if we're 7 inches off, honestly, that's going to be very difficult to see over 3 miles. However, if you're claiming 1.5 feet of curvature, right?
Not of curvature, of hidden.
Well, I'm just going to call it curvature for this. I know you think that's wrong. I'm just going to call it curvature. If you're claiming 1.5 and I'm saying 2.1, right? Then we can put the pole 2 feet above the water, right? And if we see the last pole, then the globe is debunked.
No, that's not how that works.
Yeah, because you're saying there's only 1.5 feet of curvature. I'm saying there'd be 2.1 feet of curvature.
Hold
yeah,
on.
the height that you won't the pole, the
1.5
final
feet.
hang on. The
No,
final
I'm not
pole,
going to hang on.
I
If it's
get that.
1.5 feet of hidden, that means a 2-foot pole should be visible, Godric.
Okay, so mine would work it with no refraction, and yours would work. Okay, so then we'll have to. Okay, good. So then we'll have to adjust. Okay, so you're saying that we can see 7 inches, right? Okay, so if we put the poles 1 foot above the water, all the way across, flush on a serene freshwater lake, we take them off with, let's say, tape 1 foot above the water level, all the way down 3 miles. And you're saying we should have 1.5 feet of curvature, and we can see that last pole. Then the globe is debunked by 5 inches. Correct?
I mean, I would hesitate because the unlikelihood that you'll find a body of water that has the same temperature as the air above it is extremely high. I mean, I don't know if you've measured the temperature of bodies of water before.
What if we do a frozen lake? Would that be better?
No, that would be worse.
Okay, it won't be better. Okay. Well, I mean, I used your math, and you're saying the globe's not falsifiable. That's all I'm hearing. Can you help me out?
No, you just need a longer distance if you're going to do this thing. 3 miles is is peanuts.
3 miles is a nice measurement because it is a meaningful amount of curvature you can measure. For 1, 2, anybody can do it. 3, it's simple. It's a quick. The farther you go, 10 miles, 15 miles, then you get in all these other kind of atmospheric problems.
What other
So,
atmospheric problems are
I
there that
disagree.
aren't in your 3-mile observation?
Sea mist, the ripples on the water. Temperature is going to make the distant objects fuzzy and stretched out. Refraction, you can call it refraction. Magnification, all these things are going to be happening. There's too much light. There's magnification.
What
problems.
magnification?
So magnification is what I call when that distant boat starts going farther away. Instead of just getting smaller and merging into the horizon, which it will do on a perfect observation, it starts stretching out and stretching longer into the sky, and it could look like it's actually in the sky, right? So it's being the pictures, the size is being magnified bigger. And we know the boats can't be that big, so I call that magnification. It's actually looking bigger than it should at the distance.
Right. Which, if you actually make enough observations, you'll find out that only happens in the vertical direction. It doesn't happen in the horizontal direction. That's not magnification.
I'll go with that. So vertical magnification. What do you want to call it? Something different?
Depends on the direction that's being displaced. If it's just changing position, you could either, if it's just changing position and it's not inverting in any way, you'll just say it's either looming or sinking. If it has an inverted image, the position of that inverted image, either below or above, we'll call it either a inferior or superior mirage. And if there's multiple, you can just call it Fata Morgana, and because that's the catch-all term for things that don't fit the other categories. I mean, those would be the proper terms anyway.
That's just so much. Like, okay, what do we call it if it's stretching out vertical?
Well,
just give me a word.
if it's becoming taller, you could say towering.
Okay, I'll go. It's towering, right, at X miles. Now, we may have hit some common ground here because if the object, let's say a boat, is towering, okay, meaning that it's stretching vertical, like you said, not horizontal. Fine. Wouldn't that mean that it can be appearing? Because that picture, that distant picture of the boat is larger. Can that mean that the bottom of the boat is appearing below the horizon, and top of the boat is appearing above the horizon because it's towering? So it can appear to go below the horizon, but actually not, because it's being stretched out. Can we agree on that?
Depends on the situation. Probably not. The way that you'll typically make an observation off into the distance is obviously if you see some sort of distortion like that, you're already going to consider that not a great observation anyway, in terms of figuring out the geometry of anything. If it's not
okay, but in my experience is Globers. I don't mean you. I mean normies. Okay, we'll see the bottom of the boat disappearing, and automatically immediately claim curvature. So I'm trying to say it may not be curvature. It may be that it's, in this case, towering.
Towering is a change in refractive index, a change in the gradient of the refractive index along the vertical position of the image. It's not a good example. If you want to talk about looming or sinking, which is not one of those stretching sort of phenomena, then that's a lot easier to discuss.
I mean, if a boat is bigger than it should be, if it's appearing bigger than it should be, right? You can't claim it's you won't be able to see the bottom if the bottom is stretched out, right?
You could potentially be able to see the bottom in a towering event. Yeah, the rest of the scenario needs to be more specific because towering alone doesn't really tell you anything.
If it was up in the sky, raised upwards, yes, it can look. You can see the bottom stretched in the sky. But if the bottom is below the horizon, that doesn't necessarily mean it's hidden behind curvature. Correct?
That would be incorrect in the vastly common case. Because in order for that to occur in the vastly common case, in order for us to see the surface of the Earth in the way of something in the distance, we would have to have upward refraction as the common occurrence in our atmosphere. And we don't.
I'm just going to disagree on that one. I was trying to get a common ground. We can at least agree on one thing. I still think a 3-foot observation is great because it's easy and we can measure it, and you don't have to do anything fancy. And if you were to go 1 foot above the water with these poles, we should have, I say 2.1 feet of the final pole should be 2.1 feet below the horizon from A to B. And you're saying
the base of the pole would be the base of the pole, if you ignore the atmosphere, would be 2.1 feet below the horizon. But of course, you have to consider the atmosphere because it's there.
And you said considering the atmosphere is 1.5 feet in the basic case.
Considering both curvature and the atmosphere at the same time.
And if I can see the pole at 1 foot above, the globe's debunked.
No,
because
if you're at a 1 foot elevation and your distant pole is 2 feet tall, then you should be able to see half a foot of it. In the vastly common case, there will be cases where that body of water is. There will be cases where that body of water is colder than the air above it, which is most common for bodies of water.
Do you see how you're making it so the globe's not falsifiable? Do you see what you're doing?
No, I'm bringing up real world examples. Bodies of water often are colder than the air that's above them. And what that causes is additional looming.
What was the whole point of you going up and down the stairs and showing me the difference in pressure and then saying, I know how to do your refraction number. Give me 1.5 feet. And now you're saying that 1.5 feet doesn't work.
Okay, the
That's what
purpose
just
of me
happened.
showing you the difference in pressure with respect to altitude has to do with the common case, what our atmosphere is commonly organized, such that the highest density is below. The light would have to bend downward in the vastly common case. That's how our atmosphere is organized.
What's the difference? What's the difference in curvature that would show that the globe is debunked? Seeing that you don't like it would be 7 inches difference. In this case, 5 inches difference. What would be the difference in inches or feet? How would these poles have to be for it to debunk the globe?
Well, the problem is you're super duper close to a surface that's very likely to be a different temperature than the air above it, and you're doing this over a short distance. If you had a longer optical observation, like at least 10 miles, and you were doing this farther away from that surface, and you were using some sort of precision instrument that actually can measure angles down to arc seconds, then that would be much more convincing.
But still not enough to debunk the globe.
Well, yeah, that would definitely be a sufficient amount of tooling, and the situation would be the most stable possible. So yeah.
So let me just get it straight. 10 miles. Okay. Now let me do the Earth measurement on 10 miles of curvature. Wait a minute, like this. Let's just go 3 feet because 3 feet's a little more better.
No, you got to get away from the surface, man. That's the whole point. Is being close to a surface is a problem, and that's why typically you'll see "We See Too Far" trademark videos very close to a surface of water. You'll be really close to it, like 1 to 3 feet. That's where they want their cameras, because that body of water is likely a different temperature than the air above it.
You're amazing. But I'm going to do my 3 feet observation at 10 miles, and it should be 41 feet, 41.3 feet of hidden height. Yeah, I know why you want to go higher, because you'd have that would save your globe to go higher.
No, it wouldn't.
You can see farther, right?
No, the purpose of getting that tool that has the ability to measure angles down to a couple of arc seconds or 1 arc second, depending on what tool you get, is to no longer have to worry about how much of the thing in the distance is hidden, but where the actual object is relative to your local horizontal reference. That way you can determine whether or not there is drop occurring and how much of it there is.
Well,
hey, Godric. Hold on, Godric. Wait, hold on, Godric. Dude, you see what they're doing? They're trying to lure you into these optical observations because they know their get out of jail free card is always refraction. You got to get away from it, dude. They love to see you talking about optics, and they're gonna win every time. But
I'll tell you what.
My experiment would provide something physical, tangible that they can't handle. So I suggest we get this anti-gravity rope, and we extend it out, stretch it out, and we'll be able to measure this curve once and for all.
Golden King, I appreciate that, and I want to. You stepped away, but before you stepped away, I was talking to Doofus, and I asked him 4 times what, with refraction, what a feet would be hidden. He couldn't tell me. Finally, he told me 1.5 feet at 3 miles at 1/5 of their height. And then he says, no, that's not going to work because of refraction. And then he says, now, since that's not going to work.
I gave you the number for this.
You know what he's going to give you? You know what he's going to give you, Godric? He's going to give you many answers because his nautical almanac that he gets these figures from.
I didn't use a nautical almanac.
Are all different.
Okay, Doofus.
Their account for standard refraction is always good enough, and the deviation is negligible. The difference.
Mr. Manfred, how high do you have to
They're
go
gonna
above
win
the
every
Earth?
time, dude.
How high do you have to go
You
above the
gotta
Earth
use
to get
something physical, bro.
accurate observation, Mr. Manfred? How high?
How high what? Because he kept talking while you were trying to talk.
How high do we have to go above the Earth to get a accurate observation of curvature?
Well, the most
Dude, they're
stable
obfuscating
part of the
God here.
atmosphere is at 20 feet above ground level or higher.
So let's just say 20 feet.
Yeah, or higher. Either way, yeah.
Dude, he's
20 feet or
taking
I mean,
higher.
you
the
for
higher
a
you
walk,
go,
Roderick.
the more difficult it's going to be, because now you're doing shit that only surveyors can do. You know,
Dude,
eventually you'll
Like
get to
to
the
have a
point where
theodolite?
dude.
I
a
mean,
regular,
you can rent a theodolite.
I can mark off 20 feet with a pole, and I can stand in a tree, or I can stand on a freaking platform. But don't make me go like 80 feet in the air. That's stupidness. So
Okay, but you
at
can
20
rent a
feet,
theodolite, right?
yes,
Okay, problem solved.
but we
It's
have
not
to
like
go
it's
in the
stuff
air.
that only
Hang on.
surveyors can do.
We have to go 20 feet above the surface of the water, correct?
Well, I mean, ideally you wouldn't do it over water anyway, but yeah, 20 feet above
Oh
the
my
water
god,
is
I
much
can't
more
do it over
stable.
water. Oh my god, you are amazing,
Dude,
bro.
I'm telling you, dude.
This is
Look,
getting
here's
worse
what
and
we
worse.
do,
Hey, what's up,
Roger.
Coach? Man,
Look,
The
you know
problem
what,
is,
Mr. Manfred, I do appreciate you, because I think you've done the math, but it's like ridiculous trying to actually find this shit out. It's like every time I try to get an articulate, accurate measurement, you just move the fucking goalpost, bro.
dude, they're
the reason
globe
why I
defenders,
mentioned it might
dude.
not be so great over water is because, as I've mentioned several times in this conversation, Godric, water is typically not the same temperature as the air above it. You're
Hey,
aware of that. I've
Godric,
said that
you
5
gotta
times now, right?
question.
Well,
You
hang on.
gotta
Agreed.
question their. Hey, hold on, dude. You gotta question their motivation for defending their globe.
It doesn't take, quote, defending the globe to mention that bodies of water typically are not the same temperature as the air above them. That's
Okay,
just a
so great.
statement of fact about
So
reality.
why don't we do these tropics? Why don't we do this when the temperature is similar to the water, the air temperature? Say in winter, say if we got cold waters, let's do it in the winter with cold waters. But all these experiments are always done in when it's hot and the water's cold. It's like, come on, guys. Are we going to learn from this already or not?
Let me just ask him, Doofus. Listen, it has to be over water, because over water you get your gravity bulge that you claim is happening, and I don't think that's ever happening. Okay, but I'm gonna give it to you. You think there's a gravity bulge happening, and we're gonna diffuse that. We're gonna challenge that by doing this observation. Okay, on the ground, obviously it's not going to be level, because gravity is not going to affect the ground as it does your gravity, by the way, not my gravity, as it does the water. So you can't measure over a Earth's surface.
Yes,
Can
you
you?
can. Yeah, actually you can. Because if you establish your altitude at one point, and then you're pointing at another object which you know its altitude, then you can figure out whether or not that thing in the distance is experiencing drop due to curvature or not. You just like directly measuring the angle to it.
Hey, real quick, Doofus. I was watching this video of Mark Sargent, and he was talking to a globe defender, a novice globe defender, saying, "Of course it's a globe. We got boats going over buildings," and then Mark Sargent brings out the P900, and hey, we can zoom in and see these boats. And then the guy was like, he didn't really know where to go with this, but he's like, well, he kind of like obfuscated and changed the subject. So you guys are expert globe defenders, man. Do you realize that this is what you do? Like,
Doofus,
you
man,
come
friend.
here day in,
That's
day
great.
out to defend your globe. You're like,
Hey, Golden King,
you're
are you the same
insane.
person as Flat Daddy?
Sounds very similar. I wasn't going to mention it.
1 second, Coach. I want to ask Mr. Manfred something. Do you have this observation over 10 miles?
I don't have any to share with you, not photographs anyway.
So you've never done it, but you can do it. You could do it. Let's just say that we could do it if we did it together.
We could do it together. So you're asking me to do it, basically.
I'm asking you if you can do it, because you haven't. I haven't done it. You haven't done it. Are you able to do it? Like saying, like, could you fly to Australia? You know, to see if it's there. You know, you can test it if you can do it. If you can't do it, then I don't know. But if you can do it, then it's doable. You think it's doable? We can do it. We can test it. I'm not saying we're gonna do it right now, but let's say in the future.
Well, I don't really. That's the thing. I don't really. It's not that I would want to go out and start renting a theodolite for the particular purpose of doing this. I have other reasons for why I know the Earth has curvature. If I wanted to go out and get a theodolite to do this, I'd have to have a really damn good reason. It'd have to
Dude,
be worth my time.
You took me down your journey about how you're gonna prove it, and now you're saying that you won't do it. Is that what I heard?
Right, because I used to have access to that kind of equipment for free, and now I don't have access to that kind of equipment for free anymore. So, I mean, it's got to be worth my time, is all I'm saying.
Why don't you just get like a ladder and you can like measure the ladder on one surface, and then you can measure with the ladder on the other surface, other side? Why do you have to have a theodolite?
To measure the angle, you have to take measurements, man.
I'm just looking to see if the thing is if I can see the distant object or not. That's all I'm gonna do. That's like a real basic.
Right, but the problem you end up having to deal with is, like you said, you want to do it over water because, you know, the water is supposedly conforming to whatever the surface of the Earth is on average. But in
Yes.
this case, the body of water tends to be a different temperature than the air above it. That's kind of a problem. You have to consider that.
Okay, but hang on. Stop right. Let me stop right there. We just addressed that, and you said you want to go 20 feet higher. So I said, let's do it 20 feet higher. And now you're saying it's still not going to work. What's going on, bro?
Right, because what you need is to be able to measure the angle with some level of precision. If you're going to be away from any of the surfaces that are potentially causing issues with your optical observation, then what you're going to have to do is you're going to point at an object, and obviously at 20 feet of elevation, you're probably not going to have it far enough away to where it's obstructed. So what you need then is something to precision measure the angle to that object to see if drop with respect to curvature is occurring.
Okay, so let me tell you how I would do it. I went using that light. I measured the 20 feet with a ruler or with a couple rulers. Put yourself on a perch or something, or in the first, second story, whatever 20 feet is. And then do that on the other side, okay? And we're going to put a pole above the ground, and we're going to see if that pole disappears or how much of it disappears. Now, it says here 20 feet observer height, 10 miles. We should have 13.6 feet of curvature. Are you in agreement with that?
That doesn't sound right. Hold on.
I just did it. I'll put a picture for you. I went 20 feet high to control your refraction, which you told me. Okay, and I post this picture. Where are you? Here's a picture.
8.8 feet.
13.6 feet of hidden height.
8.8.
Oh shit, I fucked up. Hang on a second.
Well,
Give me
yeah,
one
but you're
moment.
probably using that one that doesn't have standard atmosphere conditions.
One moment. I thought we went up 20 feet so we can control refraction.
Right. That's where the standard atmosphere conditions are the most stable. What do you mean?
Okay, so you're still going to claim refraction, and you're going to cut my hidden height in half, because that's what you do.
It's 8.8 feet. It's not in half. It's not in half.
It's almost in half. 13.6 feet.
18 point or
So
8.8 is
I'm claiming there'll
17.6.
be 13.6 feet of hidden height, and you're saying under perfect conditions, and you're saying it'd be 8 feet of hidden height. So
8.8.
if we put, let me see, 20 foot, 20 feet. Okay, so if we put 10-foot poles, no, if we put 7-foot poles for over 10-mile distance, or at least a 7-foot object, actually. You put the poles also just to guide you, but you really want to have an object that's 7 feet. And if we can see that object, the Earth's globe is debunked. Because you're saying instead of refraction, it'd be 8 feet hidden. And we see a 7-foot object, the globe is debunked. Or at least according to the observation.
The problem is part of your optical corridor. If you're looking at an object that's in the distance, if it's hidden, that means that your line of sight passed near to a surface that we're trying to get away from.
Here we go again. You're just putting more. I don't want to say excuses to be fair to you, but you're putting more reasons why this is not falsifiable, bro. It's more and more shit's happening. Just to be fair to you, I would take. Hang on a second. I would take many observations. I wouldn't just do one. I do many observations, different times, different days. You know, fucking. If I had to, I'd do 100 of them. But if I saw that 7-foot pole, which you say should be 8 foot beneath the surface of the horizon, that's going to be a problem.
Okay,
And
you
to
are
be fair,
still going close to a surface.
we would have different results every time. I know that because you know the mist, the density, the temperature. I get that, you know. But at some point, you're going to have to say, well, this is legit. And I want to get you to that point where you can either falsify it or prove it with by your own person, not by looking at fucking Blue Marble's 150-year-old surveys. By you doing it yourself, because that's what I believe. I believe you guys got a big appeal to authority. You just have to do it yourself. Make it simple, easy. Anybody can do it, and they can prove it right there. You know, I know
Well, then
there's
I'll
a
tell
lot
you
of
what I
nerds
do. Well, then I'll tell you what I do myself. Basically, it's less common for me to do it now, but it's line of sight, telecommunications, microwave transmissions, right? I can see something in the distance, but I still have to be even further up away from the surface in order for that line of sight link to be viable. The reason for that is light is more refracted than radio wave, because radio's at a longer wavelength than light, and radio is subject to refraction far, far less than light is.
That's fine for you, but I don't know how radio waves are gonna react, so I can't use that for myself.
Okay, well, here's another
But
one.
if you were to do, I mean, how would you do anyways? Because wouldn't it matter like the angle that they're going? You wouldn't know what angle it's going at.
Well, you can see the thing on the other end. What do you mean?
Radio waves?
No, you can see the other. You're aiming. There's a little. It's like a scope, but it's just basically a tube. There's a little. Yeah, you just call it a scope. On each of these links, and you can aim it that way by just looking down it, and you're aiming it at the other thing you can see in the distance. Okay, so I mean, you do know if you're aiming at the thing, but I'll go with the other one that I know that maybe a lot of people here aren't happy about. But say you do get up 20 feet above ground level, and you start, like I showed you earlier with my $280 cell phone, start taking measurements of the atmosphere. Find out that yes, the density of the atmosphere is highest closer to the surface and lowest farther away from the surface. You'll find out that no matter how it is that you induce such a gradient, through any means that you can accomplish doing that, the light will always bend toward the more dense portion of the medium. And that's downward in our atmosphere in the vastly common case, especially true at 20 feet above ground level or higher.
Yeah, I know you guys go by that. You like to say that. I don't see how that's happening. I don't see how you can prove that. I'm trying to give you leadway that it does happen, and try to get it only so I can falsify your premises. But I don't think light's bending like I think if you can have a good observation, there's negligible refraction to the point where it's negligible, and you're not gonna have to measure it or account for it. And if you have a terrible observation, you're not gonna be able to see the object. Period. It's gonna be just blurred.
It would be helpful to know more than a qualitative I can or cannot see the thing, what's actually occurring. You know, it'd be nice to know what the light does through various conditions, and that's what I'm trying to describe to you.
Well, for example, if it's bending down, right? That is not a curved line, is it?
Say that
It's a
again.
straight
It's
line.
not a what?
If light's bending down, it's not a curved line; it's a straight line.
Well, of course it's curved. What do you mean?
It's like an angle, like I'm pointing downward, like if I have a laser pointer,
Oh
I'm
no,
pointing
no,
downward.
no. It's not. It's not a slope. It's
a
a
slope, yeah.
gradual
Oh,
curve. It's changing direction as it's going.
did you consider that? Oh, did you consider that it would be a slope on a flat plane? Did you consider that?
No, no.
It wouldn't be a
The
slope.
light that's going through such a gradient is changing direction along the path that it is traveling. That's a curve.
Do you know that Google and other physics experiments show a slope line, not a curved line, on light refraction?
On what? Through a gradient?
Yeah. I mean, in the chain, through the change of a gradient, yes, through the gradient change, right? 'Cause it's not just a gradient; it's changing from one side to the other. Like if I was to, which way
Not
I'd
a
bend
discrete medium change, not
for
a
me.
boundary layer. We're not talking about two different things with a boundary in between them. We're talking about a gradient. A gradient is a gradual change, not a hard boundary between the two.
Right.
Check out how far a periscope can view over the ocean. I just sent the statement to the live text one.
Okay.
Did you post something?
Just the statement when I did a search on Google about how far a periscope can see when they're out at the ocean. Apparently it's like 11 to 12 miles.
And that's
Okay.
above flow, right? Because obviously, at 11 miles, what's the periscope? 5 feet, 4 feet above the water. Let me do it. 11 miles.
You have to consider the height of the object that you're pointing to also. Notice how they
The
specifically say what does it say?
Hang on.
Before,
Let me answer him. Look,
before they
at 5
said
feet
object,
observer height, periscope, 11 miles, we should have 45 feet of hidden height on the object.
Right, and
they
ships
said
typically
horizon.
that are being hunted by submarines are much taller than 45 feet.
How tall are ships, by the way, Jupis? I actually don't know.
Depends on the ship.
Just give me some numbers. You're saying
Right.
typically they're taller than 40 feet. That's a big ass ship. Was that a battleship?
Yeah.
How tall is a
I mean,
battleship?
you're not going around looking for fishing boats with a submarine. Obviously.
How tall is a battleship, Jupis?
I mean, the radar is mounted on a really high part of that ship. I want to remember that part of the ship is at least 40 feet off the ground, and there's more ship above that. So
45 feet should be hidden. So that's pretty suspicious if it's only 40 feet. Consider
so
that the length of the battleship is half of it's in water. So, how tall is it above the water? That would be the answer we need. I don't listen. I'm just gonna throw it out there. I don't think it's 45 feet tall. That just makes no sense to me. It might be 45 feet if you count the bottom of the, what is that? What do you call the bottom of the boat? But what's above water? I mean, you tell me that battleships would have to be 50 feet above the water. I don't think they're that tall. You could have one that tall, but I don't think the standard battleship is 50 feet above the water.
Let's see. The USS Iowa, the top of the mast is 174 feet.
Well, maybe I'm wrong then. The mast. So you're talking about like that's the highest point.
Right, and you'll notice in Carlos's post, it specifically says you may see masts and superstructure, which means that you're not seeing the whole ship.
Hang on now. If you saw a mast, I just want to just put that in reality. If you saw a distant mast, would you shoot the rocket? Would you shoot the missile over there, or would you have to see the structure?
I mean, ideally, the reason why you're looking that way is because somebody has already spotted this thing that you're trying to look for. You're using the periscope to make it confirm the specific direction in which this thing is.
What I'm saying is, I don't think you can see the mast and shoot the ship from just looking at the mast. You want to see the structure of the ship. That's what I'm saying.
Well, where is the structure? If it's 11 miles away, the structure's underneath the mast. Obviously.
Yeah, okay, so fine. So you said the structure could be 110 feet. So how high would the mast. So how tall is the structure then? We find that out?
You're not shooting a rocket above the water, typically.
When you have
shooting
to
underneath the water.
Hang on a second. Hey, stop for a second. Oh, okay. I'm talking about a rocket over the water. I'm talking about below the water, right?
Right. Torpedoes are not over the water.
If it was a rocket, would you have to shoot over the curvature? Because doesn't it curve at 11 miles?
Typically, submarines don't shoot rockets at ships.
So if it's specifically a submarine, it would shoot it like a torpedo through the water.
Yeah.
It would probably have like a homing device or something, so that really wouldn't matter for curvature too much. But according to you, the 11-mile ship would be 45 feet lower. But
what's that going to matter?
To be fair, the missile would find it anyways because it's a homing missile, right?
Or torpedo.
Yeah. Well, it would only matter for optical, like where it actually is and can we get to it. You know, if it's a homing torpedo, then yes. And that's how they have it in the movies. Everything's a homing torpedo. You know, so when we get to it. Well, is the USS Iowa the biggest ship you can find, or is there a more standard sized battleship?
I just put in battleship height above water into Google, and that's the first thing it gave me. So I'll find another one.
100 feet.
Well, I'll give you
174.
Another example. The Gerald Ross Ford class aircraft carrier is 250 feet in height.
Nice. So that's probably a big ass one, huh?
Yeah.
But
aircraft carrier is pretty big. Yeah, it's pretty much.
But is that above the water though, or is that?
Yes.
250 feet above the waterline. Yes, correct.
How much? 250 feet above the waterline.
Correct.
That's badass. So that one you're gonna see that one.
Yeah.
Of course you are.
So a periscope of 11 to 12 miles is not really unusual.
Not for aircraft carriers.
Yeah.
I don't
not
know.
for battleships either.
I don't know how usual it is. The other guys, I wanted to test those numbers. Okay, so well, Dupus, I appreciate your abilities in this category. I do think you should be able to test it. I'm just throwing it out there. Otherwise, you're just using other people's stuff.
Well, not when I'm working.
The hidden height test. You should be able to test it yourself, I think. And I'm gonna get to that point too. It's not gonna be today, but it'll be hopefully in the near future. Do something. Maybe even if I don't head it up, I can do it with somebody else who's maybe heading it up. Maybe I don't have to spend so much time or spend so much money. Maybe help them do it. At least that would be something. Okay, guys. I'm gonna wrap up. I think. Getting late. Any final thoughts, Kosho? You there? Earth is life. DM me.
Earth's life isn't here, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, Earth's life is not in the voice channel. He's not going to hear that.
It looks like he got some. This is like a observation through an auto level, 15-story building, 14 miles, elevation 11 feet 3 inches.
Yep, he shows you. I think if it's the one I remember, where his crosshair intersects the building, or where his horizontal reference intersects the building, and where he observes the water to begin obstructing the building. He's got those two marked off on it, I think, unless it's a different one.
But do you see these crazy ass high waves? Those obstruct distant objects.
Not from his.
These waves are crazy high.
Right, but not from his observer height.
It would obstruct objects. That's why you want to do it on a serene lake. But you can. I guess this is what, New York or Chicago?
Hawaii.
Yeah.
From his observer height, he's taller than any of the waves that are out there.
No, he's saying he's 11 feet elevation.
Yeah, those are not 11-foot waves.
So they're bigger.
They're not bigger than 11 feet, man. Come on.
I mean, Hawaii. They don't have big surfers go out there, catch the wave.
Yeah, not those waves that you're seeing in that photograph.
I think they're bigger than 11 feet. Because think about it.
How would you come to that assessment?
Well, just over the distance of, let's say, an ocean, right? You get these bulgy, waves that go down and up, So you can easily have a wave much higher than 11 feet, maybe 20 feet difference going up and down over 14 miles, actually, 14.4 miles distance. And if he's only 11 feet elevation, then a wave would probably go above his elevation.
All right, but where he's at, he's going from one area to another area. In that region, topographically, if you look underneath the surface of the water, you can't have waves that are that deep there.
Why would you say you can't have waves that are more than 11 feet?
Not in that spot.
Any spot.
The amount that you can have, the amplitude of the wave has a great deal to do with how close the ocean floor is to the surface of the water.
Yes, and a wave farther out, that's 11 feet, would block distant objects behind that wave. Do you know that?
Right. If you want to say that wave is 11 feet and he is 11 feet, then the amount of the distant object can be obscured by an 11-foot wave is only 11 feet at maximum.
No. There's two waves in here. I'm going to put this picture, okay? There's two waves here, okay? That I see that are huge. There's actually a bunch of them. All I'm saying is that yes, correct. The closer waves are unlikely to be very high, right? That makes sense because you're on the beach surface, right? But there can be farther waves inland. I mean, farther out. That's between you and this building, and those waves are gonna block this object like the building. Let me show you the picture I have. Yeah, picture I have. So I mean, you have no argument against the waves. Waves can go, on more than 11 feet. I don't see why you think they can't. Are you saying that? His elevation is 11 feet. Maybe he needs to do your deal with the 20-foot elevation.
I kind of came in to see what Kosho said.
What's up, Branch?
Yeah, what's up, bro? Why did Kosho fuck off?
All right. Let me go ahead and draw something for you, Godric, just so we're on the same page.
You would do that for
Sometimes
me?
diagrams can help.
You would do that for me?
Yeah.
Mr. Spencer, I feel special.
Yeah.
Got it.
And then I'm gonna get
I'm doing it with my finger though, so it's gonna look really super messy.
Oh, dude, I hope it's a true drawing.
Got it. That doesn't mean he wants sexual relationships. So chill out.
I feel a warm inside here after the drawing for me. I appreciate that. Shit, I hear you, Branch.
Should we get Kosho back in the room?
Did you want to talk to him?
I think I want to have the effort of getting him back in the room because that's fun.
Go ahead, bring
Whether I
him
want to
in.
hear him talk or not, that's another question altogether.
I'll tell you, Kosho is the best bullshitter. I tell you, he took this bullshit. This motherfucker can sell ice to an Eskimo. I give him credit.
Let's not talk shit about someone that's not in the room.
Oh, dude, that's a compliment. That's a compliment, bro. He's like a silver tongue, smooth talker. His shit he makes it like make sense,
Absolutely.
That's a skill, bro. He is skilled. I'll just give him that. Because he can talk about bullshit, carrying people along. Like, it's really just like, I don't know. Whatever.
Right? It's not like the guy that cried wolf ever.
It's not like what?
I mean, it's not like he's lied too many times in the past to.
It's not lying. He's telling a story, okay? He's telling a story, and he's making it sound believable. Oh, this is what's happening. This thing is happening here.
And you know what? That's more reason we need him back in the room.
He's telling a story, and he has a nice voice.
It's not even that. It's more.
He's articulate. He presents very well.
Kosho needs a place to talk. And
Kosho is all about monologuing, bro.
All right. Okay. So here's my really absurdly crude drawing. All right. So if you're at a set elevation and the waves are at the same elevation as you, then no matter where the waves are, no matter where they are, the line of sight will always intersect a distant object. The obstruction will be the same elevation as you and the waves. If they're all equal, they'll all be equal. That means the amount of obstruction will be equal to the wave to the observer height.
Well, first of all, back to the picture that Earth's Life sent. I'm saying that a wave can be higher than in your drawing. A wave can be higher than your observation, which will block the distant object. I'm saying that. Okay, so you got to account for that possibility. There's a possibility the wave, and not the first wave, not the forefront, but farther down in the ocean, to be higher than your observation. In this case, 11 feet. Can you at least accept that that's a possibility?
And not at that location.
Oh my God.
The ocean floor is too close to the surface of the water.
It's 14 miles of ocean. What do you mean at that location? It's 14 miles of ocean, doofus.
Right. The distance between the surface of the water and the ocean floor makes a huge difference for how big the waves can be in that area.
In 14 miles of ocean, can we have waves bigger than 11 feet?
Not there, not that spot in particular.
Well, hold on though. Didn't you say Doofus
You're
that?
making no sense.
Didn't you say Doofus that you're a little bit above sea level? Your level is actually at wave level, right? So
If your observer is the same height as the wave, then the
right, so they're not at sea
obstruction
level.
can only be the exact amount as your observer height and the height of the
Exactly.
wave.
So based on that, you're not at sea level. You're at wave level.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of funny.
Was sea level
I wasn't
first
trying to be
ever
funny. I was trying to be accurate, right?
branch was sea level first ever measured at high tide or low
I mean,
tide?
regardless, that doesn't defeat or negate Doofus's point. I was just trying to clarify.
Yeah, we're on a whole new wave level.
Let me just close before I go. The expected curvature.
So we're at wave level. I'm laughing because of the way that Doofus said wave level. I guess like you're at a rave or some shit.
Oh, that's not right.
Oh, at a rave, wave level means like with the music, like when the tempo starts going up. Are you on a level with the beats? Are you on a wave level?
You're about to get on a rave level here in a minute.
I'm saying, man, there's different
Okay, so we should have 70 feet of curvature in that distance. Let me just post that. And they're going to claim refraction, and you're going to try to cut it in half.
Well, yeah, the atmosphere exists. Typically, you want to include the fact that the atmosphere exists.
I'll tell you what, I'll meet you halfway, because in this particular picture, the waves are going crazy, bro. The waves are just going like crazy. And yes, there is going to be atmosphere.
How crazy, bro?
Did you see the picture? Look on 3:57 a.m. I posted.
Oh shit! I see the picture.
But it looks like
and those looks like some mighty strong waves.
And it looks like to be like maybe like a 30-foot wave against that building.
30?
Yeah, against that building.
30-foot waves.
The farthest wave. It looks like. I mean, it looks like a wave. I'm not saying.
Hold on.
It looks like a 30-foot wave. Yeah.
And it's not a wave. Could you maybe
you know what
to see what the tallest waves in that region are?
Hey, Doofus, before a wave crashes on the shore, how high does it get?
Certainly not 30 feet. Holy shit.
Doofus.
Yeah.
You're saying a 30-foot wave, like they're telling you on the news, it's going to
I mean,
be like
they at least get up. They at least get up to like what 29 feet.
Like a tsunami is going to crash on the surface of the beach. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in the middle of the ocean, you can get a bulge going down and up 30 feet. No problem. It's not even really a wave. It's just a bulge is what it is. The actual wave that you're talking about when you talk about like on the news is a big tsunami. That's
I'm not even joking, bro. Like seriously, how high is that bulge before it hits the shore?
Of the ocean, 30 feet. That's what it looks like.
He's not wrong, Doofus. 30 feet ain't that bad of a estimate.
Now
I'm just gonna take a break right now. I got some other stuff to do. It's been fun though, but I gotta go.
Talk tomorrow. Branch, good night. Talk tomorrow.
I mean, shit. I didn't mean to do that. Gio. The fact of the matter is, like, he wasn't wrong.
Yeah, but when you have a 30-foot wave, that's part of a swell, and you're measuring from the bottom of the swell to the top of the swell. So it's not 30 foot above sea level. It's probably only about 5 foot above sea level.
I mean, I'm talking about like when if you compare the sea level from your shore to when that wave first started getting made, it's probably about 30 foot high.
30-foot high wave from sea level would like crush a boat. It's like
Right, but I mean, before a wave hits the shore, it was made like miles out of shore, right? I mean, waves aren't like something that just occur close to the shore. You gotta understand that those waves are being created way the fuck out there. Basically, it's when the moon tugs on the water a little bit, and to say that the moon doesn't tug on water enough to create a 30-foot bulge is ridiculous. These idiots, they don't know what they're talking about. They think they know science. They think they fucking understand this shit. They think they're globers. When you call them out on it, they fucking run the fuck away, just like they did right now.
well, I wonder, like, it's quite difficult to measure over a long distance, trying to find out if water is level or curved. But we have instruments nowadays that can measure on a micro scale. You could scale it down to the size of an Olympic swimming pool, and if you had an extremely still environment where you could manage to have that water just absolutely pristine, mirror-like still, and you could use some type of instrument that can measure on a small scale across this Olympic swimming pool size, then you'd be able to do away with the 8 inches, and you could just scale that down to 8 millimeters. You could do it with what you could do it with is slightly freeze the water, so it's not like rock hard frozen, but you could slow the molecules down so that they become even stiller, and then you'd be able to see if there's any way that we could find a curve. I think that would be a lab test. That's how science is done, isn't it, in the lab? Because if you're involving the atmosphere over a long distance, there's too many variables. It's just impossible. And perspective comes into play. They always deny perspective.
That's
The ground
true,
is
bro. I didn't think about perspective.
the ground is always closer to your feet than the sky. The sky does ramp down, like when you see a plane
It
going
always
overhead.
is. What is up with that? Why is the ground always closer?
It's going to ramp up at the focal point, at the what's the point called in art? The
Zenith?
yeah, at the point in the distance where everything comes and converges together. The land or the ocean is going to ramp up. And
I heard that everything always rises to that point, though.
it does.
All right.
It does. So yeah, I think it's almost impossible with any optical, and then there's also to do a practical measurement physically. That's going to be impossible too, because the scale is too big, and we don't have anything that we can use to measure those distances. So because there are too many, I think this place was designed in such a way by the designer that we will never be able to work it out. It's just part of the design. It's such a clever design.
God is kind of an asshole. Why would he do that to us?
Yeah, well, it's. Have you heard? Like, I mean, there's all sorts of stuff like the Bible code and the Fibonacci sequence, the the magical numbers, all of these codes, DNA, you name it, it's
Actually,
everything.
the whole fucking Fibonacci shit does work with waves. Definitely works with waves.
It does, but like everything is encoded. Everything's encoded. Even I don't know if you watched Franchot Pearson's channel. There's this black American journalist who used to be a
Wait,
journalist.
hold the fuck up. Hold on. He's black.
Yeah, he's black dude. Yeah, I watch him
Then
all
I
the
gotta
time.
watch him.
He's awesome. And what he does is he talks about colors and codes and stuff, and he
Really?
looks at the media.
What kind
He's
of code?
religious. He's a religious guy. He's a Christian guy, right? He's got
I
about
mean, I'm
60.
not. Again,
Hey?
you sold me at him being black, right? What kind of codes he got?
Yeah, I mentioned that he's black because that explains a little bit
I
about
mean,
his
it made a big
personality
difference.
and his culture. You know that because culture comes into a play when you're trying to explain someone. So yeah, that's besides the point. What I'm actually getting at is he talks about and he analyzes like the latest media, the latest shit that goes on in the news, and he looks at colors and codes and stuff, and he thinks that his in his religious view, Jesus is coming again. But I'm not religious at all, but
No way.
it's just interesting. Like his train of thought is kind of along the same sort of thing that RV does. You know, looking at all of those, and also infinite plane society,
So
whatever that is.
question for you, Bob. Yeah, if Jesus did come back again, do you think he'll be angry or happy at the way that we fucking live life?
Oh, he's going to be shit pissed off, right? He's going to be like, he's going to come and wrath on earth. Yeah, if that's the case. But if you've ever watched any of the work by Santos Bonacci and other people that do astrotheology, you'll know that the Bible story is another one of those codes that just explains the way that this place that we're living in works. Yeah, and it's just so well decoded. The only way to really get to the answer is to dive deep into all sorts of meditative and philosophical thought, because at the end of the day you're only going to get to know all of the answers by diving deep into the alternative and critical thought.
I mean, I would have thought that the only way you really can learn anything is to dive deeper than your own self. I don't think you need to read a book. Do you need to read a book to learn about yourself?
Well, past cultures, I mean, obviously before technology, but past cultures, the Aborigines in Australia, they do the walkabout, and they go and explore themselves. They take magic mushrooms and other bits and pieces, and it's all about the mind at the end of the day, exploring the mind, and that's where the truth is. It's deep in the consciousness of everything, like. Yeah, if you can really truly.
It is deep in the mind, but I think one of the hardest things to do.
Branch, have you ever taken, like, for example, have you ever had like ecstasy, right? You must have had ecstasy once before.
Kid, bro, like I literally went to a fucking rave and fucked. I didn't. It wasn't like I didn't try to meditate on that shit or nothing.
No, but there's just when you take it, if you've ever had something similar, it's not like it's not like LSD or something, but it makes you feel like you're in a different dimension. It's like
it slows down time, and it
kind of does, eh?
Super fucking happy like that night. Like you don't want the night to end. It does slow down time, and it makes you. I don't know. You're just super happy.
I mean, it affects it affects the way that you see things. That's the number one thing that most people would pick up on first, is just the way that everything becomes really vivid and glossy. and even your hearing and your perception and everything sort of is on another level. Yeah, well, that's one step closer to the truth, I reckon.
I mean, like, it was good, but it wasn't something that I wanted to do every day. You know, it was did it, done it, it's done.
No, well, it's always good to be sober, right?
I would say though, I did get a greater understanding of love because
Yeah, that's another thing when you take ecstasy or something like it. It's, you have a totally different way of dealing with the the people around you, you know, and you
right, and that's what
feel
I'm talking about. It's like
emotional.
um,
Yeah,
you stop when you're on that shit. Like you don't you end up just loving the people around you regardless of who they are. And once you're off it, you're like, why can't I love people the same way I did then? Like, what was it about
yeah,
being on that drug that made me love everyone around me, and I can't do that in general society when I'm sober?
yeah, yeah. Because your ego kicks in when you become sober again, and all your inhibitions come back.
You know that it made me grow as a person. Just having that
Yeah,
thought, you know.
yeah. And you become more free, don't you? You sort of like you've unshackled from the chains, and you become more sort of ready to and brave as well. You become way more brave when you're
I'd say
out. Yeah,
you realize that a lot of these things that you find important in life aren't as important because we live in a society where we do have kind of these systems in place, and it makes you wonder if those systems are right or wrong because when you're on that shit, the systems dissolve, and that's why you feel in love with everyone. So you start questioning those systems. It's only a good thing, isn't it? I mean, the fucked up shit is like, that type of mentality with these type of psychedelics has been around for fucking ever. And that's why the CIA and everyone put a fucking shut down on it with the 60s movement,
you
That's
know, you know why the topic of flat Earth is so intriguing and so interesting is it's like when there was the hollow Earth theory, or you know other magical theories, but it's only possible because it's possible to be a reality, and that's what people feel so intriguing about it, is because it's um if you came up with another theory, you can easily
I
dismiss it.
mean,
But
I'll be honest with you, bro. Like, I consider even flat Earth as one of those. It's just who I am. Like, I've never. I wish I could accept flat Earth, but I can't.
no, but it's intriguing enough to stimulate the thought that it is possible. Whereas there are some other fantastical stories that are just that, stories. Because at the end of the day, if it was truly a globe, there wouldn't be an argument at all. They would just go, here you go, here's the evidence, and it
Is
would
there
be
really an argument though? Like,
You wouldn't have to even have a debate about it 24 hours a day. You just come up with clear-cut, logical evidence, like absolutely logical evidence.
You mean like a picture from space?
That's the thing, you know. I mean, there are too many ways to pick holes in it. That's why there's an argument,
I don't know,
because
dude. I think like
you know,
the best proof of us living on a globe is a picture of it.
it's not like flat earthers are claiming fucking unicorns and just imaginary fucking, you know, manifestations of LSD trip. It's actual realistic um, evidence that is being sought after by the claim that they're saying this place is what it is. And with all of our intuition and senses piled upon the contradictions that they offer, you know, like it's why, for example, why do they fire rockets up and they turn into CGI? Why don't they just have a continuous? Why don't they put a fucking camera on the moon? Why don't they do this? Why don't they do that? Why do we see wires on the ISS? Why? There's too many questions, and that's the reason why there are flat earthers in
Right,
this place.
but Bob, here's the thing, Bob, is that you can make that same argument about anything in life.
Yeah, but this is the place where we live, and if there's not a clear-cut 24-hour channel of a camera on the moon looking at ourselves spinning around at 1,000 miles an hour, then you'd have to ask the question, why did they go up to the moon and play golf? Why didn't they just put a camera on there? It would have been cheaper to put a camera there than to put that moon buggy up there.
Did they have the tech back then? Like,
Did they have the tech? Well, they went 200 and something thousand
They
miles
did. They
in the
went up there,
fucking
but
vacuum.
you gotta remember back in those days, like a camera, a decent camera, used to have a whole fucking film system with it, and you know it's not like today where you can just throw up a fucking $2 disposable
The
camera.
President of the United States made a phone call
It
to
would have been
the
great.
astronauts.
It would have been great if we could have given those astronauts disposable cameras.
Have you seen on the ISS when they have a conversation with the base down on Earth, and they have a delay and they wait like 6 or 7 seconds
I
or
mean,
whatever.
what did you want one of them to take a selfie and be like, "What's up?"
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's like, come on. It's like, and then sometimes they mess up with those delays and they just instantly reply. And that's when you catch them out. And you just know they're pulling a fucking wool over your eyes, you know. And at the end of the day, the only conclusion is the ultimate is it must trick. They've been fucking mind controlled, somehow hypnotized, mind controlled, possessed. I don't know what words to say, but these dudes are not honest. And I don't know how many there are, but
Yeah,
they're fucking
but here's the
doing
thing,
the
dude.
job.
I believe we live on a globe. Does that mean I'm one of those people?
It doesn't. I used to believe that too, but when I did believe I lived on a globe, I didn't know all the numbers. You could ask me before I became a flat earther. You could ask me, how many miles is it to the moon? I wouldn't be able to tell you that. You could ask me, how fast are we spinning? I wouldn't be able to tell. What's the rate of Earth curvature? I wouldn't know that. All I did was know in the back of my mind from
Honestly,
what
bro,
I'd seen.
I'll tell you one thing, dude. Like, I've never known all of that shit. I never want to know none of that shit because that's not important to me. Like, I don't need to know those fucking numbers.
No, but when you start questioning those numbers because you find out and you go, really? Is it that much or is it that little? and then you start actually analyzing and questioning, you find out that, it just
But
doesn't stack
you
up.
bring up these numbers and shit, like that's important. It's not.
Well, that's important to them to be able to keep their model.
I don't think any. I, I'm not gonna say I don't think any, because that's a wrong statement to make. At least I know that I don't give a fuck about numbers.
Yeah, numbers are numbers, aren't they? Ones and zeros.
I mean,
But
who gives a fuck how far the sun is? Who gives a fuck?
sometimes it doesn't really matter. But at the end of the day, if you finish your meditation and you go back to your daily life, you're still surrounded by the reality that they've posed, that they've put in place, and all of the systems that go with it. You're still stuck in the system. Yeah.
But is the system that bad?
It's not bad. I mean, I don't think it's a bad place. I think it's good to have governments. It's just shitty to have um the control that's been put on this place.
Right. I think
And
the difference between me and you is that I think the system is okay. I don't think the system is lying to me. But for you, you think that the system is based on lies.
I think the system is based on deceit. It is. But at the end of the day, you can find good in everything. It's a good place to be. Life is good. This place is awesome. It's a good time, having a good time, man. But reality is reality, and nobody likes to be deceived.
No, nobody does.
You know.
But I guess it's more about it's not something about being deceived, right? But it's more about why you don't trust.
Why you don't trust?
Right. Why you don't trust those pictures from space?
Because they haven't gained my trust. You have to. Have you heard that expression? They have to gain your trust.
If I took a picture of your dog and I told you
Well,
that's
they have to earn it.
no
They
no
have to
no
earn their
if
trust.
I took a picture of your dog and I told you this is a picture of your dog, would you doubt it?
Well, it's just a photo, and I could see if it's my dog or
Well,
not.
what if I
But
work for the government?
no, that doesn't make much sense. The holes that we pick.
That's kind of my point. Is that it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense either, because it's not relevant to the place that we live. It's not relevant to the Earth curvature or the fucking space-time bending or how photons are produced. It doesn't stack up with science. It's just a photo of my dog.
Right. But I mean,
So that doesn't matter.
yeah.
You could be lying. You could be lying about you ate my chicken in my
I mean,
fridge, and I said, "Hey, where's my chicken?"
okay. So, what if I said I didn't use a flash? So every photon that I used to take that picture off came from the sun. Would you? What would you say then?
Yeah. I don't know what.
If I used my flash, then you'd have a mixture of different photons, right? You'd have photons from the sun and photons from the flash.
You know how a torch works, right? I don't know if you call it a torch where you come from. A flashlight.
Yeah, I call it a
You
torch.
have a
I call it
you
both.
have
I don't even know what the right way to say it is.
you have a source of energy, don't you? And that's what's illuminating the.
And like, I just playing around. We don't need to get all fucking excited about it.
All right, catch you later, mate.
All right, later, bro. Have a good night.
You too.
Right. interesting. An Italian town hires a mystic to fight drought. A contracted surveyor uses a pendulum to detect groundwater. A drought-ridden Italian town has contracted a mystic to search for groundwater with the help of a pendulum amid record-setting heat waves all across Europe. Bajardo, a small town on the Ligurian coast with fewer than 350 people, promised to pay a man named Renato a mere €300 to perform a water survey with an agricultural psychic method. Interesting. He practices dowsing, a method of detecting groundwater by using a forked stick, a rod, or a pendulum. Most dowsers believe that they are picking up natural vibrations from the water underneath the soil. I use a pendulum that tells me everything: where the water is, how much of it there is, how deep it is. And he has over 30 years experience in the field. I asked the question, how much water is in this area? 500 litres, 1,000, 3,000. I walk along as the pendulum is moving and then it stops. Mayor Remo told the paper he has faith, but is ready to pay the city out of his own pocket if they don't find a sufficient amount of water. 2 out of our 5 springs have been dry since May, the mayor said, and this has increased the need to seek alternatives. And Renato is just one of them. He has found water in the nearby towns of Aprico in the past and has already located 2 sources of water. Engineers will study if wells can be dug in the places the dowser indicated. For now, it's just a survey. It's like someone's going to a doctor to be told whether or not he is well. So let's wish them well. We hope that they find some water.
It's an interesting thought, Mandy.
Yes. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, it's an interesting thought. First of all, when you get to thicker branches, it's not so handy to rotate it.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
and maybe the thinness is an interesting thought, Mandy. Wait. Okay, I silenced the YouTube.
Oh, okay. Yep.
And probably the vibration that goes through thinner branches
Mhm.
adds to the sensitivity. And if the signal for water comes from the outer branches, the other branches will get it first. So
Yes. Yes. Definitely.
it, it's always the babies that cries the hardest for the milk, right?
Oh, yes, that's right. The hardest and the loudest. Most definitely. Most definitely. Have you ever tried water dowsing yourself? Have you ever
No,
tried it?
no.
No. Look, I
I
have.
yeah.
Yeah, I tried it once years ago. I worked on a project that they were putting in some geothermal um, uh, works on a fairly large property, and they were doing a lot of drilling, and they weren't having much luck um, with the drilling. They were drilling a lot of holes because they wanted to try and tap into some well water, and they weren't having much luck, and they were having to go, fairly deep.
Yeah.
Um, and obviously, the deeper you go, there's more cost involved and whatnot, and there's more, risk of breakage and whatnot. So they dig down like a certain depth, and not hit anything, and then move their equipment and go somewhere else and kind of try and find it, somewhere else. And they didn't have any luck. And anyway, this walking around with a piece of old fence wire, that a couple of pieces of fence wire, and I had absolutely no idea what he was doing until I actually walked up to him and asked him, "What are you doing?" And he told me, and he made a couple of marks on the ground, put a couple of pegs in and whatnot, and uh, um, he actually demonstrated the practice and got me to give it a whirl. Well, believe it or not, I'm just walking around randomly somewhere else, and then I walked over to basically where he put these marks, and uh, the uh, the two bits of wire crossed exactly where he had put the mark. Now, I don't know if it was a psychological thing, if somehow my subconscious had anything to do with it, but every mark that he put down, and he probably put down 5 or 6 different marks, every time I sort of would go near them, these two bits of wires would get closer together, and as I got over the top of it, they would eventually cross. Well, blow me down. This drilling company comes along, and to the first
Wait a minute. I think somebody rang my doorbell.
Okay, mate. Yep.
Oh, yeah. 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 Nej, it's not yeah. Yeah, is that how Burma was elected?
you money. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, blow me down. Like I said, I'd walk over to, near his stake, and these two rods would get closer together, and they'd eventually cross and make an X. And anyway, the owners of the property asked the drillers this day to have a go, because they were just basically just driving around randomly like water, just drilling holes wherever they thought, just willy-nilly type of thing. And they asked them to drill in these particular spots. And like I said, he'd marked out 5 or 6 spots. And anyway, so they just drove up to one. That was just random luck, pot luck. But to me, it seemed to work. Now they only just dug the one, because there was no need to dig on the other 5 or 6 hole marks that he'd made, because they're only seeking the one source. But anyway, they struck it, and I remember it was all about the experience that I had. And he actually said to me, he said, "Can't you remember um, us getting a water dowser out?" Because I grew up on a dairy farm and whatnot, and when I was a teenager, the farm was sold and whatnot. But I said, "No, Grandpa, I'm too young." And anyway, I was probably playing on hay bales or something, just mucking around catching yabbies, not paying much attention to these things. And he said, "Yeah, we used a water dowser back in the day when um, we wanted to get some well water as a backup system, because they had rights to the Murray River, but that only allowed them X amount of water each year. And if they ever used excess water, obviously they had to pay for it. And it was an economical choice for him back then, that if he put a well in, he would have, with a windmill and whatnot, he'd pretty much have access to free water, and wouldn't have to rely on siphoning and pumping stuff from the river. So my grandfather was a believer, because he had used the method. But there's not much scientific evidence backing up water dowsing. But I can say from my personal anecdote with it that I've seen a person do it. I've seen it worked. I've held the rods myself. I've seen them work. I've felt them work. I don't know if it was a subconscious thing or whatnot. But yeah, I'm not a skeptic. I lean way more to believing it than disbelieving it. That's for sure. But it's a very interesting process. I suppose where you are.
I was talking with my microphone out.
Oh, there you go. Well, that's handy, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yes,
well,
yes.
anyway.
Yesterday I had my thoughts about something, but mainly I think it only works because a human has these things in his hand. We are living in a world where in the total there are enormous electrical and magnetic forces, but on our level it's very minute, very, very, very minute. But we have a system in us that today on my walk I thought, oh my God, we have a microscope and a telescope built in, and that's the hormonal system that enlarges very minute variations in electric current and electromagnetic. They enlarge it to very small increments or downsizes into cold and heat and fire and
Yep.
and that's hardly measurable in that sense. Yeah.
So, are you a believer in or a proponent for the ether, light water? Are you
Yeah, absolutely. When I
absolutely?
I think it will become obvious because in the awakening something comes to life and light again that will make the ether more obvious.
Okay.
The quality of the information will rise enormously.
Okay. So I'm gonna pose something to you because I personally think our soul is energy, right? And it's all through our body, right? It's
Yeah.
every part of us.
Well,
Like
it's potential. It is potential that needs some kind of information to say yes or no, so to say.
well,
Yeah.
yeah. But it's not just located in one part of us. It's located in all of us.
Yeah.
Like yeah, every bit of us. So our whole body is basically our soul. It's not in our heart, in our head. It's like every part of our body is our soul. So because I've got two lots of twins, right water, and um, they quite often uh, have these thoughts and these feelings and these experiences that they naturally know about one another.
Yeah.
Okay, they're quite often on the phone to each other. They live some distance apart, some states apart, like 2,500 kilometers apart, two of them. And something will happen to one of them, whether it's good or bad, or they'll be thinking about something, and then the other one will pick up the phone and call them. They have all these bizarre kind of telepathic events between the two of them. So, do you think then there's the potential for this telepathy that they are giving off through their soul is then traveling through the ether and binds them and connects with
Yeah.
their twin energy? You think
Yeah.
that's kind of how it works? Yeah.
Yeah. I think our thoughts are floating around, and how it works, it gives it a kind of code.
Yep.
And for instance, when that's why several inventions are made in the same period in different parts of the world.
Right.
Because so it doesn't happen only with twins, but they have a lot of probably a lot of comparable code.
Yes.
But if you we all extend our thoughts and our feelings and and it gets just like a computer. It gets a kind of code, and it can then connect with what others think and bring to light. If you can it's not always possible for you to then produce it, but I think it works in such a way. Yeah.
Yeah, look, and look, I've definitely had those experiences myself where, for argument's sake, a friend, we're sitting around a table and I'll just be thinking of a friend. And next thing, there's a knock at the door. And you open up and, it'll be Jody there. It's, damn, I was only just thinking about you, today, or the phone will ring and it'll be Matthew. Okay, buddy, I'll just and the same sort of thing, if I'm driving around, I'll be in the area. Sometimes if I've got 20 minutes or half an hour to spare, I'll if I'm passing one of their places, I'll pop in for a cup of coffee. They'll go, oh damn, I was just kind of thinking about you, and I just always put that sort of thing down to coincidence.
Yeah.
I must say, but the whole twin thing to me had a little bit more substance to it, because you hear that a lot with twins and triplets and that sort of thing, and ever since I've been thinking about the soul as energy, and it's all of you, in every part of you, every aspect. Like, it's our soul that is doing the thinking for us, manifesting our thoughts, manifesting our words. It's not coming from our brain. Like, our brain is just the mechanism to get things moving, to send the electrical impulses to make our mouth move, our vocal cords move, and whatnot. Our brain is just it's like the motor, but that's not where we think. I think we think with our soul, which is basically our whole body.
Yeah.
Every single part of it.
Well, personally, I think that you are in my opinion, you are right, but there's something missing, and that's the ego.
Mm-hmm.
And the ego has a bad name.
Yes.
But I tell you, I am really certain that the ego has a bad name, because when not well developed, he lets through too much soul.
Right. Okay.
Because the soul is connected with the energy body and can be very fiery.
Yes.
But the ego cares for its surrounding, its physical experience.
It's immediate gratification. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the ego, what can I say? But it literally means how you let your energy go, and it's connected. Both are connected with spirit, through spirit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And as I see it, the ego will get stronger in this new age, and it will be a caring part of us.
Okay, then so the ego will turn a new leaf for the good.
Well, the soul is good, but it's fiery. It can be very fierce. And we are both physical and metaphysical, physical and spiritual, and the spiritual side is literally your energy body, and an energy body doesn't know pain, but the physical body knows pain.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Interesting.
I think Nate is surprised by this talk. I heard what?
What? Oh, Nate's here. Hey, Nate.
Hi, Nate.
All right. Yes, back to the more practical things of
Howdy. What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
yeah,
Yeah.
buddy. Yeah, how you going?
All right, how you guys doing?
Yeah, good, really good, actually. I must
Bandy,
say.
You guys are talking about your inflated egos.
Yes.
Deflate.
Bandy,
Yeah.
I was listening on YouTube, and what you're talking about is something I was reading about today. I'm going to send you the name of it. It's
Oh,
called
fantastic.
a reticular formation. It's very,
Yeah.
very interesting. So
Fantastic.
it's basically you manifest that thought, and your brain has to do something with it. So this is the reticular formation, and it actually creates that scenario that you've been thinking about or wanting to do. It's very, very interesting.
There you go. I'm going to Google
So-
that. I'm whacking it into Google right now. So I've got a page open.
There's actually a chick that's into the whole spiritual thing, and she did a little mini podcast for like 18 minutes. If I can find that, I'll DM that to you as well.
Oh, fantastic,
so weird. I literally just put Earth Awakenings on, and I heard you saying you were knocking. Someone was knocking on the door, and it was your friend that you were just thinking about. I was like, "Fuck, I have to hop in here and just speak to you." And it's so weird that it happens at the same time. Anyways, enjoy, and I will when I find the other link of the podcast that she talks, and I'll send that through to you.
Oh no, I appreciate that, beer man.
Cool, man. All right, cheers.
Catch you, mate. Nice. Isn't that funny? People just randomly listening on YouTube. I read out a little news story, and Lightwater responds, and then Beerman responds. It's there you go.
I have a special friend, Bandy, and he's a longtime friend. And last year, sometimes it's a miracle that we are friends, and we pull each other's legs a lot of the time.
Yep.
We both need that to survive in our environment.
Yes.
And we laugh a lot, but it's somewhat opposite. And then his name is Janus. His name is Janus, and he's literally the mythological Janus. That is the two-faced being. That he is a kind of a mediator in a lot of situations.
Right.
And a long time ago, I made myself a mask with two faces looking to the inside. So I'm literally the opposite of him, and we fill into each other.
Yep. Yeah. Like hand in glove.
So that was a nice discovery that we made last year.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it? What is Nate doing?
I don't know what Nate's doing. What are you doing, Nate?
I'm just listening to you two.
Oh, your mic was a bit all over the place. It
I'm
sounded
sorry.
like you. No. It just sounded like you were trying to talk. That's all.
No. I'm just listening. Go ahead, man. Don't let me mute myself.
No. So what do you? No. What do you think, Nate? Like, you've had those experiences, I presume yourself, where you've been thinking of a friend or a loved one, and next moment, your phone rings, or they'll knock at the door and they'll show up, and vice versa. You get this feeling, or you ring a friend, or you go around. It's just like, oh, I was only just thinking about you just now. I was thinking about you, today, and I've always kind of just marked it down as coincidence, that sort of thing. And I don't know if you hear just before, but it started off with me asking Lightwater, the
Mm.
question in regards to the soul, and I think that the soul is energy, but it's all throughout your body, right? It's not located in your head or your heart. It's actually every single part of you. That is your soul, and that's what
Mm.
does the thinking, right? Your soul, right? Your brain is just a mechanism, in my opinion, for making your mouth move, making your vocal cords um, uh, work a certain way, or controlling your heartbeat and your lungs and all this sort of stuff. Your brain is just sending out these electrical impulses, but your thoughts and your soul is all part of you. It's all one. And I've got and thinking of the soul that way as an energy form. I've got, as you know, two lots of twins, and they very frequently have these coincidental experiences where something will happen to one of them and the other one will be on the phone, or they'll be around there because they just feel something's up, or they feel like they've got to get in contact with them, and sure enough they're on the same wavelength, and that has happened all their life. And so then, the premise was, look, I know that you're not an ether believer, but I asked Lightwater, do you believe, are you an ether, proponent and believer? And he 100% said that, he definitely is. And I said, well, if your soul is a source of energy, throughout your body, is that then transporting itself, through the ether? uh, from one person to another, and it's not necessarily between siblings or twins or anything like that. It can be definitely from one person to another, totally unrelated. What do you think about that?
Um. Yeah, I mean, I get where you guys are coming from with this whole ether thing, and we all created. I mean, we all connected. I do agree with the premise that each and every one of us are connected in some very special way. But I come to that conclusion through a different route, a different path, not through the ether, but through the idea that all energy and matter can't be created or destroyed. So all the energy and matter in the universe today is the energy and matter that's always been within the universe. So we're all made of the same stuff and the same things. So it just expresses itself differently. So because we all made of the same stuff and same things, we are all inherently connected.
Yeah.
So it doesn't surprise me that much that there are these things that happen that speak to this connectedness, such as thinking of a friend and they call you, thinking of someone and they show up at your doorstep. There is that deep, intimate connectedness between everything. We all made of the same stuff. So it doesn't surprise me that there's this connectedness. I can't explain it. I don't think
No.
anyone can. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Look, I know that you're not an ether proponent at all. But it is still whether that's ether, dark matter, or whatever it is, I think there is definitely a conduit that is giving our energy the ability to go from point A to point B. Definitely.
Yeah, but I mean, then if you guys think it's ether, like I would ask you, are we made of ether, or is it just around us?
Oh, well, I think it's just. I personally think, and again, I've got nothing to back this up. It's just around us, okay? Then, and it is. I would say the ether to me would be the very first building block, Nate, right? Because to have absolutely nothing, how do you then create things in nothing? You need a foundation for things to be built upon or created in. So I think the ether itself And like I said, whether that's ether or dark matter or whatever name you want to attribute to it, was the very first thing, and then from that, then things were placed in that from then on. Yeah, but do I think that we are actually made up of ether, dark matter, these sorts of things? No, but I just think I just think we live amongst it, and we are placed amongst it, and our surroundings have been placed amongst it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we are both spiritual and physical. And Nate, you say I believe in energy as overall indestructible. If I say it right, or if you want to correct me. Yeah. So when I think about the atmosphere and what you can see as physical is a kind of acid alkaline system that is breaking down and building up, and that's more like the physical. So if I think about energy and the indestructible, it must it in my mind it must it's a must to be outside that reach of that system. So
What do you mean?
Well, it contains a kind of consciousness, and in consciousness you have two polarities. Otherwise, consciousness is not static. So it needs room. It needs space and it needs opposites. Otherwise, it cannot move. If you only can do one thing, and that one thing is good, you are stuck. You understand that? So if in my mind, it has to exist side by side.
Ether and what? Consciousness.
No, ether and atmosphere, the physical atmosphere, wind.
Physical world.
Yeah.
Okay, so ether is separate.
Wind included, but wind is probably something existing in between the ether and the physical realm. Yeah.
Wind is an air, like normal wind, right?
Yeah.
This wind isn't metaphor for something else. All right.
No.
Fire and earth.
Yeah.
So and then flesh, right? You're saying these all separate like levels? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and they all exist separate from each other, but they aren't static. There's like some sort of dynamic interplay.
Yeah. That's my opinion about it. If I really thinking about it, how it can exist without destroying. Well, the physical part is about destroying and building.
Mm-hmm.
A constant renewal.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you. It's a pretty interesting idea. But yeah, at the end of the day, a lot of weird things happen in life that we don't have answers for, man. And I think to just say it's a coincidence is a bit of a cop out, because that's just you not even trying to understand what. Yeah, like when people say, I was thinking of someone and they call me, it's just a coincidence. That's them not putting in any effort to try and understand why something like that happened. I feel.
Yeah. I had a friend with whom it happened all the time. When we thought about each other, the other one called, and so on and so on. So I don't have that with everyone.
So you say it happens with special people, right?
Well,
the closer the connection between you and that person.
If you, I just told Benzo that I think we, in our thoughts, we have a certain code, and our thoughts go out, and others have similar patterns, and when they have similar code to it, they are more in line to receive that kind of information.
Okay.
And maybe it is. This was a friend I was in heavily contact with for 2 years, and maybe it was had to do with we had to learn something from each other, and when that was fulfilled, the friendship ended. It's always difficult to. I must say it's difficult to pinpoint what I learned from him, but anyways. It's a possibility.
It is no, it's definitely a possibility. You know, I'm not going to hand wave it or dismiss it. It does make sense, you know.
Yeah, and especially how it went, because it was a guy I was in class with in when I was on the art academy years and years ago. I was there from 1927 to 1979, and suddenly in 2010 he came to find me, and then we had a very direct contact for 2 years, and then it was over again. Yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, you know, everything seems to happen for a reason, you know?
Yeah.
In front of the mirror, open your eyes and have a good hard look at yourself. You can't hide, you can't duck, you can't weave, you can't dodge. It's whether or not you're willing to own that reality of whatever you're looking for, or whatever you found. You know what that answer is. You know, be good or bad. You know, can you actually? Can you? Are you willing to address it? And we don't generally go looking for answers when things are, do we? You just kind of just go along with it because things are good. You're only looking for answers generally when things aren't so good. And that's what takes the real soul searching, real honesty.
Yeah, because when things are going good, you know, there's like it's pretty obvious why they're going good, and you're willing to accept that they're going good because of you. But when things are going bad, we don't want to attach such reason to ourselves, you know? And we tend to look outside, you know. Why is this bad thing happening to me? Must be something outside. And yeah, you're right. That's where we choose not to be honest and do a bit of introspection, right?
Exactly. But I think it's important too, and I think I don't know, we realise that the boss and myself, like how important it is to take time out for ourselves to sit down with each other and do some self-reflection on where we are, you know, individually and together, even if things are going well, Nate, because you don't want to take things for granted. ever. You know what I mean?
Ooh, good point.
And
Good.
yeah. Because when things are going well, as we said, you kind of just take things for granted. But if you've got that honesty to think about how things are going, are there some signs that you should be aware of where maybe things are are starting to go sideways, starting to could possibly derail? And if you're honest and open about these things and address them, then you can pare yourself back and go, okay, then well we've got to reground ourselves again, and this is something that we have to work on, or that is something we have to work on. Let's try do more of these kind of good things. But I think it's very, very important, which is something you take for granted when you're younger, and I think that sort of realization comes with a bit of wisdom, a bit of when you get a bit longer in the tooth, and but I think it's a important skill that you know should be practiced, to do that self-reflection in both bad times, but also too, just as especially like I said, in the good times as well.
Mm, yeah, but it's tough because the problem is life moves by so fast it doesn't wait for you.
Yeah, okay then,
You're
no, but
gonna try to find a way to make that time,
okay
but
then, but
sometimes you're
sorry,
too
mate,
busy
go.
in the moment.
I get that, but how long does it take really to do it?
Well,
Uh,
it
like you,
depends. I mean, I wouldn't say there's like a method, a fixed method or a fixed timeline as to how long it takes to understand something.
well, obviously you've got to find something that works for yourselves, but I think if your relationship is important, you'll find that time. Like you can watch a movie together, you can have a meal together. Like you're having a meal together. Like you can have a meal and talk and self-reflect at the same time, multitask. You know,
Mm,
instead of talking about work or the football or whatever, you definitely got to set time aside for yourself and for your relationship too. And you've got to find it. If you find it important, you'll just find it. And I get the whole busy thing. Where do you find the time, that sort of stuff? But you'll find it, and you'll find a place very easily to slot it into your life if you think it's important.
yeah, but I think most of us don't. With most people, we don't see it as important.
Yep, and people prioritize their important things how they prioritize them too.
Mm.
But then when things start to go pear shaped, or if they go pear shaped, you're going to look
I
back
mean,
and go,
for,
"Damn, I should."
for example, when you were younger, Ben, so in your heyday, at least when you were my age, did you prioritize these things? Being
No,
introspective.
no, not at
Yeah.
all. Not at all, Nate. Yeah, no, not at all. And like I said, these sort of realizations, thoughts have come into my head when I'm a bit older, and I've definitely shared these thoughts and ideas with my children, and have told them um, why I think and why we think these things are important to do, with yourself and your partners or partners to be. And they take it on, because I wasn't taught it. I wasn't taught these things. I wasn't told these things. It's something I just realized on my journey, and I just think it was important information to pass on to my children too.
Mm.
Whether or not they find it important enough themselves to do these things, well, now that's their decision. Okay, I can't make them, do one thing or the other, but at least the seed has been planted, and what they want to do with that seed, if they want to nurture it and make it grow and do something with it and see the fruits of what that could bear, that is up to them. But at the end of the day, you've got to be accountable for yourself in your own actions and all that sort of stuff. And take on board, what you need to be happy, because everyone deserves to be happy. No, everyone deserves to be happy. Well, sometimes happiness takes a little bit of work. It just doesn't come naturally. It takes a little bit of work to achieve these things.
But does everyone deserve to be happy, or is there a time where you could, I don't want to say forfeit, but you could perform some or other type of act that makes you have to, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a word like forfeit, but it's because of something you did. It's not like, voluntary.
Sacrifice. Is that the word you're looking
No, like where you have to give up, like you did something that means you don't deserve happiness anymore. I don't know.
Well, I think everyone deserves to be happy. Now, how you get there, like if you've done bad things,
Yeah, where
it doesn't necessarily mean that you don't deserve to be happy, right?
really?
Doesn't mean, yeah, hold on. Doesn't mean that you don't have to pay for those bad things that you've done, right? But if you realize and if you accept the responsibility for doing those bad things, isn't then the reward for doing those bad things by trying to do good things, regardless of the situation that you're in, you can still do good things, right? That can make you feel good, right? You can still hold and own the responsibility for doing those bad things, but you can then move on, right? And try and not necessarily rectify them or make up for them, but try and do good things to try and balance that ledger a little bit more, which should make
Yeah,
you
I mean,
happy,
definitely.
which should make you happy in
It
itself.
Yeah.
it sometimes expresses itself in people almost want to forcibly give you good things.
Yes,
where you
yes,
think, where
exactly.
you think, mind your own business.
Yeah.
And then the concept of the wounded healer comes very visible.
Yep. Yep.
And we are all wounded healers.
I remember seeing this documentary. There was a bunch of Australians years ago that got busted for trying to smuggle into Bali a heap of heroin. They had pounds of heroin strapped to their bodies. I think they were called themselves the Bali 8 or whatever. And it was a pretty big bust back in the day. And anyway, they were sentenced and convicted, and their punishment was death. They were on basically death row.
Oh, yeah. In Bali?
Yeah. Sorry?
Bali has the death sentence, or Australia?
No, Bali.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm pretty sure it was Bali. Pretty positive it was Bali. But anyway, so they were on death row, and they were on death row for 8 or 10 years. Anyway, one by one, they were being executed. There was, I think, the last 2 of them. And these 2, they did a documentary on these 2, and what they had done in this Balinese prison, and it was a pretty full-on hardcore prison, as you can imagine, in a third worldish kind of country. They had turned their lives around for the better. One had become an artist and was teaching and holding a heap of art classes in the prison, and the other one was like a pastor or a preacher. I don't know what religion. Anyway, so they'd spent their lives trying to then do good things, but they were trying to do good things in the prison. And they did this documentary on these two fellas. And yes, they were sad that they were still going to be executed because there was a big plea by the Australian government and here in Australia, a big push to get them shipped back to Australia and serve perhaps a life sentence in Australia, but that never eventuated. They ended up getting executed, but they had turned their lives around, and they were both happy within themselves that they were now doing good things because what they did had the potential to absolutely destroy hundreds and thousands of lives for the amount of heroin that they were busted with. They look like the Michelin Man, actually, with the amount of, with the amount of block. We're not talking like 1 or 2 bricks of cocaine. We're talking like hundreds of bricks wrapped around their bodies with Glad wrap. Like, it was insane the amount of heroin they had on them, to be honest with you. And so they would have destroyed potentially, hundreds and thousands of lives, for the worst. And who knows how many people, potentially could have died, from it. And so they realised the severity of the crime that they had done, and they'd reflected on it. They'd taken full responsibility for their actions, pointed the finger at no one else, admitted to why they had did it, but then from that moment on, they took the positive stance of, well, we're here regardless, right? So while we're going to be here from now till when our execution is going to take place, we're going to do nothing but positive things. And for the rest of the time, even though they had a pretty hard life in the prison, they were happy. They were actually happy within themselves.
Yeah.
Which was a good thing, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a touching story, man.
Yeah.
But yo,
Yeah.
I gotta love y'all and take my
All
girlfriend
right.
or something.
Yeah, go change
But I'll
some
talk to you
nappies,
guys
buddy.
later.
All right, buddy.
Bye, everyone.
Later. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Does anybody have proof of a single photon traveling from point A to point B?
It goes via point C before it gets to point A.
Is point C a nod to C being synonymous with the speed of light?
Yeah, exactly. Apparently they're zipping around all over the place, aren't they?
There. Yeah. We live in a field of virtual photons.
I've got test tubes full of them.
Yeah.
Quite often I pull out a little test tube, I take the cork off, I just wave it around my head, put the cork on it, and I've got a test tube full of photons. I've just got to find those photon tweezers so I can separate them and examine them.
Well, once you start to examine them, they collapse. So
They collapse.
so they should be easy to pick up after that.
Exactly right. I just find them on the ground, just scattered around, don't I? Yeah.
The whole bunch of them gets erased.
Yeah.
Quantum erased. Yeah.
Yes. That's what happens when you take a picture with your digital camera. The photons get quantum erased so that you don't have to empty them out of your camera.
Yeah. Like if you've got a bunch of photons on the ground or around you, right? Can you use a shadow like a rubber and just wave this shadow around and it rubs all the photons out so they're no longer there?
Oh, you guys call an eraser. You guys call an eraser a rubber. We call a condom a rubber. So.
Oh, okay.
When you first said that, I was like, "Oh, where's he going with this one?" You're like, "Fuck these photons." Yeah, fuck them with a rubber on.
There we go.
How you been, Bandy?
Yeah, good, mate. Good, actually. Yeah, been really, really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, went away for about 5 days. Boss and I went away and did some glamping.
Nice.
Yes. I spoiled her and did a bit of 5-star glamping. So I got plenty of brownie points to put in my bucket.
There you go. Are
Exactly.
these virtual brownie points? You better
Yeah, exactly.
better not get your rubber close to them.
Yeah. Trying to reclaim them might be easier than what might be harder than what they were to earn, perhaps. But yeah, no, it was good. It was good just to get away and pretty much get away from everything, mate. You know, tech, phones, all that sort of stuff, and
Yeah.
we just got out with old Mother Nature in the mountains, and beautiful little cabin. Oh, there was lots of cabins, but they were spread a long way apart. Like you couldn't see the other cabin from where you were. So it actually felt like you were isolated just there. Yeah, had some beautiful food and nice wine and the perfect company. It was fantastic.
Nice. Yeah, that's good for the soul, man, to be able to kind of like unplug from technology, get in nature a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was really like even though you take your phones and all that sort of stuff, it was because generally you always got your phone on you, pocket in your hand, on your desk next to you. But we kind of rocked up there and went into and put them on charge and whatnot, and they just kind of sat on the table, just there. And, we never checked them, never did anything. And our daughter rang once on my phone because you couldn't get through my partner's phone because she's on a different service provider than what I am, and so she actually didn't have reception, believe it or not. And the cabins don't have Wi-Fi or anything like that connected to them. They've got a pretty cool little little model there, just to be able to get away and really just unplug, definitely. And it's amazing when you do napalm, right? Because you do, you feel just so relaxed, and when you remove yourself like from it, and we spent a lot of time walking around the bush and sitting out on the balcony, just looking out over the mountains and stuff, just breathing in all the beautiful, gorgeous fresh air, and you come in sync very quickly with Mother Nature itself, like with no alarms or anything like that. We were getting tired on dusk and like wanting to go to bed, and when the sun's coming up and the birds are chirping, you kind of awake and bright-eyed and bushy tail, ready to go. It was very easy to kind of sync yourself up with Mother Nature. It was a beautiful feeling. So definitely will be
Yeah.
going there again. Definitely will be going there again, and I would recommend it to anyone. So we jumped on their little. My wife did on the way home, actually, when she got some service again. She jumped onto their Facebook page and whatnot, and gave them a 5-star rating and an absolutely magnificent review. She spent a bit of time on the review, actually, a lot of time and thought into it. So it was good.
Nice. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I think we're so immersed in overstimulation, we don't realize how much so we are. And it's overstimulation and not necessarily a good natural way. Like nature can be stimulating, right? But we surround ourselves with overstimulation technology wise, right? That's where the stress starts to creep in. The time to be here, time to be there, deadlines to meet.
Yeah.
Emails to answer, messages to respond to.
And like I said, once you kind of remove yourself from it, and make that very clear decision to, separate yourself from it when we got there, which is what we did with our phones and stuff. You just kind of, it's a bizarre feeling. You kind of feel stuff flowing out of you, one of a better word. It kind of, it's just this ease that comes over you. And then, syncing up, with Mother Nature and its cycle happened very, very quickly for both of us, which, if we lived in town, it would probably take what might have taken a little bit longer, but where we live, because we are very removed from big cities, we live in a very, very small beach town, which is very relaxing in itself. So just to naturally just to sink into it was it just was second place to us, really. But definitely noticed it. It was definitely worthwhile.
When did you do that?
About 8 or 9 days ago now, Moyoc.
But you're still in here all synced up being overstimulated.
Back then I wasn't. I wasn't in here for 4 days.
You came back even.
Yeah. Oh well, I wasn't in here for 4 or 5 days here. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see unhooking for a while. I enjoy doing that on the boat. Anchor, since you're on low battery usage, it's sort of like camping. You just swim, go to the beach, explore. Haven't done a vacation on a boat recently, but yeah, I'm gonna try and do that on the weekends and stuff. And then sometimes I'll stimulate myself by getting out the dinghy and going tubing and stuff, but only interaction with family.
Did you get your dinghy working, Moyak?
That is off at the shop right now, and I haven't heard word back from it yet. I called them on Monday, and they hadn't gotten around to it yet, so kind of bummed. Can't rush them any. They told me it'd be at least a week before they even looked at it.
Yeah, mechanics seem to always be backed up, especially marine mechanics. It seems like.
Oh, it's insane. Everywhere, like you call up and it's like, yo, oh yeah, we'll get you in 3 months.
Right.
That's, it's in summer, right?
So yeah, Bandy, man, it's you said you could almost feel it flowing through you. I feel like the overstimulation, the technology, the pressures and the stresses of modern society kind of sucks your soul a little bit or constricts it so much that when you do get out in nature and you kind of detox from the technology and the need to be at a certain place at a certain time, your soul starts to get a little room to breathe and starts to emanate from you, man.
No, definitely. Definitely. And you've got a nice little patch too with detox in on that little one that you showed me.
I think the place where I find it, the vacation, detoxing, disconnecting, all that stuff makes sense to me. But if you want to try and live off the land, you better hit those time schedules. You got brutal time schedules, and the penalty is extreme discomfort if you miss them. I didn't get my planting in before that rainstorm. Oh, I got it in after that rainstorm. It washed all my seeds away.
Yeah. There's definitely natural timing, right? That you have to be in tune with if you're doing something like living off the land or something like that, for sure.
There was a tribe I heard that I think they're basically the laziest tribe in the world. They live in the Amazon, and where they live is so plentiful. I think they have an average of like 1.5 hours, and the rest of the time they spend just cavorting.
Bro, like anywhere you go that hasn't been like humanized, right, is ridiculously plentiful. Like it's. I
disagree. There's all sorts of problems with different areas. I mean, and especially when you consider population. Like if you get rid of all population, yeah, I agree. But if you want to like Alaska, and do the live alone on an island for to see who can stay the longest, and these are people who know how to live off the land, not specifically that area, but they have trouble, man. They have a lot of trouble, and that's with no other, no human competition.
The land was made to be lived off of, right?
Some
like,
of it was.
I don't know. People talk about like, oh, I got a solar panels and generators, and I'm off grid. I'm like, I don't know, man. But to me, like Amish is off grid. Like they know what they're doing. They can build their tools out of the stuff in the land.
You can, but that takes time. Like if you want to have soap, it takes you hours to make soap. You don't just
like an hour to make soap.
Is a project, and you run out of time.
I think
in your day.
If you knew what plants to pick, right? Like I feel like it would take like an hour to make some kind of paste that you could wash yourself with or something.
Hey, right the hand, you're really crackly, mate. I don't know if it's your Wi-Fi or microphone connection, but you're coming in really crackly, mate.
I'll switch them.
Go to the nearest woods near you. See how plentiful it is from a standpoint of survival. And you and your whole family. Just say, okay, I see that many berries. For every
even the woods,
you wipe out those berries. And now you
gotta think though.
if you're gonna go to grub worms and stuff, yeah, you can have plenty.
Even the area around woods, let's say you have a 10-mile woods, even the area around that has been humanized, which is going to affect the woods.
Well, but how much?
A lot. Well, because you got to figure, squirrels get moved out. Now they're overhunting certain areas. Other animals are overhunting because humans have pushed them out, so there's not as much for you. It's a chain reaction.
I'll give you that. I'll give you some of that. Squirrels now are concentrated in one area, so they eat all the berries.
Bro, squirrels eat a lot of food, dude. I've gardened like 50% of my stuff sometimes is lost to squirrels.
Oh, squirrels are a bastard because they don't eat a lot. What they do is they hide a lot so that they can at some point find it. Like they'll take down an entire pear tree, with 80 pounds of pears on it, and that squirrel isn't going to eat 80 pounds of pears in the next 6 months.
Yeah, they nibble off the whole berry, like a blueberry. They'll nibble off the whole branch and like eat 3 blueberries and leave the dead branch there with like the rest of just die off.
But also, when you say humanized, like unless depends on what we're talking about. Are you talking about like if we were a naturalistic society that came up from naturalism and had death, had most of our kids die by 8 years old, and population stays, somewhere around, I don't know, 50,000 people per 100 miles squared, type of thing. Yeah, then everything works out pretty nice. But now, if you take 350 million people in the U.S. and just try and live off the land, it gets challenging.
You think it's the amount of people, or do you think it's the system we use?
A little bit of both. I mean, the system that we use is what allowed us to have the population.
I think electricity is the problem. Without electricity, you can't automate a lot of the things people don't do now that they need to do.
Well, yeah, I mean, then you'll go all the way back to, that's pre-engine and stuff like that, unless you're talking diesel, maybe steam. So if you're talking, just pre-technology, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of technology.
But I really think that every time I have the pining periodically, oh, wouldn't it be great to just eke a living off the land? And when I think about that in all seriousness, and the things that I'm going to want to have warm clothes, I'm going to want to have a nice dry roof over my head. I'm going to want to have variety in my food.
Technology doesn't have a monopoly on any of
that. And then, of course, there's no Pornhub.
Is a shovel technology?
I'll give you a shovel, because you can make a shovel and stuff like that.
No, is that considered technology, though?
Yes, it is. It allows us to any tools, I think, are technology.
I don't know. I it's just maybe it's me. I think electronics is what defines technology. Like a shovel is a tool. A computer is.
People who live, the guy who came up with this, or whatever year, 1,000 years ago, when they came up with the iron plow. All of a sudden, you had productivity that was able to be done. You didn't have to be rebuilding your stick that you were dragging through the ground. It allowed you to till bigger fields, till them faster and get done quicker, to give you a little bit more free time to think and do things. If you just go back to archaic, living off the land, no commerce, it is a bitch, in my opinion. It's not fun. That is pure survival.
Yeah, it might not be fun. I'll give you that. It's probably a lot more manual labor, but I bet you it's a lot freer. You know what I mean? Like you can kind of do whatever you want. You don't got somebody saying, "Hey, I need 10 of those apples. You owe me 15 of your orchard."
Is
So
it free?
it's a give and take.
Are you free though? You're now beholden to survival as your task.
But who is the arbiter? Ultimately, it comes down to yourself, right? Like the freedom, your freedom is based on you. Whereas in this society, my freedom is based on the confines that I am put in by society. Like I can't grow outside of the freedoms that society allows me. Whereas if I was out in nature, I can grow to the freedom of whatever I want. I could fly a plane if I got to that technology. I can't do that now.
You're mixing,
right? Like
you're mixing and matching.
If you made the plane by yourself with no thing, you'd be able to fly it around the world however you wanted. No FAA, no nothing. You'd be like, that's freedom to me.
Until everybody starts doing it, and then you start crashing into each other, and you start making rules.
Well, hey, it's enjoy it while it lasts, I guess. Or you can be like, hey, you fly Monday, I'll fly Tuesday. I don't know. There's some about the world and how we got to share it, right? Like there's a lesson. Like there's enough for everyone, and I think that's the big lesson is that how can we not share when there's more than enough for everyone? You guys, it's just kind of crazy.
I don't remember what the number is, but like right now, and we're not using the land all purely for agriculture. A lot of it's becoming housing and stuff. But when you get down to the advent of nitrogen fertilizers and stuff like that, that's allowed us to allow the population to grow. There was in the late 1800s, I think it was, they were running rotating crops, waiting for nitrogen to build up and stuff like that. It was a huge problem. There was talk about they were reaching the limits of the current technology.
Totally don't believe that. But like I said, chickens shit nitrogen. There's no way that 1,000 years ago people didn't know that chickens are shitting out what the plants need, right?
How much
like this isn't.
What they were doing back in the 1800s is they were going to islands. They were grabbing bird shit off of islands, wiping out the bird shit on the islands in order to use as nitrogen because they found out that worked. Chicken shit on a 10-acre farm is going to be chicken shit. You're not going to have a whole lot of chicken shit to do it with.
Oh yeah, you do, bro. With a lot of chicken, you got enough chickens, man. Like chicken shit is the best. It is very high in nitrogen. It's like
you would take 30,000 chickens to fertilize an acre, or whatever.
No, bro. But there's this dude in China that's got like 100,000 chickens, or something like that, some ridiculous number. Like it. This is what I'm saying. Like I think
Now you're Congress. You've got specialized stuff again.
Nah, they're all like outside. Check it out. He doesn't have them in like they're not in like cages. It's not
right, but it's still for commerce. He's selling those chickens, right? He doesn't just have 100,000 chickens for fun.
Yeah, but you're also missing out on the fact that there are things like nitrogen fixing plants, right? So when you're talking about on a small scale and not a huge corporate farm scale, Moyak, what you're also not thinking about is the adverse effects that all of the nitrogen fertilizer.
I am.
Right. So we're saying, what is the cost of this alleged benefit, right? You have to look at that as well. So on a small scale, if you're on your own land and you're in tune with what's going on and you understand that there are nitrogen fixing plants, you can integrate those, right? So as you chop and drop not natural nitrogen fixing plants that also give you beneficial berries, something like alder or something like that, you can become more in tune with the land that you're working, and you can.
But what scale does that work up to?
Why do you think it needs to work up to some sort of specific scale? I think the problem that we currently have is this idea that we need to work on scales within systems, right? And then we become dependent upon these systems. And we're seeing some of that right now, and we're going to see a lot more of it in the near future, where we have a breakdown of our food supply chain, right? And then what is the benefit of that, right? It's a very, let's say it's a very efficient means to provide people with food, but it's also a very susceptible system to being completely wiped out. And then what is the benefit there? So let's say our food supply chain completely breaks down.
Well, the
There's no
benefit was
there's no ability to transport food. There's no ability to sufficiently grow food. Have we moved so far away from what people naturally should understand about the world around them and where to obtain their food that we are actually going to decimate a population?
Oh no,
Is that better?
You can make an argument that we should live naturally and be Indians and whatever else, you know, and just, you know, again, live in tune with nature. That's fine. That is a way of living. However, we have a way of living right now. How do you get there? Because we've got 8 billion people right now. Some of them living in deserts. You know, millions upon millions of people who live in deserts. Deserts cannot support much life. They are
right.
You're supposed to be one tribe every 300,000 acres, or, you know, million acres, and they've got towns of 50,000 people in the middle of the day.
You're also kind of making the assumption that a solution to some of these problems has to be a solution for the overall population, right?
Yeah, no, you can do it, definitely. I agree with you.
So it's kind of a back to the future kind of scenario, right? Where if we started to retrain people to work with nature and to understand the nature around them and how to utilize the abundance of nature to our benefit, we could slowly probably work back into something across the board, right? But there's certainly going to be people that choose not to adopt that. So it's just because there's people who propose ideas of becoming more in tune with nature, the objection to that shouldn't be that, well, the application of this idea wouldn't work for the amount of people that we have, because that makes the assumption that the amount of people that we do have somehow in some way want a solution to problems they don't even see.
Right. I mean, what you would say, what was the benefit of going to democracy? Well, it allowed us to have let's say an average of 4 billion people live for 3 generations.
You're really quiet. Can you? Sorry, bro. You are really, really quiet. I can't really hear what you say.
I just said it allowed. What was the benefit of it? It allowed 8 billion people, whatever the average of that is over time, to live out, say, 5 generations in relative plenty. And if it failed tomorrow, you still would have that benefit of that time that people have. Then there's going to be a real hard time and then you're going to have one generation of people who really suffers as they die off.
In a world.
Yeah, or you could just, start to retrain people to become more familiar with the food that they consume, right? The average person that eats a chicken on a daily basis would in no way, shape, or form grab that chicken, put it in a little thing and chop its head off and then proceed to pluck off all of its feathers.
What do you mean? That's what people did for centuries. What do you mean?
His point is that now people are little babies and they have taken for granted what requires skin food.
Yeah, people don't understand how to do that.
Go grab the average girl in your town who's sitting down to enjoy a chicken sandwich. Take her out to a scenario where it's like, all right, you want to eat? Let's go ahead and grab one of these things and process it and see what happens.
They'd probably never eat chicken again.
I think
That's
one
like
of those shows alone, I thought was really funny because they had a vegan who went on the Alone show, and I think it was a team show. I'm not sure. It was Naked and Afraid. So it was a team of a vegan girl and a dude, and she just tried to stick to her guns. Oh, I don't want to eat that. I don't want to eat that. I just want to eat plants. And she had a real rough time of it.
Didn't she
Well,
wind
you,
up eating a lizard leg?
I think so. I think so. But
well,
you can stick to her
here's
guns.
where the disconnect comes in, right? So you have various people throughout the population, some of which are like, yeah, if you want to take the average vegan and they talk about animal abuse and all that kind of stuff, certainly that they have some points, right? They certainly have some legitimate arguments against the handling of animals that we currently see within these large processing farms, right? So they have points there, right? But they are also so withdrawn from food, right? They think food comes from the grocery store. Like that's most of their interaction with food is just going to the grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
So they have such a disconnect from their food. Like I'm a vegetarian. I do eat some fish from time to time, typically fish that I catch. But I also eat elk and venison from friends who have naturally harvested elk and venison through hunting, right? So there's
you're an anti-corporate farmer more than a vegetarian.
But the funny part is that like a vegan, and I never get rebuttals because vegans love to preach like it's their religion, you know. And then I'm like, okay, but like you said, they just get their food from the grocery store. So in the real world, if you have a garden, what do you do if the rabbits keep coming to eating all your food?
Yeah, exactly.
Like you still have to like, death is a part of it regardless. You know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna have to kill the rabbits or you're gonna starve to death in the real world. But they just go to Whole Foods, so it's kind of just detached from reality. I mean, even insects, of course, are just things that mess with your garden. So like no matter what it is, we have to exercise domain over the land and animals to eat. What about
the
you
got to kill the plant. The plant's got to die, right? Like it's
Well,
I don't care.
yeah,
Animals
okay,
die,
yeah.
but
I
I
mean,
kill the plant.
yeah, but okay, so that is like an argument. I guess plants do kind of show some semblance of sentience because they grow, depending on like how you speak to them and stuff like that. They'll literally grow better or worse. But I will give them that. Like that's obviously not the same as killing an animal. Like the death isn't.
Because it doesn't scream, right? If it doesn't scream when you kill it, like that's one of the, I think that's the big difference, right? You start trying to kill an animal and it's like puts up a fight. Plants just don't.
The scale of a vegan diet, though, I think is one of these things that vegans have no idea about. Like, in order to have a well-rounded diet, which isn't for everybody, even there's some people who just don't seem to survive on veganism, but most people can make a pretty good go of it. But if you don't have avocados and high-fat things and beans, not every place in the world has a wide enough range of diversity to just survive on vegetable matter. Yeah. Some places in the tropics, probably do. But you get up to New England and stuff. I'm trying to think of any fatty plants.
Well, you eat plants while they're still alive, right? I mean,
yeah, no, but I'm saying that the types of the nutrients you need to survive, you have to include all of them, and a lot of them do come from animal easily.
Well, you probably have some fatty nut type plants that survive in New England, right? And we also don't think about how much of our country in general, the United States, was completely kind of cleared of a lot of its natural flora and fauna at a certain time, right? And then replanted with other things. So there was a lot of logging that took place, a lot of decimation to the land to begin with. So it's re-implementing certain things. What's that?
You have much less diverse forests and things.
Yeah, because humans thought they knew better, right?
I think what I hear being described, guys, is, you talk about the vegans and it's like a religion. And you gotta, everything's gotta die at some point. Rabbits gotta get taken out. You gotta get varmints out of your, what if you have gophers or rats? You're not gonna take them out.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you look at Genesis 1, it's like rule the earth, subdue it. And man, you talk about deforestation and changing the ecology of the world. Think about just the results of deforestation. It changes the ecology not only of that area, but it depletes the natural resources in terms of the water and the food sources that can be there. Different animals can't live there anymore. The whole structure of from the microbiome all the way up to elk and deer changes when you deforest stuff, and then you can't have water there either. So when you look at what scientists are doing, every little incremental step is to get us away from the natural way things, just like living out of the earth, working in the sun, which is good for us, eating the fruits of our labor, which is good for us, and like you're saying, ruling over the land instead of being ruled over.
Well, like I guess
this
the
system,
point is, oh, good.
well, this system is a system of indenturement, right? We all work to go to the store, and pretty soon, even that's going away. I'll shut up.
Well, I was gonna say, I think that the point that I was making with the religion thing, it's like it's the only group of people that go around like screaming about their diet at the top of their lungs as if it equates to moral superiority. It's really annoying. But I tried veganism, and I think it has lots of benefit. And I think they do have valid points, like Napalm was talking about, where everyone, for one, takes for granted where their food comes from. And then secondly, how we do it in the modern era is disgusting. And they just basically abuse the animals and then genetically modify them. Like KFC's chicken comes from chicken that have like an incredible amount of wings. They're like mutants because they're so genetically modified, and they just torture them. Like I just let my chickens out a little bit ago, and it's actually late, but I let my chickens run around and be free. And most people don't do that. Most chickens aren't like that. Most eggs don't come from chickens that are free range. And I think that's the solid point to make is like, we kind of are complicit with an insane like process to get the meat, but that's about it. I don't really see any validity in some type of claim to moral superiority, and that's what you see 90% of the time.
It's almost like with LGBT, how they make it about their sex life, right? Like their entire existence. Like,
Yeah.
like a vegan, their entire existence is their fucking diet, bro. Like you can't identify as the singular aspect of yourself. That's where big problems happen.
Well, that's that's a big joke. How do you know somebody's a vegan? Don't worry, they'll tell you.
Like Jaren was doing a video challenging the scriptures, and there's a person in the chat, and the subject is the scriptures. The person in the chat for like an hour straight just wants to, in all caps, talk about not how bad eating meat is and how immoral it is. And no one's listening to her, but she just keeps saying it. You know what I'm saying? It's just hilarious. Or like, I'm sure a lot of you guys know Nathan Thompson. It's like, dude, I was with him in person, and it was ridiculous. I mean, to the point where it was hard for us to go places. Like they would let us stay at their house, and he was just unbearable. You know what I mean? Like he would just preach and talk down to people about how he doesn't eat meat and like how much better of a person he is because he doesn't eat meat. So I think that's just the point that is ridiculous. It's so lame, bro. If anything, it makes me just want to go get a steak and like eat it in front of you really slowly. Like medium rare. But anyway.
Yeah, so the thing about like the food systems, right? We have such a easy access to the food, to the meat, to all of the stuff around us. We were talking earlier about, some things are hard work to do, right? Like living off the land is quote unquote hard work, right? Well, with the ease of the ability to get all of this food and such a diversity of food at the grocery store, that also comes with a dependence, right? A dependence upon the system that has been created, meaning you've been removed from being able to provide the sustenance for yourself. So you have a dependence upon the system that has been built up around you. And as we see with the vegan movement, these people are very loud and they do protest a lot, and they do a lot to try to change the system. And you can see how ineffective it is. You're basically stuck with the system.
Well, think about this. When you're like, oh, you can go to the supermarket and get what you want. No, you can go to the supermarket and get what they want to give you. Like, there's a huge difference. Like, and once you, not only have you given up dependency of getting the food to the supermarket, you've given up which food the supermarket's going to offer. You don't have a say in what you get at the supermarket. Milk, eggs, chicken, beef, this. If you don't like it, fuck off.
Yeah, but there's like so many layers to this. Like, you can go buy seeds and freaking grow your food, or like, you know, we just found a local farmers market where it's like raw milk and everything's organic, and they're all flat earthers, so they're pretty based. And you know, we're just gonna buy our stuff there. It's like, even if you don't make it yourself, there's still a way around like the overly processed nonsense, and it just requires a little bit of extra work or sacrifice. The actual truth is that we have just become like spoiled. We're just spoiled. Where back in the day, like people knew they had to earn their food.
It's like, you know, with Tinder and all this shit, why are people going to court women and do all this shit when you could just go online and get fucked, right?
Well, they aren't anymore. That's the problem. Nobody's going out and courting, and it's gotten to the point where
nobody knows how to do it anymore.
Right, and most young females find it very awkward and creepy when somebody does try to court them. Like, it's very
You can't. You go up to them and they're like, "Whoa, whoa!" And they're like, "Bro, this is how this is supposed to work, right?" Like, without men going up to women, how do you? What women are going up to men?
But I will say though, okay, like, I'm obviously not single, but when I was, dude, it's so easy to talk to women, in my opinion, nowadays, because just the fact that you can't be creepy about it. You just got to be smooth, just like small talk. But like, dude, they like get overly excited. You know, like there's some truth to what you're saying, where they all act like, you know, either you DM me or you're a creep. But, you know, really, if you just go up and you don't make it weird, it's not like this forced thing. Like, they're like overly into you because it's so out of the norm. Like, I kind of push back against the narrative where the guys are like, oh, the girls are so bad now. It's like, dude, all the guys are gammas. And if you're just not a gamma, you have like a huge advantage. Like a huge advantage. So that's kind of my take.
Well, this has been kind of shown out statistically, I think, where 90% of the women are basically sleeping with less than 10% of the men. Like,
yep.
Well, but no getting married either, right? It's just, it's women, guys used to fuck till they were 30 or whatever. Now they're fucking till they're 50. Women used to just get married at 20. Now they're fucking till they're 30, 35.
Your mic sounds crazy right now, bro. Sorry, but that was wild.
Yeah, you might need to
get in my AirPods. Yeah. But I mean, so the reason not getting married is 90% of women can't marry 10% of the men. So, especially hypergamy. That's why, like, you know, women need to be checked, and I can assure you that they actually like get turned on by that. So that's the actual truth. I mean, you can have all the little gamma male virtue signaling psychos running around and tell you whatever they want to. The truth is, if you're like, I think you might need to reevaluate your standards here, where you think that you deserve a guy that makes $350,000 a year and is going to be loyal to just you, and it has a six-pack and super attractive and has all these different things that they can do and is funny, and you have like this, but you have 3 children with 3 different dudes, or you've had sex with 50 people, or all these different, or you're already 27 or you're 30, and you have no children, you have no like actual intention to settle down. It's like you don't deserve even a fraction of the guy that you think you do. And like telling women that, they may pretend to be mad, but the truth is that they're turned on with assertion. So the fix to it is just men being men.
Yeah, I also kind of feel bad for women right now as well, because I feel like they're going through, as a whole, kind of an existential problem or a crisis where, they're being told to be strong, independent women, this whole feminism type thing. They don't need men, blah 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 blah. But deep down, subconsciously, they know that they're attracted to a traditional male type figure, and then they're trying to squeeze in their neo-feminism beliefs as to how a male and female relationship should go into what their expectations are. Like it's this whole contradiction that just doesn't seem to fit, and it doesn't work out.
Yeah, like it's we have a problem on both sides. Like there's no doubt about that. And both men and women are being attacked. For obvious reasons. They actually just don't want us reproducing and being like sustainable and having security and stuff like that. Actually, I put most of the blame on the men though, personally, because we have
men are in charge.
Yeah, we have women running around listening to Cardi B, dyeing their hair blue, screaming, talking about I want to murder babies, and using Instagram filters and getting like injections in their lips and their ass and fake tits and all that stuff. And like the modern woman, generally speaking, has lost their mind. But it's like not really the point though. Like the men, if you're a strong man, you could go to the heart of LA and get a leftist female in college. And if you're a strong man, she's going to instinctively know to follow you. And she'll change. Like Owen Benjamin's wife, right now every meal she makes from complete scratch out of their garden and from their house, everything they eat. She has had 4 children back to back. She's like the textbook stay-at-home mom. But whenever he met her, she had blue hair and was going to raves all the time and was like a liberal, quote unquote, feminist. Right? So like when you're strong, it's just the man's responsibility is my point. Like if the men were men, then they'd be fine. Everything would be fine. But that's why I think the primary attack is on men. And the primary attack is porn. Everyone watches porn. So that's the actual
It's like if you went to an army, right? Like an army base, and all the privates were running around doing whatever they wanted, right? You wouldn't be like, damn, these are horrible privates. You'd be like, where's the fucking sergeant, right? Where's the guy that's in charge to keep all these people in check, right? So you get these women that are doing crazy shit, and men are fucking them. Men are dealing with them. And these are the men that are like ruining all the shit. Like women wouldn't do what they were doing if it wasn't getting responses from men.
Yeah,
the
they're
desensitization of sex is the big thing. Okay?
Yeah, I was just going to say that most of the men are just white knighting for the females, right? And they've unfortunately have bred this culture of, if you go against what the mainstream is saying as far as the patriarchy and all this kind of shit, then you're going to get quote unquote canceled, right? So they buckle like a fucking cheap lawn,
because they want to get laid.
Chair. Exactly.
Right? But
and
this is how
white knight.
That's how they try and they think they're going to get laid.
And then what they don't realize, what they don't realize is that
they get friend zoned.
Women don't desire those traits within men at all.
That's why the first time I meet a girl, I ask her if she's a flat earther.
what those women will do is they'll find women that want to be in charge. They'll find a dude that they can use and tool out and be their little cuck boy. And then as soon as the man comes around that'll dominate them, they'll ditch that dude and they'll just use him.
Yeah.
I've seen it all the
Yeah,
time.
like I have so many personal experiences where like, so there would be like a group of girls, and I had some like girls that were like friends, and they would tell me like, yeah, what do you think of, or I'd say like, what's up with your friend, say, right? Like this has happened many times. Like, what's up with your friend because she's attractive or whatever. And they'd be like, she said she doesn't really like you because you talk about, because like I'd openly talk about how stupid abortion was or whatever, like even back in the day, even in my lowest moments. And she's like, she doesn't, she doesn't like you, blah, blah, blah. Like, because the girls all have this fake world where they talk to each other and they all pretend. But then that girl would slide through my DMs. So the truth is that they do like it. If there's a table of 5 dudes and one of them's talking about how abortion is murder and how men should be in charge, and women actually are supposed to be subservient, they'll pretend that they don't like it and that they're repulsed, but they do like it. I lived it. I know they like. I mean, they're not going to talk to the other 4 guys that are just trying to like virtue signal on white knight and play the role. In public, they'll pretend that they do like people like that, but they do not. It's just basic. Like you can't pull out nature. You know what I'm saying? You can't pull out the natural order. It's just always going to be there.
I have a really crude example. I don't know if it's appropriate, but you're making a good point. I agree.
Yeah, so there's somebody on a show called Kofefi Break, and she's a kind of a reformed feminist. Used to be all gung ho liberal feminist, and she tells stories about all of her, super liberal feminist female friends who, talk all this game about hating the patriarchy and the dominance of men and all this stuff, but then in reality, they find themselves attracted to and sleeping with only the men that they try to preach against, like the habits of the men that they try to preach against. Like quite literally, they are only finding themselves attracted to that which they're trying to preach against.
Because that which they're preaching against, right? Like to be a man and make a certain amount of money, you have to have a mentality, right? Like you can't be very empathetic. Okay, if you're empathetic, you're not going to hit. If you're very empathetic, you're not going to hit that high of money, right? Because you'll be nice. You're not going to fight for certain contracts, yada yada. So women don't understand that men that get crazy high money, like they get very rich, they look at things very mathematically and like usury. Like, oh, this is a girl. Yeah, I'll just do what I want. They're not like trying to settle down, and they're like, oh, but I can get a man up there. That's not what they do. They use things to their advantage. That's how they got rich.
Yeah, and then like, dude, the big thing is it's definitely the desensitization of sex and like the conflation that sex is equal on both sides. For guys, it's really not a big deal. Like, and just even on a fundamental, like anatomical level, like we just slide our penis in and then we're out. They are like receiving something, right? Like it's like inside them. Like, but like it's literally an entire different world where guys can have sex and then keep it pushing. And women are now trying to do that, but they are not designed to do that. And so it's really like throwing off the whole balance where they're becoming emotionally scarred, emotionally detached. They lose the ability to actually like connect with someone on a deep emotional level because there's like this spiritual exchange that happens. And they've just like obliterated the natural order and become desensitized, whereas men actually more so can do that. And I don't think that it's good for men to run around and sleep with everyone, but objectively it doesn't affect a man as much as it does a girl. But in today's day and age, we now see women trying to be like men in that regard, and that's what's just like ruining everything. And that, I mean, honestly, like women don't want to hear that, but they know it deep down. Like they can't help but catch feelings if they have sex with someone.
I think this could connect to the earlier conversation of just straying from the natural way things are designed. You know, it's like man is the head, you know, the woman is submitted under him, and that's a healthy relationship. You know, when you try to modulate that, you just run into problems. So it's like just the same convo. You know, getting away from the natural design of the way things are meant to be.
It's just annoying that women just can't be honest though about it, because if you think about it, women are attracted to men that have had a lot of experience with a lot of women, whereas men don't feel the same. You know, it's not the same the other way around.
Yeah, for sure.
We're not
Like
attracted
no
to a
woman
woman
wants
that's
a
been with a
guy
lot of
that's
men.
like, yeah, no woman wants a virgin, but the guy wants a virgin.
Right.
Think about it like this, right? Like the guy is the driver, the woman's the car, okay? You want the driver to have experience, you want the car to be new. That's the best combination of how this stuff works. An experienced person leading a new piece of machinery.
Wait
So
a
in
second.
this
What's the
case,
bigger implication of that right there?
yeah,
What, of men driving women?
I just didn't like the way that sounded for some reason. I don't know
He's
if I
basically
agree
saying
with
that
it. It
women
needs
are
to
you're
provide
it's
more
a
context.
I guess
yeah,
you're
it
trying to say
sounded
that women are being objectified as merely property in that context. What you're saying.
Well, so the guy is a driver. I mean,
It's just
it
an
is what it is,
analogy,
dude.
bro.
Yeah, I know. Like, I'm just like, you want the woman to be young because she's going to be bearing a child, which is best done with a new car or a new body, right? Like an 18-year-old, 20-year-old girl is going to handle pregnancy much better than a 45-year-old woman. You know, you're going to get
See, this is the problem. People are scared to have the blunt,
personally,
real conversation now, bro. It's like we've been engineered to freaking be soft and virtue. Dude, if I'm 50, I can make babies just as well if I'm 20.
Exactly.
Okay? Like a woman cannot do that.
Because my body doesn't need to be, isn't taxed.
Right, but then there's still the question of can either parent at 50 really raise a child if they're having a child at 50? You know, by the time that child is 18, they're 68.
The man.
So,
Yeah, well, because the man doesn't need to be hands-on. The woman's going to be picking the baby up, putting the baby down, holding the baby. The man's just going to be working, providing. What do you need, honey? Here's
well, he
10
might be
hams
retired
and, you know,
at
whatever.
that age.
I agree.
50 is not
Conversely,
that old, dude.
The
If you've
women
kept
will
yourself
want.
in shape.
Yeah, the women will want a mature man because mature semen is going to have more genetic coding and more genetic memories that are going to result in a higher likelihood of their offspring being productive and successful. So there's psychological and science to it as well.
Bro, God knew what he was doing, right? God is not a moron. He knew what he was doing when he made this system, and people just need to like accept that, you know, like it goes man, God, woman, like, and just man is not being like, look, I'm not trying to rule you. I was put here. I'm just doing what my purpose is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that there's no doubt that what we're discussing is the primary causal agent of the, degradation of society. It is, and it does come down to what the guy said. It's just the natural order has been obliterated, and I just think it's crazy, bro. Go watch a freaking commercial from the '50s. Like people have become so soft, bro. Where I don't know, it's just sad, and that's why.
Do you think there's
Obviously,
anything to say about people losing fertility at a certain age due to maybe diet or conditions of their
Oh, absolutely, bro. The lifestyle, sedentary, people used to be so much more active, right?
Like, let me give you an example. This whole time I'm thinking of somebody. Check this out. So I've known this girl. She's like 34 now, right? She has a 4-year-old brother. Her mom had a kid when she was 50 something. I'm pretty sure. I don't want to say this is the fucking wrench in your gears, but is being able to get pregnant?
she's the
Are we
anomaly.
forced to
bro,
believe
yeah,
that?
that's
Can I finish my statement?
exception.
Are we forced to believe that only young people can get pregnant, or is it a
No,
result
that's
of?
just that's
Okay.
just such an anomaly,
Out
right?
of
So it's
100
like the
kids,
rule and the exception.
you had 120-year-olds give birth and 150-year-olds, I'd put money that the 100 kids from the 50-year-olds are going to have more genetic problems, be predisposed to more problems.
Dude, if I drop my same semen in 100 women, the older women are not going to get pregnant even remotely close to as often. It's just.
And I'm wondering, is that the
the other
result
aspect.
of like diet and the conditions that we're dealing with?
Nah, age,
I think
bro.
it's just
the
the
result
natural
of
design
age.
is, yeah, like women become less fertile. Like their fertility is inversely proportionate to their age. Like, yeah, that we're attacked for our fertility.
I
is
know
attacked
kids
many,
that can't
many
have
ways.
kids right now. Like I know a girl, she's only 29 and she found out she's never gonna have kids.
But who
Bro,
says?
by 30,
Who says the
women
doctor?
lost 90% of their eggs by 30.
Yeah, can I mention as well? I mean, what Witzer said is true about age, but it's also true about weight. The fatter a woman, the less chance she has of getting pregnant. So it's not.
Surely I'd say.
Well, fat
women
men
like-
too.
Yeah, I
their
was going to
sperm is
say.
all
same
irregular.
for men.
No,
Surely
no,
no one wants a fat partner, do they?
no. The ability for a fat man to impregnate a woman is far higher than the ability for a fat woman to become pregnant.
But
Like,
All right, I
his,
see.
their
Okay.
sperm are also subpar on
See, like
usually.
in today's day and age, the odds of a woman having health problems, getting pregnant, is more likely. But is it because they're old, or is it because they're dealing with health issues? Right.
Well, there's all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, it's both. But
I
to
think it's
discount any one of the factors because other factors are involved is also simplistic.
Yeah.
Thanks for
I think the
answering my
main
question.
component would be age.
It's both. Is the answer.
Like I can talk about like, okay, personally with me, right? I thought for sure that, so Kai's 27. She turned 27 when we were dating. Like I thought there's no way I'd get with a girl that is that old. I mean, she's not really old, but 27 is older. But
How old are
we're
you?
both like, I just turned 30 in April. So, but we're both like in good shape, right? And she got pregnant within a week of our wedding. So it isn't just age, right? It's certainly not. Like I think that, like
What do you
Crypto's
mean?
saying,
What do you
health
mean
is a
older
big.
though? What older than what you would normally date?
Well, okay. Well, frankly, I was kind of a degenerate back in the day. Like I didn't try to date, but yeah, I was just thinking from like the sense of making children. I was thinking somewhere more around 22 to 25, maybe. Yeah. But I fell in love with her. I mean, that's not the point. Like, that's my soulmate, is how I see it for sure. But I'm saying she's 27, and she got pregnant like immediately. So there are many, and I actually attribute it to the creator, but I think that would be a crazy coincidence to I said a prayer for wife and children, and get the wife, and then she gets pregnant right after getting married. But anyway, I just think it's a variance of factors. I think anytime you try to boil it down to a singular variable, then you're being far too simplistic, and you're almost always wrong.
I wasn't saying it was just age. I was saying the biggest
No,
factor
I know.
in that is that most in today's society, women are having children later in life. They're having them
Here's
closer to
another
30.
thing. Another thing, Kai never took birth control. Like
Oh
never.
yeah, that's another. That's
a
where it
big
all went
one, though.
downhill. The introduction of
because
birth
it tricks your
control.
body. Yeah, it tricks their body into thinking that it's having a period all the time, basically.
And
their eggs
the
just
promiscuous
weird.
sex, right? Oh, I can go fuck anybody because I'm not going to get pregnant. So it was
I'm
like the
thinking
double
about
whammy.
this peddled narrative that you see on Nickelodeon, Disney. All these kids are rushing to get into these love at first sight type relationships, and then they become destructive. They break up. They deal with all types of trauma. And this is like a pattern. Is this the peddled narrative?
Programming?
Kids are supposed to be having sex when they're really little, and it just ends up being destructive. People are dealing with health issues, and they're getting abortions. And this narrative, like, we want to support, like, yeah, kids are more likely to have a healthy pregnancy when they're young. What if that's the peddled narrative? I don't know.
But
it's just provable though. Like
they don't want people getting together. They want it to like, oh, if it used to be you met your sweetheart at 18 and you stayed together your whole life. Like my grandparents, was the narrative. Like, now it's like, no, you don't want to do that. You got to shop around first, right? You got to shop around first and then come back. So it's just I think that's another big mentality change, is that a lot of people, 80 years ago, 90 years ago, they found somebody and they were like, this is it. This is good for life. I don't need to go, 10, 15, 30, 100 people.
What Disney really does, Disney teaches the women to grow up, the girls to grow up wanting to be a princess, idolizing the idea of a princess. In almost every story, the father tells her not to go talk to the dude, and then she sneaks around and does it anyway. And so, like, that's what they're actually brainwashing the girls to do, is to have self-inflated ego and importance as if a princess, and to embrace like daddy issues or conflict with the order of the father, and then go get with the guy they shouldn't, despite the father's wishes.
It is to disobey and disrespect their fathers. When you look at biblically what men are brought up to do with their daughters, is to raise them up in preparation for marriage. They're the covering for their daughter until she goes out and marries a dude. When they spurn that covering, they are subject to go out and do all matter of evil things. And I was just reading last night, if you got that's so funny, man. This is a pocket book, but it says if you have a daughter that is like loose like that, you better keep her at home, because she'll open her mouth to every dude, and she'll open her legs to every arrow out there. And it's just kind of a thing, man, where Disney is a sorcerer's wand, man, to trick humanity.
Yeah, Disney is a crazy thing. That is not just some like, let's make a movie. That is some meticulously crafted psychological warfare.
I'll give you one example. Look at Aladdin. I don't know if y'all are familiar, but he meets Jasmine. He gets her to sneak away from the king's guard, which is protecting her. They run off, and he takes her not to just a house, a squat pad. Like, hey, let's run over this roof. Okay, take this little pole vault into my little squat pad. And they're about to get something going on when they hear the guards after him. They finally track him down. They're after us, right? They're about to like get freaky.
They're
man.
after
Like,
you?
Yeah.
They're after me?
That's
Wait,
what they're teaching our
have you
children.
guys ever heard when you turn it up real loud, he like whispers something about what does he
Good
whisper?
teenagers, take off their clothes.
Take off your clothes. And dude,
Good teenagers, take off their clothes.
Dude, Aladdin is a crazy thing, because that dude just like a degenerate. He's running around stealing from everyone.
Yeah.
Then goes and takes her. and when they get on the carpet, the song is it's about Luciferianism. I can show you the world.
Magic.
Go read
A
the
whole new
lyrics
world,
of that
right?
song.
A whole new world is even the first
Dude,
thing.
it'll blow
A
your
whole new
mind
world.
if you read the lyrics of that song thinking about Lucifer.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up right
crazy.
now. It's called A Whole New World, right?
Yeah, dude. Every lyric. It's like very obviously talking about like the sales pitch of Lucifer to you, to man. It's insane.
Bro, when did you last let your heart decide, right? The heart is
Exactly.
emotion, not logic.
Exactly. I broke it down.
Oh, yeah, emotion over logic. Look at that. It's in the song. A new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no.
I did see that.
Exactly, like the
Or where to go or what to do, right?
No
Tell us
one
where
to
to go.
tell us exactly like the creator. It's about the creator. It's rebelling against the creator.
I did see that breakdown of Disney you done.
Yeah, you're right.
You ruined my childhood. Thanks, Wit.
Yeah, my stream Wish Upon a Star.
What about Ursula from Little Mermaid actually being... Who's the character Ursula in Greek mythology? I can't remember.
Medusa.
Let me look up the lyrics to
Little
Little Mermaid real quick.
I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid, right? Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? I can open your eyes, take you wonder by wonder, over, sideways, and under on a magic carpet ride, a whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one can tell us no, or where to go, or say we're only dreaming, a whole new world, a dazzling in a place I never knew. But when I'm way up here, it's crystal clear. I'm in a whole new world with you. Unbelievable sights, indescribable feelings, soaring, tumbling, free-willing through an endless diamond sky. You guys ever heard Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, right?
Yeah.
Which is Lucifer. A whole new world. Don't you dare close your eyes. 100,000 things to see. Hold your breath. It gets better. I'm like a shooting star, which Enoch says is actually the rebellious angels. I've come so far. I can't go back to where I used to be. I can't go back to where I used to be because they were literally not allowed back up because they rebelled.
Imprisoned on
I
Earth.
got one more for you guys.
Dude, it is literally about the fallen angels. It's straight up.
I got one more for you guys. She got a Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid rebels against her dad. She wants to walk on the earth, so what does she do? She goes to a witch who casts a spell on her, takes her soul, and gives her the ability to go and...
Yeah, I actually got the lyrics to Under the Sea in front of me. The first lines is, "The human world, it's a mess. Life under the sea is better than anything they got up there." The lyrics are so dark. It's literally like describing jumping into the ocean and sinking to the bottom is what you should do.
Well, I think it's even deeper than...
Dagon the fish god is still honored by the Catholic dioceses till today because that is their god that they worship.
Yeah, they wear on the hat. But I think it's even deeper than that. This is what I think, okay? I think that majority of the initial one world prior to the flood, the antediluvian era is literally under the ocean. I think that literally majority of the old world is still under the ocean. So I think that's actually what it's alluding to.
The lyrics are so dark. Like, they sing it so nicely, but it's so dark.
I know it's so catchy, so the children just sing without even knowing what they're singing. It's like a mantra or like chanting. It's like spells. They get little children to cast spells.
Oh, yeah, good point.
It's a spell.
Yeah, no wonder Disney... this is why I never liked Disney movies, because of all the songs that they just break out into. I'm not a fan of Broadway or just, I guess. But they must use that for some reason, right?
When I was a child, I like my parents had like a whole freaking bookshelf. It was back in the VHS days, right? And we had like every Disney movie you could freaking name. And my parents didn't think that they were like having me have black spells cast on me. You know what I'm saying? They thought that they were like being good parents and getting me all the movies. They they also traumatized children with the movies like Lion King. Like, it's traumatizing for a child.
Hopefully Winnie the Pooh isn't tarnished, because that was one thing I used to like when I was really young.
Same, that was actually my favorite, dude.
Let's destroy Winnie the Pooh for him. Hold on, let me find the Winnie the Pooh song.
Bro, everything.
I had Winnie the Pooh, bro, like a little stuffed animal when I was real little, and that was like my thing. And if we went on a trip, and I didn't have my thing, I'd go crazy. I remember my parents would do this thing where they drive to Florida throughout the night, and so they take us when we fell asleep. They'd literally take us out of the bed and put us in the car, and we just wake up like on the way to Florida. And they would make sure that I had my thing when I woke up. I was obsessed with Winnie the Pooh, so it's funny you say that. It's like, I will say that I haven't ever found too much like crazy about that, but I'm sure there's something there. But it seems kind of basic, like, don't be so negative about everything, Like, I agree with that. I use the word Eeyore as like an insult to this day. Yeah.
There's a lot of people that have an idea that he was supposed to be someone with depression. Like, that was sort of his character was a sort of an analogy for someone with depression.
Oh, okay. He definitely looked like he had depression. But it's just like, it'd be a really beautiful day outside, and he'd be like, "There's a cloud." You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, because
maybe
depression is finding what's wrong.
Well,
sorry.
It's an analogy for a certain 24/7 mod as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been able to find information on this thing. Apparently, Jews created anime in the 60s in Japan, and this was like to peddle like the idea that men are impotent or whatever. Does anybody know anything about this? I can't.
It must have worked really good. Japan's doing pretty bad in that department.
Oh yeah.
I can't find a video about it or anything. I just heard it one day.
You can't find a video about Jews? Oh my gosh, no way. It's almost like
I don't know how to search
internet.
things. Like, I really am a noob.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm being serious. Like, you can't.
Sorry, I just want to say it's pretty disgusting what's been done to Japan, especially politically now. Now they're saying, I don't know if you guys have heard about these one-person weddings. You can now get married to yourself officially in Japan.
Wait a second, what?
I know. I wish this was a joke. It should be, but it's not.
This is a joke. They're definitely
Their porn blurred out.
Well,
Like,
they're not
wait,
going
I
to
need
lose
to hear
half,
this.
are
I
they?
need
Doesn't
to
even
wait,
show
wait,
anything.
what?
They're not going to be losing half
Yeah,
to anyone.
yeah. So, do you need me to repeat?
Well, yeah. So, yeah, you have any further details as to give me some way to try to wrap my mind around this?
I mean, I'm driving at the moment, so I haven't got any sort of like sources, and to be honest, I hadn't
No.
searched up for a while.
Do they get any
Not
tax benefits?
my main interest is one-person marriages, not really, but I'm sure if you just Google it, I mean, it might come up on some obscure site, or whatever. But I remember watching this video of this Japanese woman who literally had married herself, which is bizarre. So maybe you can find it on YouTube or whatever. I'm not sure, but if not,
Dude, Japan is a shit. No, you're fine. I was just trying to understand the context. Japan's a shit. So like, so my wife's father is like obsessed with koi fish. That's like his hobby. And so, koi fish are infamous for being in Japan. So they've been there a few times. And he said that he knows people there. And so what happens, like, say that if the woman wants to take the child, if a parent takes the child and leaves, it's illegal to go try to get the child back. You just have to accept it. And they won't help you get your child back at all. And there's all kinds of weird rules like that you would think it's a joke. It's so blatantly backwards and immoral.
Did he just say in Japan you could marry yourself?
Yeah, it sounds
Is
like
that what
the rise. Sounds like the
Dude,
rise.
can you get like a prenup? Can you get like a prenuptial agreement against yourself, or like
divorce yourself and get half of your own money?
I wanted to follow up on top of that, and it's because obviously Japan's got quite low birth rates, and this has been actually forced on them through degenerate culture and a bunch of other things, including working too hard. They kind of embody all this stuff. But what I find
is marriage counseling half price, man?
I don't know.
Some comedian could wreck this topic in like 2 minutes. You guys hear that in Japan you're allowed to marry yourself?
Crypto, I don't know what it is about you, man, but people always interrupt you, bro.
Yeah, I know. Look, basically, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but basically, what I was trying to say. So I've got someone griefing me on the road, so I'm slightly disappointed by that. But like, I got people giving me evils over in a car. Anyway, yeah. So basically, what I was saying is, you got people in Japan who are like marrying themselves, and then you've got like all of these kind of like, obviously the low birth rates and everything else have been pushed on them by this kind of like alien degenerate culture, and we all know who introduced that. But now they're being told, oh yeah, you're not replacing yourselves enough, so now you have to take in millions of immigrants, and it's just like, well. The Japanese society has always been very mono-ethnic and monocultural. That's going to absolutely destroy their society. And I just think it's really disgusting what's being imposed on them, because they don't want it. They're not saying, we want to have low birth rates and we want to fucking be basically replaced, but it's being imposed on them by their higher ups, and it's just really awful. Like, why would you do that to an entire nation of people?
All of those traditions looking to be destroyed, basically.
Because they have a plan. This is all part of a plan to singularize the people. You can't have a new world order when you have cultures of people. So they have to destroy the culture of every single place. Part of the plan.
Yeah,
for sure. But I think it's more. It's like when you've got like certain monocultural places that aren't seen as like particularly successful, then they don't really care to knock them down because they're kind of pillars of averageness. I mean, does anyone really care about the history of, I don't know, fucking Guatemala? Like, does anyone care if Guatemala's like mono-ethnic, or, because I don't know anything about Guatemala, but Japan has got like a famous history and a famous culture. They were known as being extremely strong throughout history, and I think that's what makes them a target, is that they've got all this kind of like strength in history.
Rich history. Same with India.
Japan's colonial.
It's going to be hard to get those immigrants into India, bro. They're going to get there and they'll be like, oh my God, this is worse than where we came from. What the fuck? No, can we get the return tickets?
But they've already got a space program for India, haven't they? So they've hoodwinked a lot of people that way.
Well, they did a good job they set us up for decades with this, so they obviously demonized your boy Hitler, not pro or anti, but anyway, what was he? He's such a bad guy, but what was he? Like, what's the opposite of a quote unquote globalist?
Hitler was a
Nationalist.
globalist.
A nationalist. So they demonized that idea in like the most extreme way ever, right?
Is there an in-between?
Sorry, go on.
No, just asking, is there an in-between?
I think that the thing is that you should be proud of your nation or your group of people and where you come from. And if you're not, you will lose it. So there really, unfortunately, isn't much of an in-between. Does that mean that it's like bad to get with someone of a different nationality? No. But like when you concede your nationality, then it just ceases to exist. So it's one of those things that it's like, it's not really like you can go back in time and get it back. It's one of those things where it's like either you keep it or it goes away. And obviously they want a monotonous, one world order. So they have to do away with nationality and culture and tradition. And, in-group preference isn't intrinsically evil. That's retarded. It's just like, I like to hang out with like-minded people. So that doesn't make me evil. I prefer to talk to open-minded people that research things diligently and don't just blindly believe whatever the mainstream says. That doesn't mean I'm evil. That's just like, duh. That's just natural.
Yeah, there's this, like you say, there's this really stupid conflation between liking certain things and therefore hating other things. It's like if I like, I don't know, red cars, then therefore I hate blue cars or something. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't just because you like people who are like you doesn't mean you hate everyone else. But I actually think that it's projection. I actually think that they do think like that. I actually do think that they do people who aren't like them, and so they put it on you. But then they put it on you in a tactical way where they can then destroy you. It's like, well, yeah, but the whole reason that you don't like me is because I don't think like you, and then you putting it on me that I think like you is very there's layers of irony to it that would be funny if it wasn't so disgusting.
And
well,
it's
yeah,
like,
the truth is so.
How do you deal with that? Is it like embrace difference, but obviously keep traditions? So you have your culture that you keep, but you embrace difference,
Well, America
and in
basically
a way,
has no culture.
yeah, exactly. We're being made to not embrace difference. Hate
If you
difference.
like babies being born, do you have to hate babies being aborted?
I
Like that's, me too. But then I think that's part of the some people would be like abortion is a societal thing, right? It's like, oh, it's so they're trying to label certain things like as non-traditional. Like, oh, abortion is just non-traditional. I'm like, no, it's horrible, right? Like it's not just a different point of view. It's wrong, right? And I think
exactly. They've equated tradition to being immoral. It's very brilliant psychological warfare, but your boy Crypto just nailed it, dude. The group of people that own all the media that brainwash the people into thinking tradition and in-group preference is bad is the most extreme ethnic supremacist group on the earth. They have the most extreme in-group preference known to man, like to a point where they literally think that their genetics equate to literal superiority. Like superiority, not different, superior. Like they demonize the idea of like, oh, well, I have a tradition and I'm proud of where I come from. I'm proud of my people, right? Like I have German in me, like predominantly German. Like I'm not going to be ashamed of the people that brought me here. But that doesn't mean that I think I'm intrinsically better than someone that's not German, but they literally do think that. So ironically, the actual evil, immoral aspects that can be attached to in-group preference is not what the normal people think. It's actually what the people that are brainwashed the normal people think. It's insanely ironic and glaringly obvious.
Yep.
How dare you talk about if I was to, so basically if I call you out for being an ethnic supremacist, that means that I am racist. What joke?
Yeah, because they don't allow you to see these things, but they allow themselves to see these things. And you know what's quite interesting is if you ever read like the Times of Israel, as I do, they have internal media which kind of refers to this us and them thing constantly. But then when you see like the similar people, they'll write pieces for Western media, and this is not allowed anymore. Like there are some guys who I can't remember. I think his name's Rahm Emanuel. He's one of the American guys who's a dual citizen, and he was like pro guns in Israel and anti guns in America. It's like, well, like you can't make this stuff up.
No,
but it's
crazy,
unfortunately true.
Dude, and the other thing with the Hitler thing, I think that's such a good, it's like Germany is such a good point to make to really elucidate the idea. Like, so Germany had an idea in place where if you got married, then they would give you a loan for a house. And if you had a child, they'd take 25% of the loan away. And if you had 4 children, you got to have the house for free. With each child, another 25% of the loan was taken away. Right? So it's like, it seems just, how is that bad? Like like if you make a German family, you're adding to the intrinsic value of Germany. So Germany's gonna help you out. It's not, that isn't evil. That's just smart.
Yep. And now, if you look at what the kind of Western European nations are doing to their people, it's virtually the opposite of that. And you have to ask why. Like, why is a government sabotaging its own population? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
And like, oh man, you want to keep your financial stability in your own hands as a nation. That's evil.
They do it because at the end they're outside of the the common people. They're on their own bubble, so they don't get affected by this stuff.
Yeah, but dude, what's crazy is I'm
They
reading a
work for
book.
themselves.
I'm reading a book, dude. Let's just say the Germans were right about a lot. Okay, and so they pursued what they would refer to as ether physics, and they said that they were. It was a goal of theirs to make sure that they, were to rise above what they labeled as mysticism within Jewish physics. That's what they called it. Well, that isn't just like some racist thing. Einstein is literally the one that devolved physics into metaphysical mysticism and mathemagic, replacing the etheric backgrounds with nonsense. And this is just a perfect point here with the ether. It's a framework that actually yields results. So they were able to get electrogravitic propulsion devices to operate. They were able to build what we call UFOs, and many different types of them, and many successful types, ranging with all kinds of speeds and all kinds of maneuverability, because they utilized the knowledge of electrostatics or dielectricity and magnetism and the etheric background within. Whereas now, I mean, we haven't even gotten remotely close to that with the modern outline of quote unquote physics. I think that's proof, right? Is that not proof, or is that not very strong evidence for? It's like, technically speaking, proof that the earth is flat is the practical use case, efficacy of practical use case. Like, we fly planes, treating the earth flat. We shoot missiles, treating the earth flat. We shoot guns, treating the earth flat. Every time you successfully fly a plane, it's physical empirical evidence that the Earth is flat. There's not really much better evidence than.
And here's what they do.
Here's
what let me back that up. When you show them like documentation, all this documentation about flat Earth and how everything, like the antennas, the microwaves, and all, and the planes, and they say, well, that's just they say that's just for to make the equations easier and everything. Well, look, that's how's that helping their case? Like, in other words, everything we measure and everything we do in reality is over a flat, non-rotating Earth, and then they just transfer it into their model with the mathematics. I mean, that backs up our whole point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So don't you agree that being able to make the UFO utilizing electrostatics and ether is evidence for that framework's validity?
Yeah, that just backs up. Like, look, everything is measured over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Then you could do whatever you want with it. Yeah, you can put it into a model. You can measure this, measure that, and then attribute R to it and put it in a model. But the reality of the measurement with all these things come from the flat, non-rotating Earth, especially aircraft. Man, that's a good point.
I'm really trying to shove ether in there, as you can tell. The Germans said that they were rising above the deception of Jewish physics, and they utilized an ether physics, and they were able to create UFOs doing that. So why can't we do it using space-time? Why can't we do it using materialism and there's nothing there? Why can't we use quantum mechanics to make UFOs?
If they did, bro, there's a couple reasons. If they didn't change the mathematics, it took them like a quarter century to come up with the bullshit to abolish the ether, whatever it might be. But if they didn't do that, then they wouldn't be on top anymore. Everybody would have all this technology. They wouldn't be above us and have technology that we don't. And also, they would have lost their whole model. Period. They lost a rotating globe. You know, because that was their excuse, you know, of why the no result is they abolished the ether. They just basically straw man the fucking entire scientific experiment. So whatever it might be, there's a good reason for them to abolish it, bro. But they're running out of time, dude. I hope anyway. It seems like
they
may have
that, but a huge portion of the group that's woken up is literally still falling for it, and actually like trying to make sure other people fall for it. It's like the trick is so simple. They created all these different little paradigms of models that they know not to be true. And then they got the peasants to use the models so that they could never, ever progress. So it's like, now you have people like, look, there's a particle right here. Now we can't see it. We can't actually prove it. It's not actually a physical particle, but we're going to treat it like it's a physical, spherical bubble particle here, okay? And if we manipulate this little area that we call a particle, if we manipulate it instantaneously at the very same time, another quote-unquote particle way over there moves exactly the same. If I spin it, it spins over there. If I shake it, it shakes over there instantly. But it's a particle.
Here's why, man.
I promise.
Here's why, dude. It's like, I understand y'all people like look, all the materialists who everything's a particle. Like, look, we understand that everything's digital now, and you got to be able to count it, or you can't put it in a computer. You can't simulate it. So yeah, you got to make light a particle. You got to make all these electrons and shit particles to make these devices. That don't mean they're actual physical electrons and shit. You know, it's just materialism, dude. And but here's the part I don't understand. Like, why are they so against? Why are they defending materialism? And if you're arguing on the same side as the globe and getting upset about the shit, then dude, you need to back up and think about that for a minute. Like, why are they getting so triggered when you try and bring up ether? Like, I don't know what the fuck it is. I just showed a video on what it might be, and it's fun to discuss, and it seems like it's you know, at the level of our understanding, right on the borderline of it. But it seems like to know that means advancing technology and shit, you know, it seems like.
Right.
But what is the reason they're so against it, bro? Why do they get triggered by it? I mean, I can't I can't put that
I don't
together
even
in my
care about
mind
the version.
psychologically, dude.
It's ego, dude. It's not even complicated answer. It's literally just ego. But what I'm saying is that it really comes down to a very simple low level trick, and people are still falling for it. And don't you guys agree that the primary way that they deceived us was the defining of terms? Okay, so like we know that things have weight, right? So people say that's because of gravity. Well, gravity, gravitas, meaning weight, right? Or coming from gravis, meaning heavy, how heavy something is. Well, they define weight as mass times gravity. So everyone has a misdefined term of like interpretation of what weight is. Weight still exists. You just misunderstand what it actually is. The whole deception.
Here's what they did,
The whole
though, man.
deception
Here's
was
the
to
trick.
get you to define. Wait, Brian. The whole deception was to get you to define terms improperly. We now have flat earthers saying you're wrong because look at the mainstream materialistic definition of things. They define medium as this. They define this as this. They define light as this. They define electron as this. The whole trick was to get you to misunderstand what things actually are by misdefining the terms. This is
Dude,
like
when I
Truth
made that
101.
video about the vacuum underwater, like I get all these comments talking about you need to like you're a halfway, you don't understand physics. When I said I don't see how they need to rewrite physics or explain this, like they don't even understand that the density and the buoyancy equation, a vacuum would mean zero. So the whole buoyant force and their equation, I mean, it's so simple. If you're even into that shit, then that means there's a zero buoyant force. That means a vacuum would be zero just by y'all's fucking physics. But here's the thing.
Well, it's philosophy.
The trick is this. They lift something up that's already heavy or not heavy, whatever, and then get an average drop rate after lifting the thing up and then apply that to the weight. Like, hold on, you done put all this energy into lifting it up and then average the time on that things fall back down to where they were and then make an equation out of that and act like it proves it. That's the trick right there.
Dude, you guys
I don't know,
have
man.
got to watch my presentation, bro. I think I'm doing the presentation. Like I just started kind of putting it together. It's going to take me a couple days to put it together because it's going to be a lot, but I think it's going to be on Friday. You guys have got to watch it, bro. Share it and watch it because it's really going to put it into all this nonsense. And what it comes down to, it goes all the way back to the 5th century. Democritus proposed the idea of atomism. Okay, and he claimed that all things are made of, discrete, indivisible particles called atoms. And it was him. Now, Democritus was, wait for it, a philosopher. Because it's philosophy.
Yeah, that's what they are today as philosophers. And here's how I got away on Quantum Racer's channel about talking about it. Like I'm not like 100% sold on it, but to me it needs to be talked about because it might be. But here's the reason I got away with it because I let them know that I don't think that gas goes down and shit. I don't believe that gas has weight. It doesn't have weight in no certain direction. It has pressure. But as long as you in that presentation you should start off with that it doesn't necessarily mean that that gas goes down or something, that all shit goes down, and
well, that's a non sequitur, bro.
Loosen up a little bit. Yeah, but that's what it all in the argument. It always pins back down to that. No matter which.
Well, not
angle
really.
you
Like
go,
QE doesn't agree with
back
Oakley
down
on
to
that. QE doesn't even agree with Oakley or their whole panel on that. Like the electrostatic acceleration, incoherent dielectric acceleration, everything's intrinsically electrostatic. My whole spiel on that. QE knows I'm right. QE knows I'm right. That's why you've never heard me jump on the train.
I'm not necessarily sold on that, man. I'm not necessarily sold on that.
I know you
but I
can't
hear
rebut
you.
my stance, though. You can't rebut my stance.
It's a good one. It's a good one, dude. It's an interesting theory, man. I just ultimately,
it's not even a theory.
So
it's not a theory, Brian.
I consider it. I like discussing it too, bro. Yeah, but I'm the same way though. I'm not 100% sold on that. Like I don't think there is an accelerate. Like it might be, dude. I'm like this. I'm on the fence. It might be, and I want to hear more about it. And I like seeing your evidence and all that. And I don't get mad either way.
Real quick, what's it? You were explaining your like upcoming presentation, and I think you got interrupted. Could you finish while you were saying?
Yeah, I'm just was telling everyone I'm going to be doing a presentation on the ether, and I'm breaking down that the fundamental conversation comes down to it's ether versus atomism. That's the only two frameworks that have ever been proposed. They're both philosophy. They're philosophical interpretation. So the little mantra about science, you can't understand the natural world without a logical framework of interpretation. You can do science all you want to. If you don't understand shit, it doesn't matter. And the truth is that they don't realize that they're making a philosophical stance at the onset, which is atomism. So I'm breaking it down. I'm showing where atomism came from. I'm showing what it is. I'm showing that it's actually a confinement to materialism. I'm showing that if you critique someone for saying that's not science and it can't be proven and that's just philosophy, but simultaneously you're making a philosophical claim, then you can apply that same critique to what you're doing. And that's the problem. And then we're going to show which one of the philosophies is logically bankrupt and it's very objective that only one of them is viable.
Let me tell you what to do, man. If you're in a conversation with any one of them, real quick, if you're in a conversation with any one of them and you want to get past that science argument, then say, question is light a particle, because the only thing they can reference is the photoelectric effect or or what Browning emotion, or I forgot the name of it, but neither one of them are natural observed phenomena. Like, they're not science, they're just technology, So that's how I got around it with QE. Was I asked him about that first, and then he couldn't knock all every single thing I said about not being science when he opened with that, But
dude, I'm destroying it way beyond that.
Just open with light a particle, and they'll have to use something non-scientific.
The photoelectric effect, not scientific, though, right?
No, it's also not even. It's not even as is claimed. So, you guys just watched my presentation. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I meant by their terms.
How about this? Just watch this. Watch this. I'm telling you right now. What's the day? Wednesday, the 24th. No one will rebut my presentation with any substantive specificity or value. It will go unrebutted. So, I'm telling you right now, no one will rebut it. So, what does that mean?
Sorry, I might be dragging the conversation back a little bit, but I promise I'm not doing it like to shit on the conversation. But I just wanted to know what everyone's predominantly Witz's thoughts on why Einstein is so famous. Is like, for me, it seems like it's some kind of mockery, both against kind of like the German people back in the day, because he kind of came from a similar era from when all of this propaganda was being spent anyway, but also now everyone thinks that this guy's like the smartest man that ever lived, and it's like also now embedded in people's minds that to go against him is to be stupid, right? So I don't know what you guys think about that, and maybe relate it back to how the conversation.
You're right on the spot, man. That's correct.
Yeah, when they change everything to particles, man, like they say that without quantum physics, you wouldn't have. What?
Who was Crypto talking about?
Einstein.
Here's what they did, man. They made everything like quantum physics, and they say, yeah, without quantum physics, where would we be today? Like, dude, the only advancement has been in artificial technology, basically, like simulations in computers. Like, yeah, I can see your face from 1,000 miles away or something, but I'm still fucking using the same knob and flap to flush my fucking toilet and shit. Like, nothing has really progressed, man, much, except for artificial technology. And without all the discoveries, then there wouldn't even have been the math to go with it, the quantum physics to go with it. I don't like the way they reify. I don't like the way they reify shit and like it's reality.
Invoking technology is akin to when you're debating a glober, and they say, "What a stupid flurf! You don't believe in gravity? You can't even use your phone. It has an accelerometer." It's exactly the same thing. It's exactly the same thing, and it's logically bankrupt nonsense. It's so stupid. It's so low level. But just to answer your point, Crypto, he was clearly a front man put up to mock the Goyim, I think, objectively, because, for example, relativity, he didn't even come up with that. Henri Poincaré, a French dude, came up with it a year before that, and then Einstein stole it, and then Henri Poincaré actually released a refutation refuting his own relativity theory, but Einstein stole it, proposed it, and was made famous because they controlled the media, and he was a propped up figurehead who didn't know anything, didn't do anything, didn't come up with anything. And he didn't get the Nobel Prize for the theory of relativity because it had already been refuted by the actual person that put it out. And that's why you see there was a petition signed by like 150 scientists at the time trying to, make sure that no one fell for Einstein and to kick him out of Germany. and to make sure that nobody followed him through the mysticism of Jewish physics, as they would coin it, because he was taking science down a road of pseudoscience, and he didn't come up with anything. And then he got the Nobel Prize for the photoelectric effect. He also didn't come up with or discover that, right? First of all, his work on the photoelectric effect, he didn't even do it. His wife did it. But even worse than that, she didn't discover it either. Someone else discovered it many, many years before that. Okay, so the point is, like, Einstein didn't do anything. He has one patent, it's for a blouse. It is objectively mockery. It's like they really think this dude is smart. And they're like, actually, what we'll do is we'll even tell him that he married his own cousin and then wanted to have sex with her daughter underage. We'll even have the main picture of him be him looking like a crazy person who can't brush his hair, sticking his tongue out. Every part of it's just like it's like a troll. It's like mockery. And the people ate it up. It worked perfect. So that's my answer to that. It's like he didn't do anything. And when you read him, he'll tell you he didn't do anything. He stole everything. And so, like, really, what did he do? Well, he was propped up by those who control the media. That's it.
They tried to stop him when they still had some integrity, right? Back then. Now, man, these people have no integrity at all.
How involved was he with the making of the atom bomb then?
That's all a lie.
Wow. Interesting. I never heard that, man.
Yeah, nuclear bombs is a lie, in my opinion. So the only time nuclear bombs have ever been dropped was in Hiroshima, Nagasaki. And what actually happened was we firebombed them the entire summer, as did every other country. And then we say we dropped bombs on what, like the 7th and then in the 9th, and then they surrendered on the 9th after the second one. But what actually happened was on the 8th, Germany let them know that they were pulling out of their peace treaty with them, and they were about to invade with 1 million troops on the ground from the north. And they were like, okay, we surrender. Once that day came, they surrendered because Germany was about to invade on the ground with 1 million troops. They did not surrender because of some magic nuclear bomb. And Japan actually reported it as firebombing at the time. The trains were up and running the next day. Vegetation continued to grow there, as it does to this day. There's no actual evidence of any type of thing called a nuclear bomb. First of all, how would you video record a nuclear bomb? And of course, the most glaringly obvious part of it that shows you that there's something afoot is it was illegal as an American journalist to report on it. There was only one person that was given clearance to report on it. And if you were going to write about it, you could only go based on what he reported. And if you individually reported on it, you would be tried under treason and capital punishment. So they obviously just did that to scare people, to lie to you. And now people still think nuclear bombs are real. And so it justifies all our wars.
It worked with me, dude. I seen this movie when I was like about 8 years old or real young called The Day After. And where the people's hair was falling out. So, dude, yeah, they have big bombs, obviously.
That's exactly what I was talking about.
Nobody's doubting that shit. They got big bombs. But as far as radiation that kills people for fucking 50 years, and once you get it, there's no way out of it. Like, you got a certain dose, you're dying in 4 days or something. That's all the horse shit, dude. All that fallout bullshit. You know, that's.
No, that can I add, like, yeah, all the slideshows of people looking like they're dealing with radiation after the bomb. What do we attribute that to now?
Yeah, it's fucking like the Geiger counters and shit. If you put a Geiger counter up to plutonium, and Galen Windsor ate this shit on stage. He put the Geiger counter. He said if the FBI was here, they'd block off for this 2 grams of plutonium or whatever it was. Then they would block off a half square mile in every direction, and he put the Geiger counter up to it, and then he licked it off of his fucking hand to show that, you know, it's not what they're saying it is, man. It's all fucking propaganda and lies.
Are you guys saying that radiation is not real?
Are you saying
yes, it's real? Yes, it's real, but it doesn't.
Hair falling out.
It doesn't hang around.
Those were the first crisis actors. I'm sorry. I had to.
It's real. Hold on. It's real, but just walk away from it, bro. If you get near something that's you just walk away. It's not like, oh, I got near it, I'm dead, bro. There might be some fucked up some radioactive chemicals, but the shit that the Geiger counter, every single thing that the Geiger counter reads doesn't mean that it's fucking gonna kill you with radioactivity and shit. All this fallout,
Dude,
all this scaring people like
just a lie. It's a okay. So atom is the etymology of atom is indivisible, cannot be divided. Yet they say they split and divide an atom. They write the script to where if you're stupid enough to believe it, because it's so blatantly contradictory, they think that they don't have any repercussions. It's called natural law, the laws of attraction and natural law. That's what they adhere to. So when they tell you that an atom, by definition, is indivisible, and they tell you that they're going to divide it, and you believe it, then that's not their problem. Just like they say, well, we never actually saw an atom, and it's 99.99999% empty space, but we promise it's a physical little hollow spherical bubble. If you believe that, then it's your fault. It's your fault that you believe it, right? And it's as simple as it's a philosophy of materialism. They know materialism is stupid. These are Gnostic, esoteric people. They know that the metaphysical is real. They actually think you would have to be so retarded to not know that. That's why Freemasons won't even let you in the club if you're an atheist, because they consider it pure retardation. They think it is the lowest level of intellect that exists. To think that the earth is just material, that the material world is all that there is. They think it's so stupid, and it is, because you can't explain dreams or thoughts or intuition or consciousness or or the creator. You can't acknowledge any of the things that we know to be true because everything's just in the material world. Here, I have the definition here because it's in my show. Atomism is a theoretical approach. What's up?
And then they say,
dreams
well, it's all chemicals,
hold on, dreams
right?
are particles, bro. Dreams are particles.
They say it's chemicals in your head, but then you ask them to recreate what is happening, and they can't, right? So,
well, yeah, they're even coming out now in mainstream and saying that the whole chemical imbalancing was a lie. But atomism is defined as a theoretical approach that regards something as interpretable through analysis into distinct, separable, and independent elementary components. A doctrine, like a religion, a doctrine that the physical and mental quote-unquote universe is composed of simple, indivisible, minute particles.
Yeah, they say that, and then they fucking divide it up. I mean, there might be something like atoms, but they can't prove that. But it's a convention that they've made work. I'm good with all that. I'm good with them quantifying
There's not something
it
like atoms, bro.
Yeah, I'm just saying there could be something like that. They don't know. No, my point is, let me finish. My point is you're going to get to a point where it can't be fucking particles, Where if it's something smaller than the atom, they attribute spin to it. When it ain't even spinning, it's vibrating, and they just call it spin. I mean, that's deception on its face right there. But I mean, at some point, it can't be particles, man. If they want to break it down to the atom or a little further, it's all
they
bullshit.
deceive everyone with the same script because they treat us like cattle, and that's why I say, to a point, if you're dumb enough to fall for it, like, are they really the bad guys overall?
Hey,
Like,
Brian,
it can be argued that you're the one
I
stupid
accidentally
enough.
called you right there. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
I think you're hot micing, but so like this is the thing. It's the same lie with the Earth. Atomism and the Earth are the same basic lie on a basic level. It is a conceptual model that they prop up with math, reifying the model as if reality. They utilize math and then tell you that there are spheres that spin. It's literally the same thing. A conceptual mathematical model that reifies the model as if reality, claiming that there are spheres. What's up? What's up? What's the flat earthers got to say? Can I get a rebuttal from a flat earther that thinks
No, I'm with you, man. I wasn't trying to even go against you. I was just making a point, like, even if there is a small particles and shit or molecules or whatever, at some point that it's not material, it's not particles, And that's why I was joking around, like, what are they going to call dreams, like dream particles? They call everything.
No, they literally
crazy.
do. They literally do. Yeah, they do.
Wow.
Democritus, the person that proposed it, he said emotion itself is comprised of atoms. Emotion that interact with the soul, which is also comprised of particles. Dude, they think
that tells me they had computers back then. That tells me they probably had computers, man. Because that's the only reason I can think of why they would need that to be.
Yeah, the only way you can explain that is at that point to then say, well, if atoms are divisible, then they're made up of something smaller, which means that they're not the base unit. So then the question would have to be, what's the base unit? Okay, and then that then goes into a infinite regression fallacy, in my opinion. But whatever.
Yeah, well,
And
now they say
science
has detected what's small, right? That's what quanta is. Quanta is the smallest quantifiable unit. And then quanta, like quantum, if you track the etymology in German, it means to count.
An amount.
Yeah, so it's just to count. It's just to quantify, which is quantify. So it's the need to quantify. So you cannot quantify the immaterial. So if you're going to try to quantify the immaterial, you have to treat it as little particles so you can count them. They're literally just laughing. They're just laughing at us. They're like, you're so stupid. You're trying to count something that's not there.
Science has to take everything metaphysical or spiritual and make it into physical so they can quantify it, right?
Yeah, I was going to say that. I think that they're taking the immaterial and categorizing it as material as a necessity of their worldview. Do you think that's what's going on?
Yeah, it is. It is, but it's not actually their worldview. It's just a worldview that they've given to the peasants because, like I said, they know it's ridiculous.
You mind if we take a minute? Can I say something and you just correct my understanding?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So an electron microscope has to represent a wave as a positive value. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Like,
but
I don't
waves
even
aren't
know what I'm
things
getting
that-
at,
Waves aren't things, they're just types of movement. But sure, that's where you get into what is charge, and they try to say that there is positive and negative charge, but there's no such thing as a negative charge. There's just charge and discharge, and we have types of movement.
There's a polarity, right?
We have types of energy, charge and discharge, and we have movement within the energy, which is obviously sustained within some type of background, which they just ignore. And then the electron microscope, so if they're going to put like a piece of a bumblebee underneath electron microscope to look at the electrons, what they have to do is they have to coat it with like nano-sized particles of gold, and then they use light to reflect off of the particles.
Oh,
and
wow.
then they get a reflective image, and they render it in a computer. Then they just look at the parts of the image that are different than the others, and they call that area an electron.
And also they're literally reading the frequencies, which are up and down. Like you have a zero flat line, and then you have the waves of the frequency. So they contradict themselves 100 times. It's crazy, dude. I don't even know where to start.
I got a question for the group. So if they say radiation causes cancer, right? But it's also the cure for cancer, as seen in chemotherapy. How do we define cancer, right? It says the growth of the cells. It's like, right? So it's like there's something to cancer, because right now everybody in the world's fucking getting it, right? And there's something that's polluting our terrain of our environment that's causing it, right? So like, can we look into that a little bit, since we're talking about the subject of particles and that sort of thing?
Yeah, so as I was talking to Dr. Kaufman. I don't know if you ever heard of Dr. Kaufman, but he says basically all illness comes down to toxicity. You have to have an anaerobic state for the toxicity to reside in your body and to be able to survive, meaning not anaerobic, meaning without oxygen. So basically the primary cause of illness is mucus, because it creates an anaerobic state for toxins to reside and survive in your body. And that cancer is actually a good thing, because that means that your body is still reacting to the toxicity and bottling it up so that it does not spread in the rest of your body. Like if you have a tumor, that means your body's actually working. So cancer has been demonized, but the fact that your body is able to create a cancerous tumor is actually a good thing, because it bottles up the toxicity. And they just demonize that as if some type of existential threat that they don't understand, when the truth is that your body's keeping it bottled up. And then what they do is then they just basically kill off all kinds of cells, and then they get rid of a little bit of the toxicity. But seeing as how they didn't actually ever attack the primary source of toxicity, it's going to actually come back worse. And that's what happens. That's why people get chemo then keep on getting cancer, because they're not actually curing anything. And you have to go to the source of the toxicity. So basically you have to look at someone's lifestyle. which is where you get into terrain versus germ theory and a holistic approach. And it's just more like, well, do you ever get in the sun and ever drink clean water and ever exercise? Do you ever eat clean food? Do you consume tons of toxins and go to McDonald's and eat Coke, drink Coke all day? Do you live in a state of fear and anxiety? Then you get into this is a really deep conversation, but then you get into like what actually can cure you. It seems like you can actually cure illness with frequency manipulation, and that gets into cymatics, which of course means that you can change the molecular structure of something. Say, man.
That one doctor cured like 14 out of 14 patients with frequency, matched the frequency. It took him a while to do that, but once he was able to match the frequency, then he used the same frequency, like how glass breaks if you match the frequency. He did that with cancer cells, and they shut him down. They raided his lab, and they silenced him in a hurry. But here's another thing that Kaufman made a good point. Like if like you see a bunch of dead dolphins in an area, do you see what other dolphins came around and spread something, or do you check the toxicity of the water? Is the environment dirty? You know what I'm saying? He had a good point with that. Like, it's not people spreading shit. It's the fucking environment that we're in, man. And he made
something
good
else
points
is
for that.
they cast black magic spells, so they have everyone running in marathons for the cure for cancer. Cure means to preserve something. So it's a black magic spell where you're actually preserving the cancer. Cure for cancer means to preserve it.
Can I go back to something that was said regarding kind of the ether conversation?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. So, Brian, you mentioned something in the subatomic level, right? At the very micro, where you're talking about them relating spin to these alleged particles, right?
Yeah, when it's just vibration, man. When they
Well, I
look at
wouldn't
it,
even.
they can't contain these particles. If they try and put a cup down over one, that it just pops up outside the cup. Like, it's not fucking spinning, dude. You can't stop its rotation. It's vibrating. You can
Yeah. Well,
that's what they see. That's what they see anyway. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I don't think they're too far off in equating it to spin, because we can see on the macro level. I mean, they're wrong about it being a particle, right? But we can see on the macro level that if you take something like 2 cylinders and put them in the water and you rotate them in the same direction, they're either going to attract or repel, right? What would you think would happen if you spin 2 cylinders in water? Do you think they attract or repel in the same direction? Well, they repel, right? So when you have opposite 2 cylinders, you take the same 2 cylinders and you spin them in opposite directions, the opposite direction of spin will cause them to attract, right? So what they're equating to being particles that have a specific spin, in my opinion, would be synonymous with like a eddy in water.
Yeah, but let me stop you real quick.
Eddy within
they still have to hold on.
ether.
They still have to
The
attribute
etheric
waves, bro. They still have to measure this shit with frequency, bro. It's vibrations, man. It's not spin, because then they could give an empty space without having to really stand behind that. It's still all measured in frequencies and waves, and dude. If you don't see the contradiction, man, I don't know, man. Maybe you need to explain. You don't.
Well, here's the thing: you can plot the movement in a wave type function, right?
Well, you can show waves. You can show waves, bro. With literally, there's multiple ways to show them in reality. It's not just math.
Waves are not things, though. So waves are not what something is. It's what something does. That's why he said you can plot the movement, because a wave is not a thing. It is a type of movement of something.
Yeah,
Right,
I agree
so
with that.
You can plot the movement, right? So even within a wave, what you see, if you equate it down, if you wanted to break it down into small particles, right? The peak and the trough of the wave are going to be plotted in actual circles of a particle. A particle is moving not necessarily left or right on top of a take a water wave, for instance, right? If you have a stick that's floating on the water and waves are rolling, that stick is just moving in your perception from the side. It would be moving up and down.
Yeah,
When
I
really
don't
its
disagree with
movement
any
is
of
just
that. I don't disagree with
circulation.
any of that, bro. But don't you think that that it's more I mean, don't you think it's more like realistic, like, call it like a field, like to call when you get down to that level to point out the fields instead of just all
Yeah, it's
particles, everything particles.
yeah, it's a disturbance within the field, right? Synonymous with like an eddy in water, right? So if you have
And the
two
field,
eddies
and that's
that
what
are spinning
we're
in the
talking
same
about.
direction, yeah, if you have
Well,
two
that's what we
eddies that are
mean, though.
spinning, right? If you have two eddies that are spinning in water, right? You have two circular flows. You know what an eddy is within water?
Yeah, yeah, but look, hold on. Let me
Yeah.
get to the
So if
point.
you
The field is that's our whole point. Is the field is the ether, the field of ether. That's what's waving is the ether. So that's the field. What's the field in what you're describing? What's
You're preaching to
made
the
of?
choir, dude. He knows all about the ether, bro. He knows more about the ether than you do.
Oh, I thought he was going against me and trying to be materialist.
No.
He's saying everything's
No.
orbiting and
No, I'm just trying to say that their analogy of this spin, right? So when they go down to the micro level, their analogy of the spin is just how its movement is relation to other movements, right? So if they say this is a positive particle, it means that it's spinning in a specific direction, but it's not actually physically a particle. It's what I would equate to a eddy within the ether that has a specific spin to it, meaning either clockwise or counterclockwise, if you want to think of it that way, right? So if you have two quote unquote particles that I'm saying are basically eddies within the ether that are spinning in opposite directions, that opposite spin will attract. If it's the same spin, if it's a spin in the same direction, it's going to repel in the same way that we think of charged particles, right? Opposites attract, like repel. It's a pressure mediation. That's all that it is. So they're not too far off when they give it a spin, but it's not a spin of an actual physical particle. It's more synonymous with an eddy in the ether. Hopefully that makes sense.
Thanks for that, man. And I would say when studying the ether, apply spiritual principles and like the law of stuff that's in the spirit too, because it's I think the ether is just another realm that it connects the physical to the spiritual dimension, in my opinion.
Wait,
Well,
so
that's
when you say eddy, do you mean like an eddy current, like the loops, the loops? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, look, I'm good with all that, man. And yeah, you definitely know more than me and Austin about ether. But
I don't know more than Austin. I don't know
I'm
more
just
than
joking,
Austin.
dude. I'm just joking, bro. Okay, don't entertain that. I was joking. But anyway, I'm good with all that, but I don't like the orbiting part, man. And then giving it a frequency that is that's the only part I don't like. But the way you describe it, I'm kosher with all that, man. I just
so
when we look at it, anything you see, it's a vibration, though. Anything you see, and it's vibrating in the field, in the ether, and that'd be my
so
point.
if you just want to, if you wanted to think of the ether as like a medium synonymous with water, I'm not saying it is, right? But if we want to use an analogy, and we have eddies within the water, they will appear to quote unquote orbit one another and either attract or repel based on the spin direction of the eddies. And that's all I was trying to just give you like a
I'm good with that. I made a video, man. I made a video showing the ether for anybody who question it and don't want to have the discussion if they can't see it. I did. I'll sum this up real quick, but I showed the vacuum chamber underwater and how it still bubbled like crazy with zero pressure, so that it wasn't boiling and creating gas because it was zero. That's what I thought initially, but it was boiling way too much, and there was still zero pressure, but it was bubbling like crazy. That shows you in that chamber was a type of energy enough to make the water bubble like fucking crazy, and the guy called them bubbles of nothing. And to me, that ain't nothing. That is a perfect visualization of the field that we can't see. Basically, it's just energy, right?
Yeah, I mean there are postulations that people have made about ether being some form of like rarefied gas, like extremely rarefied gas. Even even Newton, when he was coming up with a lot of his theories and stuff, referred to the ether in kind of a way of it being like a rarefied gas with varying densities, but it is a more rarefied gas in his viewpoint than really anything that we have on the periodic table or anything.
Let me
like
ask
that.
you one more question. Yeah, like it'd be below hydrogen, but we don't need it necessarily for the elemental. But look, let me ask you one more question, y'all. When you think of gas, of it being like a chamber being evacuated, do you think of it as like less and less particles, physical particles in there, to where when you're near a vacuum, there's just like 4 or 5 particles bouncing around, or do you, or I mean, what, you believe that?
What?
I'm not sure.
Like when we're evacuating a chamber and we get closer and closer to lower and lower pressure, and when we're near as far low as we can get to a vacuum, do you believe that we're evacuating particles out of that chamber, and
Well,
there's
that's a
just
good
a
question.
few particles, and there's just a few particles left bouncing around? Is that what you believe? Because that's
Have
what
you
you're
ever
kind of
seen
describing.
have you ever actually seen a particle of gas?
See, that's what I'm saying. Is that's kind of what he was describing, is these particles that are moving around, and so that's why I brought that
Well,
up. 'Cause
ironically, it is another model.
To me, the gas is stretching. To me, it's air, and it's expandable and compressible. So in other words, you can stretch it or you can squash it. You know, I don't think it's a certain number of particles, but I do see why they had to quantify that and give it the spins and all that to put it in computers. Like I said, they have
I
a
don't
simulation
think
of the whole universe, bro.
I don't think it's
How
as
do you
simple
think
as
NASA
saying it's compressed. Like we in a chamber, we're evacuating it. Like air is being removed.
No, I meant in a like a compressor. Like we can squish it or we can stretch it. I don't think in that vacuum chamber there's literally 3 or 4 particles left that they can't catch to get a perfect vacuum. I think that they've stretched the air to the most of their ability and the power they put in it. In other words, like if you have a syringe and you're drawing a vacuum with the syringe, like the harder you pull, the stronger of a vacuum you'll get, and to no end. In other words, you could pull it with a horse and get 1 horsepower of suction, basically, or you could use a car or a truck. You know, so the harder you pull, the more you stretch the gas, and what's left in there is ether. There's no particles, just air before that.
What's with this notion, like this guy in the chat, like flat Earth is gonna, flat Earth will end due to the ether, and Oakley and QE are the leaders of flat Earth, and if anyone dares challenge him, then flat Earth itself will die. Like, when did we vote on like a leader of flat Earth? I must have missed that.
It does trip me out why he freaks out when you talk about it. Like, I don't get it. That I've supported him. You know, I like the way he bashes Globers when they step out about it or they beg the question. He'll nip them in the bud. But when we're talking about, when we're speculating, and when you open with it's not scientific. Like, you open telling him that you're not trying to prove it scientifically, but you're trying to describe what it is, and he just cuts you off and freaks the fuck out, and the whole planet freaks out. Like, why are they still
Here's the
against
whole
it?
point. Here's the whole point. Okay, they say it's not science, so it can't be proven. So I'm your daddy. You're not allowed to talk about it, or you're an embarrassment. We're going to exclude you from being able to talk about the Earth, right? It's not scientific. You can't prove it. Then they invoke quantum mechanics, which says that the electron is simultaneously in dozens of places at the same time, and that quantum entanglement's real, where a particle can be manipulated and instantly change a particle way over there. And that light is a physical particle that travels from point A to point B, what could be instant. And then they confine everything to materialism and atomism, which is a philosophy. So until you scientifically prove atomism, What am I missing here? Oh, I can't
I
talk
know,
about
right? And then he said there's no such thing as radio waves.
Do you have an do you have an IV and a DV for ether? Do you have an IV for entropy and the second law of thermodynamics? Don't.
That tripped me out when he said there's no such thing as radio waves. So I guess radio waves I mean, what about sound waves? I mean, it's just crazy.
Wait. See, this is what I'm saying. There are like mind-numb parroting douchebags. Like, right?
Yeah.
So it's a bunch of people that can't understand any of the conversation, that watch their show all day, every day, and they
Do you know how to make a radio, Austin?
Oh my
Check this out.
God,
To make a radio, bro. To make a radio, you make a little coil, and then you make another like a capacitor type of coil that you sleeve over it, and you just move it a tiny bit. You can put it on a dial where it moves ever so slow, and you literally have to pick up a frequency, a wave. You literally have to dial into the certain frequencies by moving the coil, one coil over another, to match frequencies of the fucking radio waves. How can they not fucking what? I mean, I don't get it. The particles jumbled up in a certain fashion.
Okay, Brian, but can you give me just a second, please? So I'm trying to address this, dude, because this is what I've been getting emails and all kinds of stuff, right? And it's hilarious. Okay, so you're saying it's pseudoscience. Pseudoscience is that which masquerades as science. That's that which falsely claims to be science. So if you say ether is a logical, philosophical framework of interpretation, it's immaterial, therefore it cannot be science. It is not a science question. It's not science. That's not pseudoscience. That's not pseudoscience, because pseudoscience is that which falsely claims to be science. This is where you 100% will not rebut what I just said. You will just keep repeating your script. You want to talk about what's an embarrassment to flat Earth? When someone intellectually eviscerates and rebuts your point, and then you just resort to recycling your script of non sequiturs over and over. You know what that makes flat Earth look like? A bunch of mind-numb, low IQ people that can't think for themselves and can only repeat scripts that they've memorized. That's what's an embarrassment to flat Earth.
Guess what? Just what that I've actually become the #1 enemy on QE's list right now, because I just had a conversation with you on the 24/7 Discord, and you clipped out, focused on that one day we were talking about, make sure we indicate that this is not a scientific discussion. He clipped that out, and I'm the bad guy now, that I'm consorting with the enemy. I've committed treason, pretty much. That's what's been going on the Master B on Skype. So I'm in good company now, guys, just so you know.
Well, we embrace you, bro. Like, that's crazy, but it's because everyone can feel what's about to happen. Everyone knows what's about to happen. Like, I'm about to lay out the entirety of the conversation in irrefutable form. Everyone can feel it. The tension's getting really thick. You know, I sat back for 2 weeks and let people take their victory laps and use their straw mans, and now it's coming to a pinnacle. And everyone's in my argument starting to seep through my conversations on Discord and other people, and so people are starting to put together, and they can see where it's going. And it's because, like you said, objectively, it's not a scientific question. And whenever you invoke atomism or the framework of particles or quantum mechanics or the fact that light's a photon that travels from point A to point B, none of these are scientific discussions. They're philosophy. And people don't want to accept that.
Well, here's another thing, too, on the QE side. I actually said, I don't know if you remember, that, God is not a scientific question, and you can't science God. And then I went, I was kind of going after where QE said that there's scientific proof for God. And I'm going like, that's impossible, because that doesn't fit within your own paradigm. You can't do that. And then he went after that as well, because it's a philosophical argument. What's the best explanation for the evidence? What you see, but that's not a scientific question. It's a philosophical argument. And it doesn't mean you can't know something philosophically, and it may know to be true, but it doesn't mean it's scientific in your investigation at all. So
right.
He don't like that.
Yeah.
He don't like that either.
Right, but this is just a fundamental fact of life, right?
Science generally, science can't disprove that. That's probably more of a point for you guys, right?
Okay, so anyway, back to the actual conversation. So, like what you're saying, bro, what it comes down to is logic. Okay, you can you can demonstrate things to be true with logic, right? And so, like when you
No,
talk
you
about the
can't
create,
demonstrate things with logic. Evidence.
Zanuck, I'm not talking to you, man.
We're
So,
not part of the conversation. This isn't
well, I
a
was
forum?
responding to what someone
Why
else
don't you guys
said.
get a room? Get a room, you two.
Good,
Oh my
Zanuck.
God.
Just don't interrupt, man. Just let him finish, please. Thank you.
All I'm trying to say is, so like for example, with the creator, is like you said, it's not science. You can demonstrate it to be true with logic, meaning the necessary antecedent to creation is a creator, the necessary antecedent to design is a designer. That's a logical antecedent acknowledgement, a logical axiom. Some things cannot be science. Some things fall outside of the realm of material manipulation. That does not mean that they suddenly cease to be a thing. And I think that's kind of what it all boils down to. It's a very remedial confinement to materialism. It's incredibly stupid. If you just live by the dogma of a rigid script of the scientific method in natural science and the materialism within, you can't even begin to discuss a vast majority of what is. You can't even discuss like 99% of what exists.
And I appreciate being a strategist too, man. Like seeing people strawman arguments and just sitting on the hill and watching have a long game. That's awesome. But when you guys are done with your little like micro debate or whatever, I would like to steer the conversation back to micro, focused on like particles and stuff like that. Because right now, we believe that a lot of people are getting nanotechnology and stuff that changes their DNA shot into them, right? So like, can we relate the theories and stuff we're talking about with particles to that, to like how that's affecting the human population as a whole, and like what you guys thoughts on that? Because I'm just curious, because I've been trying to discover these thoughts and facts.
Yeah, to understand anything to do with like the effect on our health of the world around us, we have to understand the world around us. So like it's actually frequency manipulation. You manipulate someone's frequency, you manipulate their molecular structure, which can be proven. It's called cymatics. And so if science or if medicine was to actually adopt an accurate interpretation or framework, a lot of our problems would start to become fixed, as opposed to this vicious cycle of, well, we don't cure you, we just try to nullify the symptoms and put it off because they have confined everything to materialism. And then they say there's this existential threat of things that we can't see called viruses, and they make up all this crazy stuff and like particles. There are not particles.
Viruses don't exist?
Oh my gosh, now you're trying to point
No,
blank.
I'm just curious.
Get the
Viruses don't. You're
server.
saying a lot of things. You're trying to be logical.
Viruses are a conceptual model.
Do viruses work, or are viruses exist or not?
They're a conceptual model.
Do they exist? As
The model exists.
Oh my god, dude! Why you sitting there?
Are viruses alive or are they dead, Zen?
It's not a matter of alive or dead. They're not being.
So do they portray living characteristics?
The numbers
some of their characteristics they are related to living organisms. They're not a living organism. No.
Wow, that's fascinating, Zanuck.
My wife worked for Gene Labs at the time, and they were finding the cures for AIDS, which is a virus. It's your virus. So they would sit there with the mice, and they try certain types of antibodies and certain types of things so that the T cells can be dealt with, and they could find something to fight off and maybe either mute the effects of the virus or kill the virus itself. And she spent many years doing it, and that's 20 years ago. And they're still doing it today. They still can't.
AIDS is not a virus, Zanuck. AIDS is not a virus. You don't even know what you're talking about. It's not even defined as a virus.
Really?
No, you don't even understand basic things. That's autoimmune disease. They claim that the prominent virus that causes it is HIV.
Yes,
so you
HIV.
don't even know what you're talking about.
No,
and he said kill the virus.
In the discussion we're having, AIDS and autoimmune disease and HIV is synonymous. I meant HIV, obviously. AIDS.
If they're synonymous, then why are they labeled different things?
It is a virus. It is a known virus for which they've been able to mitigate the effects to.
Oh, really?
Let me ask you, Zanuck, does AIDS kill you, Zanuck?
HIV can have an eventual effect of death if it's not dealt with properly. Yes.
You do realize
how could
it's not the HIV.
AIDS,
it's not the HIV or the AIDS that kills you. You understand that,
right? So does that
of course the body ends up killing
Crohn's
itself
disease
because of it.
and HIV is the same?
You can get AIDS from not eating enough proper food.
Oh,
exactly.
Idiot.
See, man doesn't understand basic things. AIDS is an acknowledgement of your immune system not working properly. Okay, it's where your immune system actually begins to attack
This
itself.
is a
and attack
virus that
your-
does that. It's a virus that
No,
does
no, it's
that.
not a virus.
Oh my God.
The means
HIV
was of
is a
AIDS
virus
in
that
the world.
it creates a situation where your body cannot fight off, cannot
It's
fight.
actually
does
attacks the
malnutrition.
K2 receptor, which is responsible for
It's
absorbing
not malnutrition.
You're just
God,
gonna talk over me.
Malnutrition will cause
Okay.
AIDS, dude.
Awesome.
If you have enough
no
malnutrition, you
one's
will
ever,
get
no one's
advanced
ever been
immune
determined who
deficiency
got
syndrome.
AIDS from malnutrition ever.
Yeah, it does happen.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't happen. God,
It actually does.
So my wife worked for the top for Gene Labs, one of the top companies in this autoimmune.
And you don't even know what AIDS is.
He's an idiot, and all the doctors and all the
No,
scientists
you're an idiot, Xanax. So
work
you don't
on it,
even get
all
the
idiots.
Xanax.
Everyone at Genentech, all idiots. But you people here that think the
Okay,
Earth is flat,
watch
the
this.
smart
No.
ones.
All right, now
Get
Xanax,
it.
watch this. Xanax, watch this. You're not even getting your own pseudoscience correct. So you're calling us stupid for not believing your pseudoscience, but you don't even know what it is. Don't interrupt me.
asked you a
Don't interrupt
simple
me, please.
question
Don't
because
interrupt
I
me,
said
please.
AIDS,
I'm about
not
to-
HIV.
Xanax,
I said
I'm-
AIDS, so I'm the stupid one.
Oh,
Don't be
Xanax,
mad.
please don't interrupt me.
Don't be mad.
Xanax, I'm about to read.
Tell me
I'm
that,
about to
tell me
read.
that HIV is not a virus. Go ahead.
Xanax, please don't interrupt me. I'm about to read your Brian. When he stops interrupting, don't you start interrupting, please. Okay.
Dude, he's insulting you, man. Why are you
I don't
talking?
care.
He just called you an idiot.
I don't care though. It's just Xanax. It's just Xanax.
Do we have any moderators here?
But you yell at
Are there
me,
any
bro,
moderators?
after he just called you a fucking idiot and I tried to defend
I'm
you?
just trying to read
one at a time.
I'm trying to read what the actual mainstream narrative is to save time instead of going back and forth. Okay, so he's not even actually defining his own paradigm. He said AIDS is a virus, which it's not. Okay, now here is what the mainstream pseudoscience is.
It is a virus. It is.
Oh my God!
It is a
Oh my God.
virus.
Sonic, I will mute
Moderator.
you, bro, if you don't stop.
Yeah, please.
Okay?
Just fucking mute him. Just mute him.
Okay,
Don't even give
he's
him
muted. He's muted. He's muted. Okay, so again, AIDS is autoimmune disease. They say that it's primarily caused by HIV. Was the mainstream narrative that laymen say. Now, here's the actual narrative. That is the mainstream pseudoscience. Scientists have discovered that HIV does not cause AIDS by the virus's direct effect on the host's immune cells, but rather through the cell's lethal influence on one another. In a new study, the researchers revealed that the HIV death pathway, how 95% of cells die from the alleged virus, is only initiated if the virus is passed from cell to cell, not if cells are infected by free-floating viral particles. Thanks for playing.
I just wanted to add too that there's new theories that researchers are coming forth that are saying that the HIV and AIDS is actually caused by terrain, and a lot of it is vaccine related. And if you look at virology, there's theoretical sciences, especially germ theory. Terrain theory is much more sensical, and you guys discussed that a few minutes ago.
It's just coincidence. All the African kids were super skinny, like that. Oh, they just happened to have a virus. They were super skinny. It's not. They weren't eating properly.
I got a really good video on the effects of what potentially causes autoimmune diseases. There's a list of variables that are associated with like 99% of all immune diseases. If anyone's interested, I'll post it.
Cool.
Well,
yeah,
well,
I mean, I
when it
just
comes
point
down to
blank
the-
read that the scientists now say this was in 2015. I dropped it. It's a study. It shows you that it's actually the interaction of cells to other cells and how the lethal influence on one another is from the relationship.
Right, but it's the virus though. It is a
Let me
virus.
read it again. Let me read it again. Scientists have discovered that
Now, listen,
HIV
I'm
does not
talking, and
cause
then
AIDS.
you're interrupting me. Now you're interrupting me. Why do you think you have the right to interrupt people and you can't be interrupted?
Scientists have discovered that HIV does not cause AIDS by the virus's direct effect on the host immune
Right.
system, rather than the cell's lethal influence on one another. In a new study, the researchers revealed that the HIV death pathway, how 95% of cells die from the virus, is only initiated if the virus is passed from cell to cell, not if cells are infected by free-floating viral particles.
Yes, these are viruses. This is a virus. And this is you're talking about how it works. You're not saying that it's not a virus. You're telling me how it works, which is different than in other types of autoimmune diseases. You're not listening to yourself. Listen to what I said.
No.
HIV. Now my turn. HIV, autoimmune deficiency virus, is a virus that damages the cells in your immune system and weakens your ability to fight everyday infections and disease. AIDS, the acquired immune deficiency syndrome, is the name used to describe the number of potential life-threatening infections and illnesses that happen in your immune system when your immune system has been severely damaged
So not
by
a virus, right?
So AIDS is not a virus,
right?
Let me finish. Let me finish. While AIDS cannot be transmitted one person to another, the HIV virus can. There is currently no cure for HIV, but there is very effective drug treatment, as I said before.
So AIDS is not a virus, right? You led
you.
this whole conversation to the fact that
You're an
AIDS is a
idiot.
virus.
He said AIDS is a virus, then just read off his own citation that refutes him.
Yeah,
That's,
I want to ask
a
a question.
virus. Yes.
Hey,
You
Zanuck,
sure believe the text you're reading, don't you?
Can something that's non-living be sentient? Zanuck?
Define living. Einstein.
Living. Come on,
Define
man. I think we can all agree on
Having a respiratory system.
What?
A respiratory
Something-
system.
That's
not dead.
Well, plants are living. They don't have a
something
respiratory system.
carbon-based.
Yes, they do.
Something carbon-based
Plants have a
that
respiratory
requires oxygen, water, and a reproductive cycle.
Plants don't require oxygen. I mean, they do kind of because they do require CO2, which oxygen is a part of that molecule. But generally, you said you're making shit up now again, guys. Slow.
So anyway, just to point out, the whole reason that I brought that up, right? Because then Zanuck tried to say that this was my claim. No. I was just saying that you were ridiculing everyone in here as if we were dumb because we didn't believe the mainstream story about this virus. And I was explaining that the way that you were describing it was contrary to the very mainstream claim that you were ridiculing us for not believing. It's what we have to do with Globers as well. When they call flat earthers stupid, but we didn't have to teach them what relativity actually says because they talk about mass attractiveness. It's exactly the same thing. I was correcting your claim, not making a claim. Thank you.
In terms of like cells attacking another cells, if you think about gene coding and what genetics are, we have cells that are designed to attack other cells. We have cells that are designed to defend other cells. So if you consider what's being done with tampering with genetics and virology with vaccines, you could be doing a lot to your cells by pumping in all kinds of stuff that's modulating what your cells and your mitochondria are doing. So definitely something to look into in terms of reprogramming your DNA, essentially, right?
Yeah, but
that's what's happening.
The point of contention is viruses, not cells. Like we all agree cells are fairly living, but Zanuck made a claim that viruses are non-living, but yet they seem to have some sort of a sentient agency to them. So that's why I'm trying to determine.
Can I ask the question?
Think about that. Go ahead,
Hold
Paul.
on a second. Yeah, if there's not something transmitted between hosts, why is it that like AIDS was confined to a certain demographic? Because it seems like it'd be sexual contact, or another virus like hepatitis B, A, and C that seems to be bloodborne. So there's something is transmitted. So if you're saying it's just toxicity, then you'd have to argue that there's some kind of toxicity that's transmitted from one person to another. But
there's a reason though.
Well,
Paul.
there's genetic susceptibility.
Hold on, my turn. Why do they have to say that the viruses aren't alive? Think about this. Break it down. Think in your head. Why do they have to say viruses ain't alive? There's a reason. And it's
because
alive.
Oh, never mind, y'all. I'll say
it lives and replicates within another organism. That doesn't mean it's alive. Now, the definition of alive would not be that. It needs like is your kidney alive?
Of alive is
your kidney alive?
It can be killed.
The virus is not alive. It doesn't survive on its own. It has to live in the host, and it has to replicate within the host. So, by that definition,
you just contradicted yourself. You said it's not alive, but it has to be alive within the host. That's what you just said.
No, well, okay, I said alive. I meant exists. It exists and replicates and it produces more viruses. It replicates itself in the host. Needs the host. Without the host, it doesn't do this. So that
sounds like
it has to have a host.
Quality. That's a sentient quality. How could something reproduce itself? Actually,
it uses the host to reproduce itself.
Well, wait a minute. I've got an example. Hold on. hold on, Dicelo. I can use something that's non-living that replicates itself inside of a computer program. It's called a computer virus. Is the virus the same as the computer? Is it alive? No, but it needs the computer to
It's a good
replicate it.
analogy for most, Paul. It's a good analogy for most discussions, but not for humans. We're
But hey,
talking about, at the basic level, viruses are proteins and genetic material that survive and replicate within an environment inside another life form. Now, is that your definition of alive?
All right, Paul asked a good question, though.
Yes or no? No, no, no.
Oh my God.
I spent a time saying that sentence. Just answer it. Is that your Paul? Is that your definition of being alive?
Are you saying chemicals with intent? Is that what you're saying?
Chemicals, genetic material, proteins survive and replicate within the environment of another life form. With absence of that host, those
At least
viruses
you got to
are
finish
not
the sentence.
able to. God, are you fucking gonna let me finish a sentence?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't get to finish my fucking sentence.
You were in the middle of my sentence, knucklehead.
All right, everyone calm down. Everyone calm down. Real fast, though, Zenik, before you go on your mantra, Zenik, real fast, just to be fair, Paul asked a question directed seemingly to me because I said that the thing about the virus. And Paul, let me just answer your question. So let me please. Someone actually did a study on that because you're asking a good logical question. Well, then it's seemingly something is transmitted. So what is that if it's just toxicity? So they did a study where if someone has an illness, they would open up the windows or close the windows. And if it's closed, then the people would have a similar type of illness with the same type of symptoms, meaning your body detoxifies. And seeing as how your skin absorbs things, you can absorb toxins. So yes, toxins can be transmitted, right? And then you can have a similar genetic response to a similar toxicity. And you can also pass on genetic susceptibility to certain toxins. But the idea that there are these little viral particles that we can't see that float around as existential threats is just pseudoscience. It's called germ theory. Yeah.
I was trying to break this down to the beginning, real quick. This is the beginning. This is where it all boils down to, guys. Is there's a reason they have to say that the viruses aren't alive. This is where this argument boils down, and I'm just waiting for y'all to get to it, bro.
Brian, my question was, how do you find something being alive? There are many definitions.
Can be killed.
And
Something that's alive can be killed. Something that can be. Let me answer. You just ask me a question, and I say something that can be killed. If it's alive, it can be killed.
Something that's independently sustainable.
Anything that is alive, anything that can be killed is alive.
Anything that's alive can die. That's what distinguishes
something
that's alive and not alive.
Fuck.
Good. Go ahead. Shut up, dude. Go ahead.
Is your kidney alive?
Yes, it has living cells.
The virus is alive. If that's your definition.
Viruses are not living. You said it yourself. Now you're contradicting yourself, Xanax.
I'm not. Dicelo, one thing you'll never find in me, I will never contradict myself.
Wow.
You entered this conversation with a contradiction, you fucking donkey.
Dude, you're the king of contradiction in doublespeak, Xanax.
Really?
Yeah.
Give me an example. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you an example. Why don't we feel the earth moving?
Because our senses are not sensitive to feel any movement.
Why? Why don't we sense the movement?
Because it's beyond human perception.
Is the Earth's rotation constant?
Relatively constant. It's not perfectly constant.
Relatively.
Wait, Xanax. So is the Earth's movement constant?
Relatively. No, it's not constant.
Oh, so it's not constant, but it's relatively constant.
Yeah, for all practical purposes, it's constant.
For all practical purposes.
Yeah, but when you set up those limits, and it will be constant. But within
we can hear you smiling, Xanax.
The absolute measurement, no, because if something, for example, you're on the surface, is your motion constant?
You contradicted yourself.
No,
yeah, I was just pointing out that it's so easy to get you to contradict yourself.
If you are traveling at one revolution,
I don't want to debate it with you.
Hold on, let me just say one thing, so some people in the peanut gallery can understand what I'm saying here. If you are rotating at one revolution per second, is that rotation? Is your movement constant? Are you changing direction?
No, but I'm accelerating. If I'm rotating, I'm accelerating.
Are you accelerating?
Yeah. By definition, yes. I'm changing vectors.
I'm just told it's not an oxymoron. It's not a contradiction. It's not a contradiction, and it's
If I'm
not
changing vectors, I'm accelerating by definition. By physics.
Listen, Brian. If I say I'm going a constant 1 revolution per second, that's constant. However, if you're on the surface, your motion would have a constant change. So is that a contradiction? No. That's
constant change is a contradiction,
God
Zanik.
damn it. Why can't you?
Yeah, Zanik.
You just said constant change. Thank you.
Physics. They listen and they understand. You guys
Zanik, you just said constant change, and that was the whole point. I wanted to make you contradict yourself. It's so easy.
That's
it's
not
so
a contradiction.
easy.
That's not a contradiction. So real quick. The first derivative of position with respect to time is what? What's it?
What's the opposite of constant?
What's the first derivative of distance with respect to time?
I'm not answering your questions. What's the opposite of constant?
No, okay. So I'm going to talk like I'm talking because you're not going to answer.
You can't answer. Thank you.
So that means velocity. So what's the second derivative of distance with respect to time?
Acceleration, bro. Listen.
Very good.
You can't.
What's the third derivative of distance with respect to time?
Don't say very good like we're fucking idiots and then ask me another question. Hold on. No, you hold on. You hold on. Are we accelerating or not?
You know differential equations? Are you know integrations? No. You guys know fucking nothing. You think you know.
Are we accelerating?
I just Googled what's the opposite to constant. And it's literally change.
Strange?
You clown show.
Strange? What did you say?
The opposite to constant is change.
It's just a science degree on Google.
You can't have constant change. That's a contradiction. Constant means unchanging. Constant means unchanging.
Hey, okay, so Brian, Brian gets it. Brian had the answer right. Witsit, you fail. What is the first derivative?
I think what you meant to say, Zanik, is perpetual change, not constant.
Just because he didn't answer your question doesn't mean he failed, dude.
Brian got it right.
Just because he didn't answer your question doesn't mean he failed, though, bro.
Look, I got Merriam-Webster right here. Define constant. Remaining.
Google to find his answers.
No, Zanik, I'm not Googling to find my answer. You're so dishonest that I have to pull. Zanik, stop interrupting me, please. I have to pull up a definition to show how incredibly ridiculous you are.
If I'm rotating one revolution a second, is that constant?
I'll mute you, bro, because you know I'm a moderator. Okay, so the definition of constant is remaining steady and unchanged.
Okay, so what would happen if you had a rotating body like a crankshaft on a car?
That's not constant.
It's not constant. What is it?
No, there's a change of direction. It's automatically accelerating.
Automatically accelerating?
The moment you accelerate, you
automatically
just change it.
It stops being constant. You're such a mom.
It is automatically accelerating.
You're such a mom.
English is my second language, and even I understand this shit.
Can I have the floor for a second? Can I have
by definition, it's accelerating, bro.
Brian, can I have the floor for a second, please? Thank you.
Yeah, but hold on. Quit contradicting. By definition, it's accelerating.
Yes, and then you start talking. Let me just say a sentence. So he found a definition on Google which talks about the definition of a constant. He's not taking it in context because you can have a constant change. There is such a thing as a constant change. For example, a rotating crankshaft on an engine. You can keep it at a precise 1,000 RPM, and it is a constant rotational velocity. Yet, if you are on the surface,
accelerating, bro, by definition,
you couldn't do it. You couldn't fucking do it, could you? Brian,
no, Brian is incapable of.
I'm sorry I brought this up, man. I'm sorry I brought it up.
Ironic that you're interrupting me. So this constant change can be change on the surface of that crankshaft because your path would be constantly changing, meaning it's a circular path. And a circular path has acceleration, yet it is constant. So these terms you're getting out of context, you're not understanding them.
Okay, is this analogous to the Earth,
Zanik? You're trying to learn something through Google.
Zanik, you don't get to just talk forever, dude.
You do it.
Zanik, no, I don't do it. So the point is, you said I never contradict myself. I said, okay, and within 30 seconds, I got you to say constant change. Constant by definition is unchanging. The antonym to constant. The antonym to constant. Oh, ad homs. Interrupt with ad homs. Okay, I'm going to mute you.
Because you're not right.
You're getting.
Hold on a sec, though. Could you not have constant change if the change was constant? But the change, is it not?
You can have a steady change. You can have a steady change, okay? You can't have constant change. That's fucking ridiculous.
But now here's where it gets even worse, right? Because they're pretending that they're a little.
Or synonyms.
They think that they're a little analogy of. They think their little analogy of like a motor rotating is analogous to the Earth, and they're trying to say that the Earth has a constant.
You're saying the
Suck, dude. The Globers can never let someone finish a sentence, dude.
You guys have no capability of understanding English.
Hold on, Austin. Let me tell you the trick. The trick is they want to keep one thing constant and then change the vector to try and explain it. No, there's nothing constant. Just say the one thing that's constant about it. Yeah, it's not what we're talking about. It's the reason it's constant. I mean, changing. It's because the vector's changing. So if anything's changing, then you can say, yeah, the speed's constant or something else is constant. But the fucking vector is not constant. It's changing. Right. Therefore, it's accelerating.
Okay, but it's even worse than that. It's even worse than that, though, because it's not even constant in that. It's not even constant in that respect, because in the globe Earth model, the Earth's changing its speed. It slows down and speeds up. So you're just wrong on every single level. They just now said that they were astonished to find out that the Earth is speeding up.
That's why I was giving you the quick physics quiz. So the first derivative of position with respect to time is what? So I think Brian got it right. He said it was velocity.
How can it be constant change if it's speeding up?
Hold on. I'll tell you, because if you let me finish, I have 3 points. That's the first one. Let me get to the third one, then you'll have your answer. If you interrupt me, you won't get the answer, Witsit. So just stop. So the first derivative of distance with respect to time is the velocity. Second derivative of position with respect to time is, and Brian got it right. What is it, Brian? Acceleration.
This dude is so
derivative.
Annoying.
The third derivative. This is the crescendo for you guys.
You're not teaching him anything.
The third derivative of a position with respect to time is what? Does anybody know?
Velocity.
Xenix's monologuing is on.
That's not a monologue.
Vector.
I knew you couldn't let me finish. The third derivative of position. What is the third derivative of position with respect to time? Brian?
Direction.
No. Anyone else?
Vector.
No. You had the second one right. What is the third one? Okay, I'll put it in layman's term. The first one is velocity. The second one is acceleration. What's the third one? What's the third change? The change of acceleration.
You're leaving out vector, bro. Then where does vector fall in all this, Xanax?
Oh my God, vector is just either a change in magnitude or direction, right?
So it's a vector, a change, right? So your rotation. So why were you leaving out vector then? You're leaving out the main characteristic, bro. You've been tricked, bro. You got to interrupt me every time I go to talk. You interrupt me, bro.
Jerk.
No, hold on.
Jerk.
My point is,
jerk.
Can I get out one point real quick, Xanax? My point is the main description of rotation is vector or direction, and you're leaving it out. That's how they tricked you, stupid.
No, I'm not. So just let me finish real quick. I'm at the end, really. So let me finish. So the third derivative of distance with respect to time is called jerk. Now, what is jerk? Jerk. You're a jerk. Jerk is the change of the change. The change of acceleration.
Vector, you fucking asshole.
Oh my God!
The change in acceleration, yeah.
Change of acceleration. So yes, it's already changing. But that's assuming that the acceleration is constant. If you're changing the acceleration, then that would be jerk. The rate at which that acceleration changes is jerk. And you can have a fourth derivative of distance with respect to time, and that's the change of the change. And there are all these really funny words as you start going down the line. I'm not going to go over them, but
you can go over more than 4, Xanax. And you're pretending you're teaching us, but you're not teaching us. The point is that it's not constant. Okay, it's objectively not. The Earth, its movement is not constant.
Correct. It's not constant. We have an elliptical orbit. So in an elliptical orbit, that motion has change.
Even the rotation itself. We're talking about rotation
itself has some variance as well. You're right.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It slows down and speeds up mysteriously.
It rotates once every 23 and a half hours or something. But that's not the point. The point is it still rotates at a relatively constant rate.
Relatively constant.
It's not exactly one per 24 hours, and it's not exactly that same rate of rotation throughout the 24 hours. We get that.
May I say something, please?
Oh my God!
Do you understand that when you use the word relative, it means that it cannot be constant?
No, if for our uses, when you compare something like I am 6 feet tall exactly. Am I exact? No, I'm relatively close to 6 feet tall. It doesn't mean I'm exactly 6 feet tall. It means I'm close to that. For all practical purposes, relatively speaking, I'm 6 feet tall, relative to other things that are any dimensions. You guys don't understand the meaning of words, and that's a problem here.
Bro, you're sitting there leaving out the main characteristic of rotation, and that's vector or direction, and that's constantly changing. So you're trying to give us physics, and I'm pointing out where they fit. You don't want me to finish. Why can't I finish a sentence, bro? Why can't I finish a fucking sentence? I was almost done. My point is, this is where they fucking trick you with words by leaving out the main constituent of a fucking rotation is the change of direction, and they left that out. That's how they tricked you.
No, because that's a fundamental element, like you said, of rotation. Rotation is a change of direction. A constant magnitude stays constant, but it doesn't have to be, and the direction is changing constantly. Now, is the constant change of direction? Can that change? Yes, that can change. Then that's how elliptical orbits work. Because the change of direction is not always.
We can't derive that. Why can't we derive that, bro?
Brian, the change of direction is not always the same in an elliptical orbit.
Shouldn't that be a derivative? If that's the main thing we can derive.
Do you know what a derivative? God, it is a derivative. Yes, it's a change. The change.
What is it? The fourth? Is it the fourth derivative? You just named three.
The change of the change.
So we're constantly accelerating then, right, Zanik? Constantly accelerating.
Constantly meaning that there's always acceleration, but the acceleration isn't always constant. That's not.
This is a yes or no question, bro. Are we constantly accelerating?
You have constant acceleration, but the acceleration is not constant.
Zanik, if you were working, let's say for me, and then I say I'm gonna pay you a constant change amount of money, what would you say?
Mean your pay will always be changing? Yes, I say I'm on commission. I'm a sales guy. I've done that work before. Yes, my pay is always changing. It's constantly changing.
All right.
Your constant rate of pay is this commission rate. This commission rate is constant.
I understand that.
You're always. I'm answering your question, Silent, because this is my world.
Definite
right?
maybe.
So I can make 10%
maybe.
commission. I'm making 10% commission. That's constant, but my commission rate doesn't change, but my commissions will be constantly changing because my business is constantly.
Yeah, you're basically saying it's a definite maybe.
Dude, it's not a definite maybe.
Surely constant change is different to constantly changing.
All right, somebody else take over. I'm out of breath.
All right, cool. Then go on mute.
Am I right in saying
it's like
that?
saying something that's a definite maybe, y'all.
No, he was right though. It means that it will be changing all the time.
It is a somewhat nuanced conversation, and it's limited to vernacular communication. I understand that. I was just bringing it up, not to see. You're immediately jumping in to interrupt me. Okay,
because
it's funny because Moyak doesn't have a problem. He's over here critiquing me, saying I interrupt. But like literally, the reason people interrupt you, Zanik, okay, is because what you do is you monologue and you go scatter gunning all kinds of different points on top of each other over and over and over, and you talk down to people like they're beneath you, like you're teaching us, isn't that right? Then we go to answer, then you just keep talking over us. And then once you finally get it out and someone goes to respond, you immediately jump in over them and start talking again, scatter gunning tons of points again. Okay, so that's everyone knows you do that.
He asks questions in the middle of his rant. He asks questions, and then you go to respond, and he acts like you're cutting him off. Like, dude, you just asked me a point blank question. I go to answer, and you immediately cut me off.
So I'm sorry. I only brought that up because I was just making a quick little joke about how he said he never contradicts himself, and I just knew I could get him to say a contradictory phrase in like a matter of seconds. So we can go back to some type of productive conversation. But let's go
next time. Good.
I'm just saying, let's go back to like the productive conversation. Like we were talking about ether. I think it's pretty productive in the sense that people seem to think that atomism is science and ether is philosophy, but ironic, they're both philosophy. And ironically, within the globe Earth heliocentric paradigm and within the quote unquote science of quantum mechanics that these people are so proud of, the mainstream academia, they actually invoke an ether. They call it quantum fluid. And they claim superposition and quantum entanglement, and that if I move a particle over here, it instantly moves the particle way over there, but they're particles that travel. and that it claims that light has a speed and travel point to point B, but the speed of light's been debunked. They can't explain instantaneous action at a distance. So mainstream quantum mechanics does invoke an ether. They call it quantum foam, quantum fluid, right? It's the idea of this metaphysical realm in which these virtual particles exist, right? And so that's the truth. And none of the Globers here can debate any of this. And then if you ask them, well, then what is magnetism? They can't debate it. If you look up mainstream academia, they say that electrostatics and magnetism are the exchange of virtual photons. And those are not real things, of course. So ironically, this mainstream academia is all pseudoscience and philosophy and not viable and logically bankrupt. And they'll never rebut any of it. That they love to talk about their scripts with the earth moving or something. They don't want to talk about all the glaring problems within their paradigm of supposed science. And I think that's what's funny. You won't hear either one of these people that were impulsively interrupting come off mute and address anything I just said with specificity.
If you want to get them to contradict itself, just ask them if the Earth is an open or closed system, and usually they'll contradict themselves within a minute because they have to call it
There you
closed.
go, Brian. Now
Then
you're
they have
talking.
to describe it as open.
There you go.
Before we go too
That's
far,
why they use the word relative all the time, Brian, because that way they are open to say, well, it's this day, if it's my argument, yes, it's moving. Another day is not, doesn't fit, it's not moving. It all depends on the argument that it's at hand, but they are going to answer.
For all
intents and purposes, when they say,
you know,
before we go too far afield, I'm just curious. There was a lot of laughing when it said constant change and saying that it
colloquially
not working together. I'm just wondering if we all came to agreement now that constant change makes complete sense.
Well, the point that I'm making is the point I was driving home is that Globers love to say that we don't feel the Earth moving because it's constant, but just relatively constant for all intents and purposes. But actually, it's not. And then you're like, you try to bring up a motor, and then you're like, well, actually, that's not analogous either. They claim that the Earth slows down and speeds up. Oh, yeah, but it's just all relative. It doesn't really matter. So actually, we can just call it constant, even though it's not constant. And that is a contradiction. To say we can call it constant, but it's not constant.
So we have a constant speed.
Now, hold on. The answer to his question is it's a definite maybe.
Let me respond to Witsit. Hold on. I've been quiet.
That's all I have to say, and you interrupt 2 words.
I've been quiet. I want to talk to his Witsit. Whether you had your side, let the other side speak real quick.
I don't want to talk. Let me say my 2 words. It's a answer to his question.
Motors constant velocity.
It's a definite maybe, bro.
Our motors constant velocity.
I don't want to talk about the motion. We were talking about something much more productive before I got derailed into that. And so, Zanuck, if you want to talk about Zanuck, I asked you, do you know what a virtual photon is?
What is that?
A virtual photon?
Well, that's what we were talking about. We were talking about the field of quantum mechanics and atomism. That's what we've been talking about. Yeah, we were talking about that. And so out of all of these proponents in here of atomism and quantum mechanics, can you please tell me what a virtual photon is?
I can't.
Okay.
You will.
Yeah, they're bullshit. That's what they
I don't even give a fuck if they're real or not.
Okay, so can you define magnetism?
Define magnetism?
Yeah, what is magnetism?
I don't know. I'd have to describe magnetism.
Okay, do you know what electrostatics is? Can you define electrostatics within your paradigm of atomism and quantum mechanics?
Where are we going with this? I mean,
my point is that
I can make descriptions of them, but defining them scientifically, I don't know.
Your worldview is logically bankrupt and not viable on space and doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And your atomism and your particle theories are stupid. And you can't define electrostatics or magnetism because your paradigm defines it as the exchange of virtual photons.
You're a little toxic little shit, aren't you?
See, there you go. You got an ad hom. So your paradigm defines.
Say our ideas are stupid.
He can't answer your questions, so he just starts attacking. What a fucking donkey, man!
He started the attack. I mean, Brian. When somebody says your ideas are stupid, that's an attack. You know that.
I said that.
Bro, he asked you a question and then you fucking attack.
No, he said, that's stupid.
I said the paradigm of atomism is stupid.
Brian, you got to catch up. Pay attention.
I said the paradigm of atomism is stupid. I did not personally attack you. And you just can't address.
I still take him over Zanuck. I still take him over Zanuck any day. Like I can't even get out a 2-word answer. He makes sure my 2 words don't get heard. When it gets crowded, I try to make short comments. I recommend everybody do the same. Just when you respond, there's a lot of us trying to talk. Just make a short, right to the point answer.
That was 30 words, Brian.
Yeah, but nobody yells. What we do here is when somebody starts talking, we'll just shut up and let the other person talk. We don't yell to make sure they wait.
That's another 20 words.
That's a prime example right there. How he just stopped and waited a second.
Brian.
All right, gentlemen, have a good day. I'm going to bail. This is not.
It all started
you want to
because
fight for
Witsit
the
asked,
sake of fighting.
what is a virtual
No one wants to even
particle?
listen or even discuss something.
And you say, I don't care. And then he said, okay, since you don't
Wait,
care,
why did you
now
interrupt me?
define what a magnet is. Thank you, Brian. Oh
No,
my God.
you literally interrupted the end of my point. The last 2 words, you interrupted me. I thought you was joking at first.
Him interrupting, bro.
Bro, I was making a point. I was done, and you literally fucking yelled my name like a bitch.
Point, Brian.
Brian, you understand that what you're going to do is just get Zenik to jump in, and then you guys are going to both argue about personal preference of how people talk, and it's going to just be a really
Either way, I
toxic
was
forum.
done, though. I was literally done. I thought he jumped in to put an exclamation point on my point. Instead,
But
he
the way
fucking, Brian, I hate when motherfuckers yell my name like a bitch.
Okay, but calm
Screaming
down.
my name when I'm fucking.
Okay, but the way that you shut Zanuck up is you just ask him a question he can't answer. That's what we're doing. We're shutting Zanuck up.
That's my routine. I ask you.
Can you answer? What's a virtual photon?
I don't know what a virtual photon is.
Well, then what is magnetism? So you disagree with the mainstream academic definition of magnetism?
No, I do. I totally agree with the mainstream definition of magnetism.
So you do agree with it, which is the exchange of virtual photons. So if you totally agree with it, what is a virtual photon?
That's one aspect.
What are other
You
aspects?
agree without knowing what it is, right?
What magnetism is. The exchange of virtual photons. The
Yeah,
field that is generated
That's
by.
not the definition.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. The definition.
When we
of
Google
magnetism
it, it isn't.
something we got these.
Cite the scientific physics definition of what's going on in magnetism, please. Yeah. It's virtual.
When you Google it.
So what is magnetism if not the exchange of virtual photons? If you're claiming that that is not the claim of science, what is the claim?
A physical phenomenon produced by the motion of electric charge, resulting in attractive.
May I say something, Witsit?
Thank you, Silent. Thank you. Oh,
I thought you were reading something for yourself. Sorry, Zanuck.
No,
I apologize.
Okay. No problem. I'm forgiven and understand.
That just describes what it allegedly does. It doesn't describe what it is.
No, it's a class of physical attributes that are mediated by a magnetic field, which refers to the capacity to induce attractive and repulsive phenomena in other
What is a magnetic field comprised of, Zanuck?
entities.
Yeah, adjective. An adjective. Not a noun, an adjective.
What are the particles? What are these elements comprised of? Is that what you're asking me?
You're the one claiming particles. I'm asking you, what is a magnetic field comprised of? Because mainstream academia had an answer, and the answer is virtual photons.
The virtual photons that's one description.
It's the mainstream description. So do you have an alternative?
Probably the most common, yes, I would agree.
Do you have an alternative?
It's charged particles.
Oh, okay.
Charged electrons.
So what?
Electrons.
Oh, so magnetism is electrons?
Magnetism or the charged electrons.
You're wrong. So can you cite that for me? Where magnetism is comprised of charged electrons?
It's the motion of those charged electrons.
So what's the magnetic field comprised of?
Moving electrons.
At least he answered with a noun.
So why do you think that they say it's virtual photons if they could just say it was electrons?
Because it acts like it acts the flow, and the reaction acts like photons, but they're not photons. So that's what virtual means in the physics world.
Okay, actually, virtual photons is just a mathematical fix to make the equation work.
That the behavior describes their behavior.
No. It's just a mathematical. Oh my God! You're now telling me what it is when you just said you don't know what it is.
Well, what is the cause of the motion of these electrons? What is the cause of the motion? What is the force? And where is it derived from?
Dielectric or ether
Not for you,
perturbation.
Brian.
A flowing current. A flowing current causes magnetism.
A current flowing can cause magnetism, but
Yeah, it can't be static and flowing at the same time. But that is interesting. That's a good question.
Flowing current is not magnetism. Flowing current can cause magnetism.
Always causes magnetism.
Well, that's the point. So it's not magnetism, right? So the question still remains: what is magnetism?
If current's flowing through a straight wire, is it magnetic? Is there a magnetism? Is there a magnetic field?
You see, you just literally can't answer. It's hilarious.
It's a result of the positive or negative charges attracting or repelling.
He wants to know what those charges are.
What is magnetism?
He wants to know what those charges are. The charges of what? That's what he's asking.
You want me to cite it for you guys? Because you're academic leaders. They define it as the exchange of virtual photons, and they say that electrostatics is the same thing.
They're trying to find a way to make it physical, to make it something actual, and the best they could do is give an adjective, like a description of a noun. That's fucking hilarious.
Magnetism truly is. Hold on. Magnetism truly is this attractive and repulsive force between two entities. That's what magnetism is. Now you want to know what causes. It's kind of like this gravity discussion. So you want to know what causes this interaction between these two entities, which causes these forces.
What causes it would be the difference. Yeah. The difference in charge.
Oh, wow. What a nice vague thing there. So what is magnetism?
I just told you. Magnetism is this repulsive force between two entities.
What is it comprised of, though? What is it?
I know.
You're describing the effects.
That's a different question.
You what it is. No, it's the same question.
You asked me two questions. You searched it. What is that magnetism? And I answered you. Now you're asking me what causes it.
No, I'm asking what it is. So it's kind of like if I say, what is a human? And you say, humans breathe oxygen. I'm like, well, I'm asking you what a human is.
That's not what a human is. That's what humans do.
Now you're catching on, Xanax. So you're just describing what something does. I'm asking you what it is.
What is magnetism? Now you're going to say, what causes what is magnetism comprised of? That's a better question.
It's the same question.
You're not able to answer. See, if you're intelligent about this technology and these topics, then you should be able to formulate coherent and correct questions. You're not.
I did. I asked you what is magnetism, and then you responded
with repulsive and attractive force that is caused by opposing entities.
Opposing entities?
Yes.
Entities.
Entities.
Define entities.
Something. Mass.
Something.
Something that has mass.
Thing. Thing.
Magnetism has mass?
No, I said see, don't conflate and confuse what I'm telling you. I'm saying magnetism is a repulsive or attractive force caused by opposing entities.
Okay, again, a force actually isn't a thing either. A force is what something does. A force of what, by what, on what.
I'm telling you dude, you're not listening. I'm telling you what magnetism is. You asked what it is, I'm telling you what it is. It's a force that's caused by, it's a repulsive and attractive force caused by opposing entities.
Okay, first of all, actually, there's no such thing as magnetic attraction. There's no such thing as magnetic attraction.
He could be right, Witsit, if he defines what those opposing entities are.
Correct.
Yeah, then he ended up defining it as mass,
which is wrong. If you said
they have to have mass. You can't show me something that's attracted to something without mass. Show me something that is attracted to something else without any mass. Go ahead.
Magnetism. How about magnetism? Hold on. You're saying that it's a force. So you're not talking about the magnet. He's talking about magnetism itself.
Yes.
So magnetism has mass, right? If it's a force, it has mass, right?
I'm answering his question. He wanted to know what it is.
But you said it's a force. You defined it as a force.
An attractive, repulsive.
He didn't ask what a magnet is.
I.e. force.
He asked what
between entities. Yes.
He asked what magnetism is. He didn't say what's a magnet.
I'm telling God, my guys feel like I'm talking.
Let me finish, bro. Let me get my other two words out, please. By calling it a force, by calling magnetism a force, you're saying that the force has mass.
Substances have some type of magnetism.
Why can't I say my 5 words, Dick?
Your 5 words are not 5 words.
Brian! That was a joke, man. Don't get mad.
I'm just saying, you can't define magnetism as a force Because in your world, I still couldn't get my fucking 5 words out.
A force, an attractive or repulsive force between entities.
Okay, so magnetism has mass then, right? Magnetism has mass.
What you're saying, magnetism, like the M means mass.
In your world, force and mass is part of the equation for force.
Force is not.
Oh my God.
Hey Zanuck, can you have mass without magnetism, Zanuck?
No. All matter is magnetism. Has magnetism.
So you can have a force.
I'm okay with
so you can have a force without mass then, right? So that's not part of the definition for force.
No, you have to, in order to have force, there has to be mass.
Right. So you just define magnetism as a force, and I'm saying so not the magnet, but the magnetism has mass.
No.
Then it ain't a fucking force.
No, just stop.
But wait, Zanuck, you're laughing at people. I just want to recap here for everyone. Zanuck, you said that you do believe and agree with the mainstream academic definition of magnetism being the exchange of virtual photons. You said that you believe that. And then I said, oh, what is a virtual photon? And you said you don't know.
Because I don't have the ability to describe that to you.
Okay, well, let's use Richard Feynman. Let's let Richard Feynman describe it to us. How about that? A virtual particle is an abstract.
Feynman even says that. To be able to describe terms you can understand is impossible because he doesn't understand things in terms that you understand.
Okay, so how about you shut the hell up? Thank you. So this is what the definition is according to Richard Feynman. A virtual particle is an abstraction which facilitates in calculations and understanding. The term is very vague and loosely defined. They never appear as inputs or outputs of experiments. Their existence is questionable at best. However, they are useful in rendering concepts and making equations balance out.
Yes, that's why I said I couldn't describe it because it's.
So they're not real.
The word virtual, see, is a pseudo force real?
It literally no. Now you're asking non sequiturs. It literally says their existence is questionable at best.
Hey, okay, pseudo means it acts like, so it has behavior that resembles a photon. It's not that rocket science here.
No, so we observe them.
We observe the behavior of magnetism, which acts like these particles act like photons. They're virtual photons. That's why
there aren't any particles.
Oh my God! Electrons are not particles.
Now you're talking about electrons.
Electrons are not part of magnetism. Are
electrons the same thing as virtual photons?
Moving? When I have two magnets and there's a force between them, are there electrons in the field between them?
Electrons do not exist, Zanuck. Sorry to break the news to you, but
you guys.
Wait, are electrons synonymous with virtual photons, Zanuck?
Electrons can be considered virtual photons, yes.
Wow. So electrons
20
can
minutes
be
ago he
considered.
didn't know. Now he knows that.
But no, it's hilarious because they're literally not the same thing at all.
That's why they call it virtual photon. It can
we just know. Okay, a virtual photon is just an abstraction which facilitates in calculations and understanding.
When I send an electron and accelerate it to near light speed and hits a target 2 miles away, the impact resembles what a photon does as well.
This is pointless. You're just like you're an idiot.
They classify that particular test a virtual photon.
You're just laughable to me. Like that, you're pretending you know what you're talking about, but we know you don't.
Billions of dollars on these facilities.
Dude, he reminds me of that, like the gremlin with glasses. Dude, he reminds me of the gremlin with the glasses on who thinks he knows everything.
Yeah, I love when he says, "When I accelerate a electron from point A to point B on almost the speed of light." Okay. Sure, you do that all the time. Is what you do on the weekend?
The speed of light is
talking about bringing it in perspective. When somebody, when they accelerate an electron to near the speed of light and it hits a target at the other end, the effect of that electron hitting the target is very similar to a photon hitting that target.
You said that backwards. You said it backwards. You don't know. See, that's not why they call it that. Okay. It is not a defined term.
A mathematical representation of it, yes.
A representation of what?
Of a photon. It is very similar. If you do you can mathematically represent a photon in terms of electrons and vice versa.
Yeah, what if the target's a polarized filter,
right now?
Do I pause and let you speak? What was that? What's it?
I said, do you think you're being coherent right now?
Yes, absolutely. What's it? All due respect, and I'm going to give you respect right here. Why don't you go to college?
What if the target, Zanuck, is a polarized?
Ryan, I'm talking to Witsit. I fucking was in the middle of a sentence. I was giving him a compliment. Witsit, you're a bright guy. Why don't you go to college? This 3 or 4 years you've been here, you could have a fucking PhD, or no, at least a master's in physics right now, and make boatloads of money and be following this passion you seem to have in the world of
because
physics.
he's not a
If
fucking
particle
materialist, Danik.
Dude,
That's
you could
fucking
do it.
why.
Seriously. You could talk with PhD professors, explain your objections or curiosities, and they would be able to educate you, and you could be able to educate them on things that maybe you could discover in this field. But no, you'd rather sit here talking numbnuts and have no clue about what anything is here in this chat. I don't get it. Witsit, why is that?
Okay.
Witsit,
Bro,
you
you describe magnetism as a force. Everything you're saying is contradictory.
You're like an engine I built a couple
You
years
could have
ago.
all the
Fucking
riches
this thing
in the
was
world,
600
man.
horsepower, and it didn't do any good sitting on the fucking engine stand. Witsit, put your mind in a fucking car, a chassis.
Dude, you ask a question, then you interrupt every fucking single
No, I was
time,
in the
dude.
middle of talking to Witsit. You were just talking over
So
me.
the reason I don't,
me, you think other people are talking over you.
You're
I was in
talking
the middle of a
down
sentence.
to Witsit.
You were talking
You're
over
talking down to him, Zanuck. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not. I'm talking up to him. He's a bright guy. He's wasting time trying to figure out things with Google when he could be at a fucking college with his intelligence level, becoming brilliant. He could.
Wasting
But
time
he's
based on
intelligent,
your
he's-
idea. Zanuck,
he's
he's
you-
wasting time based on your idea of what you think he should do with his life. Do you think
He's pointing out the problems of what you were fucking taught, dude. He is a bright young man. He's a bright young man. He's pointing out the bullshit you were taught.
Yeah,
Why would
he
you want to
was
go
at-
learn that?
He was at
You
Caltech
guys
right
need
now.
Witsit's representatives, you know. Let's hear Witsit
Started to
speak for
learn
himself.
physics
Come on,
even at the
guys.
collegiate level. He would get
Yeah,
very smart.
Zanuck, let
He has
Witsit
the
respond
ability,
to you.
and I'm still talking.
Yeah,
and I'm
but
still
let
talking,
him
and
respond
I'm
to
still
you.
talking.
No, you were done. Come on.
And I'm not.
come
I'm
on.
not done. Where did you
That's
think I'm done when I'm talking right now?
When you
So,
stop talking,
I'm not.
pass
I
the
did
mic.
not stop. You think I stopped? I didn't stop.
You
Zanuck,
made a
shut the
comment
fuck
to
up!
Witsit. Let Witsit respond to it. Come on, man. We
yeah.
get
So
the point.
the reason
You
that
haven't.
I oh my god. But yeah, the reason I don't is because what that would result in is me being many of tens of thousands of dollars in debt, so that at the pinnacle of achieving that degree, I would be left with the same unanswerable questions, where in which they still invoke virtual photons to explain magnetism and electrostatics, and is an unidentified, undefined conceptual abstraction used for mathematical quantification purposes. So I would just be in debt to get the I don't know in a more elegant version, in a much more time consuming version, which is the point. The reason I don't do it is because they have a framework of materialism where they think that everything has to be discrete, indivisible particles, and so that they can count them. And so they're simply running around in a futile pursuit. So, it would be unwise for me to go to people that have no wisdom and pretend they're going to impart wisdom.
Yeah, I agree. It would be unwise for you to go to college.
Good one.
Well, I mean, it's like you go into the situation closed-minded and you think you already know the information in which you aspire to obtain, and I don't know. You've got to go into it with an open
How
mind.
can I think I already know it if I'm inspired to
say something
attain?
really quick? Can I say real quick, Witsit, just to respond with what you said? I understand your apprehension and you understand your position. My nephew is a particle physicist, and he's working on solving some of the world's energy problems, trying to find the reason why we can't do nuclear fusion right now. And he's making huge inroads. He speaks all over the country. I'd be willing to broker a call with him, with you, if you'd like, with one of the most brilliant scientists that I know right now in this particular field, and have him talk to you about what your objections are. Your objections are so superficial and so much on the surface. If you were able to dig a little deeper, and you were able to get an education, and you might go into debt, you might be able to qualify for scholarship. But in the end, you would be able to have the knowledge to then be able to have your objections heard and write your papers in defiance or in objection to other papers that have been scientifically, critically analyzed, these peer-reviewed paper process that you could actually go through as well with your ideas. You could flourish in that environment, and you might be able to get the answers you're looking for. But right now here, you're not going to get it. You're just saying that now. That's all you're saying.
Here. So I'm not in here looking for answers. I'm pointing out that objectively, the mainstream academic paradigm doesn't have the answers, admittedly. It's because they're confined to a philosophical framework of atomism and materialism, where in which they claim that a particle travels from point A to point B, but can be instant. They claim that a particle over here can be moved, and immediately a particle over there moved, and they can explain how. They have all kinds of paradoxes within their paradigm. So.
There are entire college courses online, and we've watched multiple courses. It's like taking multiple classes. Just because we're not there to pencil in the tests, we're pointing out things we don't agree with that are taught. So you act like college is going to teach us. All this information is available, even on YouTube. This information is available. We don't need to go to college and have somebody tell us, like he said, an intricate bullshit answer to a I don't know response. You can't define electromagnetism as a force and not give it mass. The only way to do that is to call it virtual. That's an elegant way of saying I don't know.
No, you missed everything I said. And
what? But wait, what did Brian just say? We can't define electromagnetism as a force and not give it mass. What does that mean?
He said it's mass. Yeah.
Well, what's force? It's mass times acceleration, right?
Yeah, but what do you mean by we can't give electromagnetism, define it as a force and not give it mass?
Well, when he asked him to describe electromagnetism, not magnet, but what's magnetism? He said, what's magnet? Not even electromagnetism. He said, what's magnetism? Okay, and he said he described it as a force. He defined it as a force, and the definition of force is mass times acceleration. So you can't have a force if you don't have mass.
What do you do with the acceleration term when it's not part of this equation? You already said force equals
you make
mass.
up some bullshit.
Mass. What does mass equal? Mass equals what?
A force is not a thing in itself, Zanuck. A force is what something does. You would have to account for a force of what by what to
exactly.
What. And if you can't do that, then you don't
get
have
into your little rant.
Shut up, Zanuck. He ain't talked in 10 minutes and you interrupt him.
Yeah, I just want to say, Zanuck, a force isn't what something is. A force is what something does. Okay?
Could you guys give us an example of a force?
Well, can you, since you're the one acting like we don't know what it is?
I asked first.
You're not going to agree with it. You're not going to agree with Lance.
It doesn't matter.
Pressure mediation. Force is a description of what something does. Is a process of seeking pressure.
Weight is a force.
I could answer that. Centrifugal divergence. There you go. Weight is not a force. Weight is not a force.
Yeah.
No,
go look it up.
Forces require to counterweight.
Einstein,
weight,
yes. Weight is a
itself
force.
Cannot be a force. You're welcome.
Weight is
every force is a differential. That's my definition. It's a differential.
Force just means it can impart an acceleration in mass. Would you agree?
No.
Force